up until around 2017, when the New York Times story came out, suddenly that really made a difference because the people that were coming on board that there's something real here were people like Senator Harry Reid and other senators and so on. And so that's sort of broken open that, okay, there really is something here. And so as a result of that, that's how some of these programs have gotten put in forward, reignited.
How many of these crashed crafts do you estimate there are that human beings have recovered?
More than 10.
More than 10. How many of them are in possession of people in the United States?
I meant more than 10 in possession of the United States.
What about worldwide?
Worldwide.
Do we have any data on that?
We have data, but it's classified, so we don't talk about it.
But so there's more, though, that you could safely say it's not just the ones in the United States.
Not just the ones in the United States. We believe
Are they fully distributed?
I actually I don't know for sure in terms of data. I mean, we have our best data, of course, in our own retrievals.
But more
hard
than
to
10
say.
retrieved from the United States.
More than 10.
What is your take on Bob Lazar?
Well, we looked into the Bob Lazar story, and but only from a sort of relatively superficial level. Looked at, found out what his clearance level supposedly were, and so on, which came back saying it was not high enough to do what he says he was doing. On the other hand, it may just simply be, it was better than that, but we didn't have the access to see that. So when I hear his physics descriptions, it's a puzzle. It seems not exactly as I would anticipate might be the technology behind the craft, but I can't absolutely write them off. So it's an enigma, and I don't have any hard data to prove one way or the other. So I know you talk to him.
Yeah, it's a fascinating puzzle.
It is a fascinating puzzle
because that would be the place, S4 would be the place where they would do that kind of work. So if you wanted to do something like that, complete privacy and secrecy, do it in the middle of the Nevada desert, very protected, outside of Area 51.
So even with people that have high clearances, that say, well, tell me about this, what's behind this? Who knows? If it's a special access program, an SAP, it might be, say, no, we're going to tell you that he didn't do anything of significance here. In fact, he might have done something of significance. There's just no way of telling from the outside.
Yeah. So the actual generator, the thing that powers the craft that Lazar talked about, what was your take on that? This idea that it was element 115, that when it encounters high radiation, it has some sort of an anti-gravitational effect, some warp effect.
Well, there are two aspects. One is, what is the material or mechanism that generate the effects? And the other is, are the effects being described reasonable descriptions of the kind of things you think are associated with such craft? On the element 115, as you know, in the general scientific community, we've seen element 115, but it's very short-lived. So it's hard to evaluate that, and at this point, there's no evidence that that's it.
So
on the other,
we should explain to people, it was theoretical at one point until they detected it using, it was the Large Hadron Collider, or another particle collider?
Right now, I think it was a particle collider in the Soviet Union or in Russia.
And it was very short-lasting. But the idea is that what Lazar was in possession of, or what the craft was powered by, was some sort of a stable version of element 115.
That's what he says. So, in general, it was known that, and predicted, that there was an island of stability, as we call it, on some of these higher elements in the periodic table that are beyond uranium and so on. But really no data predicted as to what their lifetimes would be. And so Eleanor 115 isn't in that bunch. And when he first discussed it, it hadn't been seen yet.
So this is way back.
Way back, that's right. But eventually, the element was detected, although the version of it that was detected had a very short lifetime. But of course, there may be some other isotope of it out there that could have the whole lifetime. Who knows? So it's just hard to evaluate. So it sits in my gray box, as I say. But his description of the anti-gravity effects and so on, that's an area that is well described as what you might expect. As it turns out, in that series of 38 papers, one of my own papers uh, that I provided was the one called Space-Time Metric Engineering. And when the pilots came to me and said, drops down, takes off, right angle turn at Mach 10, no, this is way beyond the physics. As I said earlier, I think it's not beyond the physics, beyond the engineering. But what I did on the physics program was all of our electronics that we have, this microphone, recording that you're making, so that's all based on electromagnetic kinds of technologies, all of which come out of Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations, Maxwell, way back in the 1800s, developed the equations for electromagnetism. And basically, any kind of electromagnetic device, you name it, high, high, Wi-Fi, whatever, can be traced back to this equation. So what I said to myself was, okay, we have these apparent craft operating with this unbelievable kinds of activity. Is there any way to account for that in our physics? Well, it turns out, so what I did, I took a sheet of paper, and the left-hand side of the paper, I wrote down all weird effects that they claim. Right after I got close to the craft, suddenly it wasn't the same size as it seemed to be when I was further away. You had a friend who used to do things with? That? Who was it? Oh, you're talking about me? My brother was that right now some stuff, so apologies if I didn't do that. Are you still in the chat? We'll get back in the chat. Just go back to the interactive. Okay, I'm saying hi. Say hi back to me. Can you find the chat? No. Okay, let me see. It's not. It was a certain color, but when I got close to it, it was a different color. All these weird things. To me, the weirder the better, because if somebody was just making up a BS story, they want it to sound rational. So you don't come up with things like, well, I got into craft, 5 minutes went by, and I came out, and 2 hours went by. I mean, it's just not going to make that up. Then on the right hand side, you say, okay, we have life science equations in general, then we use them to talk about black hole merger, neutron star merger, whatever. Uh, and all these things are massively energetic events. Suppose I could engineer Einstein's equations the way we engineer Maxwell's equations for electromagnetic waves. What would I expect to see? And I find out I got a hand-in-glove match between what was claiming to be observed and what Einstein's equations, if you could engineer them. Well, why can't we engineer them? Well, what we know today is the energy density required to engineer those equations is just way beyond our ability to do so. So,
can you give me a comparison with the energy requirements that you pointed out there?
People have attacked Alcubierre warp drive. I don't know if you've heard of that, but Miguel Alcubierre is a researcher in general relativity and kind of a Star Trek fan and so on. He said, I wonder if we could really have warp drive. And so he used Einstein's equations to say, okay, under what conditions could we do a warp drive? And he actually came up with solutions from out of the equations. Okay, what would it take to drive that? Oh, it would be hundreds of times more than the energy of the sun. I mean, just outer side energy. So, until we have a new energy source, or until there's some back door that we haven't secured, it's really outside of our expertise to think of it.
There could be conceivably some breakthrough and an understanding of this backdoor, or whatever it could be, some new type of science, new kind of understanding.
And one of the things that I have looked into myself is, well, what about vacuum energy, so-called? As a quantum physicist, we all know that, push a kid in the swing, it comes down and it stops. With the quantum level, you get something going, it doesn't stop. It always comes down to a certain level and it's still there. So it turns out that what we call an empty space is not really empty, it's full of quantum fluctuations. And in fact, one of the difficulties of modern physics theory is that when we go, like using our standard quantum theory to calculate, well, what's the energy density, like right here, or way out into space? What's the energy density of those quantum fluctuations? It's 120 orders of magnitude greater than could possibly be according to all of our other theories. I mean, flat gravity and everything else. So we have this conundrum that energy that is everywhere somehow all is random and cancels out. So, it's just not having an effect. So the idea is that you can somehow access it and cohere it, so to speak. Maybe you can get to the energy. I mean, well, if I go off on a weird tangent, I could tell you what it might look like. Along the way in the remote viewing program and looking at physical effects, decided to take a look at so-called levitating saints.
Okay.
And so, think, okay, that's a Catholic Church trying to pretend that it's got these magical people and whatever. But when you dig into the data, you find that isn't it. It's that the church hated the idea that some individuals are levitating. because it might be in the middle of giving mass, suddenly they float up or whatever. So it turns out that even looking in the deep literature of the Inquisition and so on, the evidence is really solid that there have been little things. And what the Catholic Church usually did is they squirm them into some monastery that nobody sees it.
So say levitate.
I mean,
Far off the ground.
sometimes,
James got something here. Notable example happened during a visit to Italy from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador visited Joseph in his monastic cell and was so impressed that he wanted to return with his wife. Joseph entered the church where the couple hoped to meet him, and upon seeing the statue of Mary, elevated 10 feet into the air, flew over the crowd to the statue, prayed, flew back to the door, and returned home. The church later took depositions from a number of people who were there that day, and their stories were consistent. And you're, what year is this? 1628.
So there are enough stories like that with lots of observers and reporting under really excellent conditions. Okay, now that guy didn't have a nuclear power plant in his back. So how did that happen? Well, the only thing I can think of in terms of the physics we know today would be that somehow the vacuum energy, which can be very high if coherent, and if you made it non-random, maybe that could do it.
So perhaps he was able to access this with states of consciousness because he was so devout in his faith that upon seeing this, the experience was so overwhelming that he was somehow able to access this energy.
Right, in that ecstatic state.
That it would take this extreme belief, this extreme commitment, this state of mind that's very rare.
Exactly. That's what it would take.
And you would follow that when you did the experiments with the quantum chip. You'd say, well, if someone's able to control oscillations, you're doing something with your mind that shouldn't be possible. And you're affecting a physical thing that shouldn't be possible. And this is just someone who never thought of doing that before, someone who didn't know that they were doing this. This is a physical manifestation of the power of whatever unknown ability of the human mind.
So since it's unknown, there's no way we would know how to tap it.
Right, and if these are very unique moments where this is an extremely devout person who obviously was a monk, was probably meditating and achieving this insane state of consciousness that's almost impossible to get to unless you're committed as long as he was, unless you're as dedicated as he was, and then he has this overwhelming moment.
Right? And there's no way to connect the physics to it. Now,
but the idea is that if there is energy that's allowing the person using their mind to do this, that somehow or another, if this energy could be accessed through science, through physics, through engineering.
We tried to look into that. For example, Andrei Sakharov, a very famous Soviet physicist, said, I don't think gravity is its own thing. I think really it's a manifestation of the underlying quantum fluctuations. And so I and colleagues from Lockheed Martin and elsewhere kind of looked into that option. And, we're just sitting here talking and so on. The universe is full of quantum fluctuations. Why don't I notice it? On the other hand, you get into your fast-moving car, you suddenly take off, you press back, and you see. Well, what is it that's pressing you back? I mean, it isn't wind, you got a windshield and cover. Well, there's some modeling that says, well, maybe it's because if you try to accelerate the vacuum fluctuation, it will push back on you. So that might be our first little touch that, okay, under conditions of acceleration, we do notice the vacuum fluctuations. Well, since to a theorist, inertia and gravity are connected somehow, then it makes you think, okay, maybe there's some way of accessing anchor fluctuations to control gravity. That's what we would like to think. And so one of the things we did in the program is just like every bit of data that we could. So, for example, when I went through my analysis of, well, if we could engineer general relativity, what we expect to see, a number of things came out of it. So, for example, in this room, most of the electromagnetic energy we don't see. It's in the form of heat, and we don't see heat. Get an infrared detector, you can see it, but we don't see heat. Well, it turns out that under the conditions in which we're controlling gravity, the way these craft appear to be doing, one of the consequences and one of the attributes that goes along with it is the frequencies get raised. And so the heat of a craft you ordinarily wouldn't see can get raised up into the visible spectrum. And so that's why they might look so bright. It also has certain other additional consequences that if it's powered up and it's sitting there on the ground and you get too close, the ordinary heat spectrum, which isn't harmful, or the visible spectrum, which isn't harmful, can be shifted up frequency into the ultraviolet soft X-ray. So if you get too close to when the craft is powered up, you might get a sunburn, which is one of the things that has been reported. Or you might actually, in fact, get radiation poisoning from X-rays and so on. So those kinds of things seem to go hand in hand and give us some clues of where to look.
What's your take on the Travis Walton story?
I think the Travis Walton story is right on. I think that's a solid story.
It's a
I
very,
don't have any
I have a
specific.
Travis Walton novel.
Oh yes, okay.
That's right. He gave it to me.
I see. Okay, no, I think all aspects that I've seen of this story, I take that as.
For people that don't know the story, I'll give you a brief synopsis or a brief breakdown of what it was. They're loggers. They're driving through Arizona. They see this craft moving through the sky, and it goes into the woods. Travis gets out of the truck, runs towards it, gets too close to it, is hit with some sort of a beam, flies back, falls down. The other guys panic. They take off in the truck, and as they're taking off, they're arguing that they need to go back and get him. We need to go help him. We need to go back and get him. They're all freaked out. They decide, we got to go back. So they turn around, and he's gone. They get back to the spot. The craft is gone. Travis is gone. They report it. Everyone's freaking out. No one knows what they suspect. They might have killed him or something. 5 days later, Travis appears wearing the same clothes, looking none the worse for wear, with this fantastic story that they took him aboard this craft, and they communicated with him and fixed his body. That something happened to him upon the impact of whatever that ray was that hit him, that he was going to die. They repaired him, and they communicated with him and brought him back. 5 days later, he has the story. And he's had the same story for decades.
And one of the reasons I accept that story is that, for example, the other people who left the site and went back, they eventually did polygraphs on them, and they passed the polygraphs. They weren't making up that story.
Polygraphs are manipulated. You can manipulate.
Well, yeah, but would I expect that some
unsophisticated
loggers would do it?
Particularly, one of the guys didn't even like Travis. One of the guys Travis got into a fist fight with the actual day of the event. Yeah, and he also told the exact same story.
Right.
Yeah, so there was a lot going on with that one. And that there had been frequent sightings in that one particular area, which is also weird. Like, what is it about certain areas? Right, there's the area that you discussed in Australia. Well, that would kind of make sense if there really is a base somewhere. You know, and the real thought that keeps getting brought about in the zeitgeist is the ocean. That's what people bring up all the time. If you want to hide in plain sight, where would you hide? Would you hide in 3/4 of the Earth's surface that we very rarely examine?
And the observation of UFOs coming up, not even intelligence craft coming up out of the ocean, they're all over the place.
Right.
So Tim Galloway was ex-Navy admiral, he's a Navy admiral, now retired, who was in charge of NOAA, the National Oceanographic, what it was called. Uh, he's really big on collecting data about UFOs emerging from the water. And so it seems like the data on that is just all over the place. Also, observing UFOs in the water zooming by submarines
Right.
at 400 knots, 500 knots, or whatever, without any cavitation. I mean, it's just really. So the data, we're buried in data, really. We're just not buried in how to explain it.
Have any of these remote viewers tried to look at the bottom of the ocean?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why wouldn't they?
Now, remote viewers have zeroed in on UFOs. Although it turns out not at the bottom of the ocean. Let me give you an example. We should probably do that. I mean, since now these days I'm not involved in remote viewing programs, so maybe there are some.
But there are remote viewing programs that are still going on like that.
I would say that's likely. I mean, they have an asset that works to some degree,
even though it's dismissed publicly.
Even though it's dismissed publicly, so even after the SOR program got shut down, and after I came out to Austin in 85 to set up Earth-Tech International and the Institute for Advanced Studies in Austin, starting to pursue my physics stuff, because I really wanted to pursue my physics. I didn't want to stay in looking at remote viewing forever. But I got calls from certain intelligence agency asking me if I'd be willing to set up another program in remote viewing. And so I figured, okay, I took it down because I'm like the change I made. But so if they ask me that, chances are they ask somebody else that, probably get somebody to agree to do it. And from time to time, many of the remote viewers that we train in Army INSCOM, for example, they're now retired from the Army, and they're teaching remote viewing classes, and they often get tasked by somebody back in the intelligence community to check out something. And they've been very prolific in, for example, detecting, say, cargo ships coming across the ocean where certain containers filled up.
Really?
That's been released on the CIA site about remote viewing results, and so you can find it. Of course, I tell any remote viewers I know, don't want to advertise that for hotels.
Right.
Check on your back. So.
Yeah. But what I'm interested in is the possibility of things like the ocean. And I would imagine if I was running a remote viewing program and I had suspicions that there's activity in the ocean, like that craft that was seen that goes 500 knots into the water, that I would start looking at that.
I could well imagine that somebody
You're just not aware of it.
I'm just not aware of it. But
there's a structure that exists off the coast of California at the bottom of the ocean that looks odd, very odd. It looks very constructed, it looks man-made or intelligent in its construction. And I was just looking at something on Bloomberg the other day where people are having a hard time finding it now. And they're thinking that it's perhaps obscure. See if you can find that.
I know what you're talking about.
You saw it as well?
I saw it as well. It was certainly interesting.
It looked very weird. It looked like some sort of a base. It was flat on the top, and it looked like it had openings in it.
See, I lost your sound.
Oh, you did? Jamie, maybe it's your headphones. Or did you step on something? You hear me now?
No, I mean, I just hear you through the air. But
listen, we're going to take a break right now because I got to use the restroom anyway. Jake will fix it. We'll be right back. Oh, technical snafu. Use the restroom.
Right.
Okay. So I forget exactly where we're at, but I know where I wanted to go. Where I wanted to go is we're talking about potential sources of energy, potential sources of propulsion systems. How much do you consider the possibility that the things that people are seeing are ours? They're maybe in some top secret program using some advanced propulsion system, some advanced energy system that is not publicly disclosed.
I wouldn't rule out the fact that we may have some pretty fancy things running from our own labs. I mean, what gets developed in the dark labs, some of which I know about, are really advanced, but just can't cover the whole observation that we're seeing with what we call NHI craft, non-human intelligence.
But do you think that some of this stuff has been back engineered from these non-human crafts?
Some of the materials, I would say yes. I think we've got some. It's out on the web these days that, for example, Patel Institute has supposedly were given some materials from the Roswell crash, and we always hear the descriptions of this foil that could crumple up and then let go and just flattens out again, and so on. So material of that type was provided to Patel, and they worked on it for some years to try to see if they could reproduce it. And the claim is that, and it's in the public domain, that nitinol came out of it, which is that material that can be heated and then it will form into its original source. It doesn't exactly reproduce the effect you saw, but some of it is kind of in the direction of that. It turned out that some of the main material engineers that worked on that, at their deathbed, they told their relatives they were working on pieces from Roswell, and they made some progress, but not a lot. You can look that up on the internet. You can see that that's the case.
Is part of the limitation this thing we were discussing earlier about compartmentalization and the lack of ability of other scientists to get access to these materials so they can collaborate?
Yes, the compartmentalization, I would say, is the biggest impediment to making really good progress, for sure. I think that's the case.
And this conundrum has sort of existed for quite a long time.
Quite a long time.
This is something decades. Also in line with what Bob Lazar said. Bob Lazar said the big frustration when he was working, he was tasked with trying to figure out the propulsion system, but he had no access to the metallurgists, he had no access to anyone else that was also working on similar things. It's like science just can't progress this way. It needs to be collaborative.
Absolutely right, 100%. It's even worse than you would think. One of the stories that I ran into was a corporation had materials from crashes in their basement. They couldn't even bring them up to the top floor for their own scientists to look at because they were so compartmentalized. And so that was the deal. We said, okay, well, give them to us, and then we'll come in the front door and give them to your scientists. We won't say it came from the basement. And we won't say what it had to do with. And, maybe that would work. That got shut down. So it was so compartmentalized. So compartmentalization is really a death knell on much of this stuff. As I said, I go back to my Teller story. More collaboration, even though there are faults that can happen, material can leak out, information can leak out, that might help an adversary. Still, I think more openness would be a better idea.
Oh, for sure. Well, definitely for you and I, fascinating. But what have you had a personal experience with anything you can't explain?
No, actually, yeah.
So for you, it's
I mean, one time I saw what appeared to be a satellite with a right angle turn, so that might fall into that kind of category, but who knows? Who knows what it was.
right.
So, no.
nothing profound.
Nothing profound.
So you've never been hopped in a jet and flown to the wreckage and had a chance to look at things?
No.
God, would you want to?
Well, actually, we would like to do that. But
Yeah.
that's still. We had this discussion earlier about, for example, the remote viewing, quantum entanglement, or what's going on with physics that we don't understand. These kinds of things can be happening. It would be interesting to know that someone John Paul DeJoria, and I are in partnership to explore a new means of communication, quantum communications. And so I'm actually now at this point directly involved in a program to examine quantum communications. And so it turns out that whereas ordinary electromagnetic communications, can't get through barriers, metal door or whatever. Well, why is that? It's because the electromagnetic signal, when it gets to the metal door, the electric and magnetic field generate counteracting effects, and so the signal can't get through. So it turned out that some years ago, when I was digging around to try to find out how to explain unusual effects, I dug deeper into electromagnetism down into the quantum levels and recognized that there are some additional quantum processes where you could end up suppressing the electric and magnetic fields, but you would still have a quantum signal, which in principle could get through barriers. And so that would mean, okay, that's the case, and you could communicate to submarines. So whereas salt water is sufficiently conductive, the electromagnetic signal can't get out there and communicate. If you are able to pull out the electric and magnetic components, you still have an underlying quantum aspect to it, you could get through. Or same thing with spaceships. When our spaceships came back from, Apollo spaceships came back, once they started in our atmosphere, we're surrounded by plasma, we have this period where there's no communication. But for the very reason that electromagnetic signals can't get through charged plasmas. But this quantum communication aspect could.
How would you encode the information quantumly, and how would you project it? What kind of machinery would be involved and stuff like that?
Well, it turns out that the machinery to generate the signals would be very explicitly designed antenna structures that are put together in such a way as to prevent electromagnetic components from being transmitted. It's the detection part where the secret to the technology is, because it turns out that, okay, if electromagnetic signals aren't there, how are you going to detect such a signal? Because all of our detectors are electromagnetic signal comes in, generates a current, whatever. Well, it turns out that this special kind of signaling at the quantum level can only be detected by quantum devices. Quantum devices can detect these quantum communication signals, even if there's no electric and magnetic effects associated with it. So that's what we're looking at. And so when I think about what areas does this have application for? Of course, it's got a lot of applications, things like communication under conditions where you'd like to overcome shielding. But it may have something to do even with some of the consciousness stuff. Because ordinarily, people trying to think, well, what about consciousness? It's still just molecules, neurons whirling around, or there's some additional fields. There are a couple of physicists, the physicist and the anesthesiologist, the physicist Roger Penrose, the Nobel Prize for general relativity and stuff, and Stu Hameroff, who is an anesthesiologist. They coupled up and started saying, okay, is there a possibility that there are quantum aspects in ordinary life, in ordinary consciousness, because it's kind of reasonable. The anesthesiologist says, "Oh, when I give somebody a certain anesthetic, they lose consciousness." So there must be something about the anesthesia that grabs onto whatever's responsible for the long story short, they came up with a model where they felt that there are, in fact, quantum processes occurring within the brain. That, in addition to the stuff we don't read about, know about, neurons, and all that kind of stuff, there's also a distribution throughout our brain and nervous system of what's called microtubules. And it turns out microtubules have such a structure. You do experiments in the lab to show this, that they can detect quantum signals. So the idea that even in our consciousness there are mechanisms for detecting quantum signals is like a whole new area to investigate. And so there are some biological and consciousness-oriented experimenters that are taking a look at this idea that, okay, instead of just saying quantum entanglement, that's information you get from here and there, maybe we can actually find out, okay, well, what's the mechanism? And so this is a whole new area. Turns out that I developed proof of principle for this sub-rows of quantum communication stuff. On a classified contract back in the 90s. So I got proof of principle in that situation. However, you say, okay, well, you got proof of principle, then why aren't we using it? Why isn't it all over the place? Well, turns out the quantum detectors, very new kinds of circuitry, nothing ready for prime time. So I put that whole thing on the shelf, let it sit there for a while, and now because of quantum computing, it turns out a lot of research efforts going to develop cryogenic circuitry near absolute zero to be used in quantum computing. So I thought, okay, they got these Joseph junctions working, which is exactly what I want to use for my detection scheme. And so I found I decided to take it off the shelf. So I approached JP and showed him what the potential was, not only in just communications, but it has implications for biological things, medical things, whatever, because of this other work on microtubules. So he said, okay, well let's go for it. So we have another major lab that is actually putting together circuitry for us that operates about 3.7 degrees from absolute zero. I mean, this is really quite a technical challenge. But he and I are working on that together. He's my collaborator.
Fascinating. Quantum entanglement, is that what you think is going on with the algae? So if you were able to do something to the algae in one area, the same colony of algae, when you get separated by long distances, they instantaneously
You stand back,
recognize
son of a
something was
bitch.
happening.
Are you ready to get your ass whooped? Okay, how are you going to do that? All right, what are you going to do? Be number 1,556 with Bonnie Blue? That's a fucking hilarious idea. So you just go into people's Instagram comments and call them fat. Love it. That's a fucking $1 billion idea, my dude. Hey, dude, did you know that Lee Gandhi was here to see you? All right, big dog. Are you ready? Dude, I've got 1,000,000 of these fucking jokes. They're so funny. Let me just read them to you. I mean, they're not really funny. They're funny if you're like 14 years old, but I kind of think that shit is hilarious. Yo, what's going on, bro? Yes? What? What was it? It was like a circle. It was like a circle. All right, Zoo. I can't have two people talking at the same time. Just hold on, Zoo. What'd you say, buddy? It looked like a circle. No, it wasn't. Okay, it's a triangle. Okay, it's a pencil. And I'm gonna make it bigger. I bet you make it very big. I can't even see where it says first name. Okay, Zoo. Zoo, do you have any my pet? Zoo, do you have any my pet dick in your face? Zoo, do you have any Zoo? Zoo, do you know about bofa? Both of these nuts on your mouth? Zoo, do you know about Dragon Balls? Yeah, Dragon Balls on your face? Zoo, do you know about Sugandis? Zoo, do you wear Sugandis? Sugandis nuts, son. Zoo, do you know about Phyllis? You're so stupid. Zoo, do you know about Phyllis? Zoo, do you know about Phyllis? Phyllis? Perhaps. Phyllis? I'm looking for Phyllis in the show. Zoo, he has a girlfriend. Unfortunately, she lives closer to me than she lives to him. But he's got a girlfriend. She's closer to living near me than she lives there. But he's got a girlfriend. Perhaps, man. Hey, Zoo, do you know about plant tulips? Zoo, do you know about plant tulips? Do I talk to you? Oh, hold on. There's. Uh, did Phyllis have an ability? Wait, here's Phyllis. Phyllis Dick. I just think that's hilarious. All right, next one. Uh, Zoo, do you know about Ligma? Calm down, buddy. Eager pursuit. They're They're funnier if I say it to him because they're both self-taught. Dude, did you know about Ligma? Dude, do you know about Ligma? How do you calm down? Calm down. Identity. I'm not talking to you. All right, girl. Girl. If you keep talking, just I understand that. But be quiet for right now. I'm telling you this joke. Oh, I don't sit here and just tear into you like I did soon. I tee off on this motherfucker. All right, dude, I'm sending you an invite. Dude, I have a question for you. How many games in a row are you going to lose? Dude, how many games in a row are you going to lose? Dude, you have an invitation. How many games in a row are you going to lose, son? Dude, do you know who Lee Gandhi is? Lee Gandhi's nuts. I use that on Riser. Yeah, well, okay, Adi, Adi, calm down. No, you're fine, dude. She got muted. She's having a tough one. She can message me when she wants to be unmuted. I don't blame her. She's having a tough one. I don't want to know what she's doing. All I want to know is her name Phyllis. Fill this dick, dog. Fill the... All right. Can I call her Phyllis? No, I know, but can I call her Phyllis? Oh, get in the fucking hole. Oh, dude, dude, am I the only person who finds? Am I the only person who finds these jokes to be absolutely hilarious? You don't find Ligma to be a funny joke? You don't think it's funny when somebody says, you have a case of Ligma? And they ask, what's Ligma? And they just say Ligma. You don't think that's funny? It's Dude, you know the OG one of those? Oh, that's a bad shot. Dude, do you have any? Do you have any up dog? I don't know. What's up with you? That's from the American version of The Office. Dude, I'm down 0-2. You know it's like impossible for me to come back. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Oh, Zoo, he kind of just gave me a little shortcut. You ready for this shot, Zoo? Just straight up sucks. Hit his ball at least. Hit his ball. Dog. Run down there. Run down there. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So you ready for me to just make this shot? Good shot. I could, but I'm not going to. Psych! That was one of the greatest shots I've ever had. Dude, you hate this hole. Dude, that's a great shot. Oh, dude, you just won. It's impossible for me to make a shot. I mean, it's over, baby. Great job, man. How do you feel? You think that's a good shot? What is that? Do you know about Taik? I know, dog. Good job, Zoo. Okay. Oh, yeah, definitely. Zoo, I need to be able to focus, though. I don't think you understand. Dog, you would be taking this out there. But I like you. Just like I like you. Just, dude, I have a question for you. Do you know about Phyllis? Phyllis Dick. These are all cool stories, bro. Dude, it says it's waiting on me to tell you. Dude, are you gonna pick a fucking team? You're gonna jerk yourself off wrong. What team is Duke pick? Probably some donkey shit. One of those shithole countries in our president called them. I'm the thunder from down under, baby. Oh yeah, you definitely picked the shithole squad. Oh, Zoo. Yeah, but actually it turned out to be great. The USA looks pretty cool. Yo, Pet. Zoo. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. There's an open goal. What are you gonna do? Zoo. Zoo, take a shot on goal, big dog. Oh, you fucked God. You fucked up, son. Oh, major fuck up, dude. I need a really good practice, dude. I'm just gonna go for the gold. Oh no. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Easy shot. Man. Oh, well, it depends. Oh, dude. What did you do? Look at this shot. Dude, what are your thoughts? Dude, this is nice. Nothing's going up from here. God, you could score. Take a shot on goal. Take a shot on goal. Good. I'm glad you got it. 2-0. USA is your squad, baby. Give me that pass. Get in there. Look at this pass, dude. You ready for this, son? No passes left. Oh, and I scored. Dude, what are your thoughts on my goal? That was one of the best goals you've ever seen. Do you know how much athleticism that took? Oh, no way, dude. No way. Fuck, dude. Dude, look at this shot. I'll ask you in about 4 goals. Pass. All right, now we need another good pass. This is not good. This is not good. Yep, got the golden dome. Oh, dude, I need like an amazing shot here. Oh, 3-2, baby. How'd you like that shot? That was one of the best shots in the history of mankind. All right, dude. I don't really know what to do here. Oh wait, almost went in. No way. Dude, if I could get this pass to that guy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Dude. Dude, do you know what the Thunder from Down Under is? What is it? What is the Thunder from Down Under? Yeah, where is it? You got it, baby. Dude, did you know that I'm the king of the Thunder from Down Under? I'm its leader. All those corny chicks come out to see me. I tell them I'm from Perth. They don't even know what Perth is. Oh, dude, that was amazing. I hate you. F your defense, son. Take a shot on goal. Alright, so you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? Oh man. Okay, that's good. I'll fucking add it to my journal. Zoom, don't miss this. Don't miss this. Fuck you. That's how it is. I let you win. I never want to see the United States win. Dude, are you ready for something new? Dude, I'm really bad at this. I am really bad at this. I can't tell the difference. Oh, dude, did you just not get a bunch of things? Oh, I thought that was my shot. We never played pool. I'm really bad at it. Really, really bad. I'm worse at this than I am darts. I'm really bad at this. That could be. I doubt that. Maybe in many games. Yeah. Dude, I always hit the funny part. Dude, you're playing like fucking baller. Dude, are you gonna put some Nigma on that next shot? Oh, dude, it's over. You should just give up now. That was one of the greatest shots in history of mankind. So, do you know who Pauly Shore is? Who? The guy from fucking cryptocurrency? Why? Dude, put what you fucking thought. You're in my way. Dude, you watch. I suck dick at this game. Told ya. Dude, shut the fuck up. Just no. Oh, see, that was dog shit. Yo, baby. Look how sick this shot is. I told you I fucking baseball. Look, Dude, I always do that, dude. I always do that. Fuck, dude. Dude, I always put the hit ball. Let's try the trick shot. Dude, I have like a less than 10%. I'm really bad. Alright, I don't know what cut throat is. How do you play cut throat? Your DoorDash order sucks. Alright, cool. Are you ready? You ready? Hold on, let me look up what cut throat is. Cut throat food. Hopefully it's better than meatball. Cutthroat or cutthroat is not referred to as freelance screw. Specifically, a player or team pocket-weighted game played on a pool table with a full-strength center football. The game cannot be played with three or more players within unnumbered red and yellow points, as used in blackball. Each player is commonly assigned a set of five consecutively numbered object balls. Though the number of balls will vary with the number of players, the object of the game is to be the last player with at least one ball in their group remaining on the table. To be cutthroat is not unique to blue. Okay, ready to play cutthroat? Dude, I just fucked up. Hold on. No, because you have to have three players. Something here. Dude, don't accept that. Okay, so we have to play 1v1. What's 9 ball? Dude, it's with three people. You can't play with three. 9 ball with a discipline of cue sport. Hold on. Okay. It was played with Taik, played with the heart. Using a cue stick, players must strike the white cue ball to pocket 9 colors later, putting them in ascending numerical order. An individual game is won by a player pocketing the 9 ball. Matches are usually played as a race. Okay, let's play 9 ball. No, it's a type of food. Yeah. It's a type of game within food. Like we're playing 9 ball right now. I don't even know. You pocketed 3 balls. Hit the 1 ball. So you don't even know what you're fucking doing. Yeah, but it's really hard for you to hit it. Yeah, because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do? You're fucked. This is, there's no goal. You gave me the shot. It's a pocket. Look. Did you see that? Did you see that, Zeus? Oh, well, I didn't know you could. I didn't even know you could overshoot. I was always going for as hard as we can. Did you see how sexy that shot was? Dude, dude, no one gives a flying fuck. Watch this shot, dude. No, it's whatever person puts the 9 ball in. Dude, don't suck. No one knows. Just put the 9 ball in when it says to hit the 9 ball. Dude, that shot was absolute. That dude, that shot was zebra shit. I think so. Oh, that was one of the sickest shots of all time. No, it's dude. I'm just gonna put the ball in the big time spot. No, it's easy. Oh, you failed to hit the 6-4 first. So it goes back to the original spot. Dude, why didn't I just take that shot? You, no, this is the big ball. I scratched. Dude, are you serious? Do you get to win if this ball goes in? Are you fucking serious? You win? That is the shittiest game. So I did all the work, and then you get to hit the last one in. That game sucks. That game sucks, son. Okay, we're gonna do scoring now, but it's trick shot scoring. And if you're like, what's trick shot scoring? No one knows. Dude, dude, I don't give a flying fuck about your food. Hit the fucking ball. Dude, you have an invitation. You're just jerking yourself off raw. Dude, no, there's not jackfruit. Dude, keep in mind, scoring, it's not regular. It's um, trick shot. And if you're like, okay, what does that mean? I don't know. Oh, I failed to hit a trick shot. So that doesn't count. I think you have to bounce it off something or something. This sucks. Dude, that's not anything. Combo shot 20, kid shot plus 50. Oh, dude, that was really good. Dude, no, you can't. Can you? That's wrong. Okay. One of the sickest trick shots in the history of mankind. Don't fuck it up, dude. That's not a trick shot. That's not a trick shot. Look how sick this shot is. This is so hard. I don't really know what trick shots are. It's not a trick shot. That's just a straight in. Hit me with the big dog. That's not a trick shot. That's not shot stop. Oh, kick shot 50, combo shot plus 20. Oh, so you have a 140 point lead on me. No way. That's not a trick shot. That shot sucks. Like this, baby. Dog, STFU, dog. Dude, do you know what STFU means? Dude, do you know what STFU means? What, dog? Do you know what both means? No way, that would have been amazing. Dude, do you know what both means? Both these nuts in your face, son. That's funny. Okay, so is this even my ball? Oh, I made something. Penalty 30? I have negative 30? Dude, this is so hard. That's not a fucking trick shot. Dude, I have negative 30? Yeah, because it's sexy. Dude, negative 30. Look at the score. Put second dip. Put me in my misery. That's not a decent trick shot. Dude, punish him. Punish him for not hitting anything. You got it. Dude, go get your fucking food. And don't waste any more of our time. Oh, Zoo, punish him. Dude, there was a Bigfoot sighting. Yeah, Bigfoot in your fucking ass. No, there was something they just said on the radio. A guy saw it and his dog chased it up the hill. So I'm not blowing shit up your ass. No, this was the assistant press. pocketed the 8 ball. I won. You, what? You should lose it. Yeah, you did. You should lose it. You should lose if you get the 8 ball right. It should be like more. You can pocket the 8 ball. You can get the 8 ball right. You have to hit it into the trick shot. Look how sick this shot is. Trick shot. Do you have to pocket the 8 ball with the trick shot? Dude, hit this fucking ball and quit sucking dick. Dude, you're such a dick sucker. Dude, hit the fucking ball. Your time's up. Dude sucks. Dude disconnected. This is the worst. Nice scratch. Dude, it's your turn. Dude, hit the fucking ball, dude. Dude's just sucking dick. Never known more person to suck dick on the other side of the world than Dude.
That's the only thing I could imagine at this point, based on the physics of it all.
How far were they separated in distance?
Well, it's going to separate it about 5 miles. As the
Oh, make it. I see you, baby. Wait. Can you wait? Alright, you gonna be good if I unmute you? Are you gonna be good? You gonna be nice? I won, Dude. I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna call you. You're ready to start a video call? I'm calling you. Check your phone. Or not your phone, but check your app. Yo, girl. I'm calling you. You check your phone. Like I'm calling you on Discord. There you go. Wait, did you pick up? Are you in this phone? I'll call you again. It's calling me. Check your private messages. You should be getting a call right now. Check your private messages. Alright. I'll let you speak. But be on your best behavior. Don't be bonkers. Alright, just bounce. Did it hurt? Yeah, but you hear me? What's going on? Go ahead. I don't know what you're saying. So, tell me all about it. Oh yeah, totally. No, that is very, that is very serious. Oh, I feel so badly for you. Yeah, but you gotta understand sometimes. um, you're so kind. All right, well, um, yeah, what you said was really sad, and I didn't necessarily want you to look at it. Well, thank you. I do my best. It's 2:22 in the morning. I am real. You know what happened is really same time. Well, don't be scared. Just, yeah, I told you. If you want other angles of me, I'll give you other angles of you. All right, so everything's gonna be fine. Hold on, purpose. Just, just calm down. Take a deep breath. Yeah. I would be with you. I mean, I'm gonna give my phone. No, no, I'm not going out.
As it turns out, I never actually got to do that experiment because the CIA came and scooped me up and said, well, we got to look at this remote viewing. And so, even though I proposed doing the experiment, the polygraph said that got guys to do the experiment. Never got around to doing the experiment because along the way, it was visited his lab, came out and perturbed the highly quantum chip and super shield environment. That brought the CIA on my doorstep, and so we went off in that direction. So I never got to do the experiment.
So, as you consider all these technologies, as these innovations occur and technology becomes more and more powerful, like quantum computing, like many of these things we're seeing now, do you think that these are all steps to further understand how these crafts could possibly work? And we're getting closer and closer to it, where disclosure would accelerate that, and we would have to get over this. We'd have to get over. We'd have to have some sort of amnesty towards that misappropriated funds lied to Congress, amnesty towards whatever defense contractors were given access to this equipment or these materials and other ones. There has to be some executive decision that's made where, like, look, for the greater good of the human race, we have to bypass all these blockades that are involved in us being able to truly understand what's going on here. And one of them is we have to have disclosure.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, we're not alone in thinking that way. As many in the field are aware of.
Yeah, I know.
In 2023, then Majority Leader, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and a Republican Senator Rounds got together and they put together an outline of amendments to be attached to the National Defense Authorization Act called UAP Disclosure Act 2023. And it's pages on pages long. And it's hard to believe, but within this document, they outline how you would go through disclosure. And it's very detailed. I mean, for example, this is an official government document. You can go find it on the internet. Non-human intelligence phrase is mentioned more than 20 times.
Right.
And the document said, look, what we need is a presidential panel. President, say, officiated panel of people from several different areas who, and all those people out there who have materials and so on, we're going to practice eminent domain, which just turns out to be one of the things that turns people's hair on fire if they've got something that they want to share. But anyway, that we have to come up with a process whereby corporations that are involved in this can begin to share their history and their data and their materials. And the National Archives will be set up to make this information available as is safe to do, considering security concerns. And so this is a multi-page document that you can find. You can find it on the internet. Okay. It passed the Senate, but the House killed it. So you might think, okay, well, that's the end of that. Surprisingly so, and it makes you realize the intensity of this, after it was killed, both Schumer and Rounds got back up in the Senate floor and said, okay, it got killed, but we're not giving up. We're going to get it in there next year. And so the following year, 2024, they included it again. And most of it got killed. The only thing that got killed was, okay, the National Archives will make available whatever information was provided them on this subject area. The National Archives has started to do that, but as you can imagine, anybody who's got some really juicy stuff isn't going to give it to the National Archives, so it's still done the one. So anyway, recently I was asked to come in and brief Senator Rabbi, who was one of the two people who pushed this, and he said, we're not giving up on this. Give me what you found so far about the physics of this. Because when we try to push it, we're always getting the pushback that, well, we're not going to make any headway. The pilots say this is way beyond the physics, but I understand that you and your colleagues have worked on this and felt that you can provide some of the physics to me and not at the engineering level. We have some place to start. Is that true? Because I need to push back and push back. So I gave him a long lecture on physics, which I've also presented to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the Senate Armed Services Committee, PRO, the Eminent Domain Anomalies Resolution Office. So the information is coming out into those places. And so there are those people in high positions of power in our Congress who are really pushing it. So, for example, as it turns out, tomorrow there's going to be a big meeting set up by Representative Luna. Yeah, I think it's Representative Luna. You know, when they put out the official document saying, okay, JFK files are coming out, RFK files are coming out, MLK files are coming out. In that list, UFO files are coming out. Well, they haven't got Epstein files coming out. Okay. So it's officially on the list. This one fact, it turns out tomorrow it's going to be a big thing in Congress where they're going to have an open hearing with people coming forward to talk about that there should be some release of some steps forward to release this kind of data. So it is not a dead And it is hot, and there are a lot of really powerful people behind it. But you've got the resistance buried. I mean, there are people within the intelligence community and the DoD who do think we need more openness. They see the same issues I see, that we're not making much progress because everything is so compartmentalized.
Right.
So,
Is there
it's not a going thing.
when you talked about during the Bush administration, you were tasked along with others to try to figure out what are the pros, what are the cons, and what outweighs what, and your group decided that the cons outweigh the pros. When it comes to disclosure today, with the risk of espionage and with the risk of this information, if it becomes disclosed, everybody has access to it. Clearly, if it's disclosed to the general public, it's also going to be disclosed to our enemies.
Right.
It's an issue of national security. Yes.
So it's got to be done correctly.
How would one do that?
Well, this write-up that Schumer and Rounds and some other people, Gillibrand, and Rubio, put together, said, okay, we're going to have to lay everything out on the table in a high classified area. We're going to have to sort our way through of what can be released that doesn't take a chance of giving our potential adversary data they need to leap ahead of us. But nonetheless, we've got to have more collaboration so we can move ahead faster. So that's the job of, at least in that document, of a 9-person panel to figure out, okay, what could be released without jeopardizing our national security so much, but nonetheless accelerating the kind of collaboration we need to make headway faster.
And then there's the issue of when it does get disclosed, like what happens to the general public's perception? If this is like a national disclosure, if the president, Trump, gets on television and discloses everything we know so far, we are in possession of 10 vehicles, however you want to call them, of non-human intelligence that are not ours. We have been working on this for decades in secrecy, but because of the fact that everything has been so secret, everything's so compartmentalized, innovation has been stagnant, our understanding of it has been stagnant. The only way forward is to disclose, but this is going to come with a radical reimagining of our place in the universe.
What you just described is what I think has to happen. I mean, because you have whistleblowers like Dave Rush coming forward, and he basically says we've got craft, we've got bodies, we've got aerospace corporations working on this behind the scenes. But in the end, that doesn't go anywhere. That doesn't really solve the problem. And you have people come forward and say, look, I can give you the address of where the stuff is stored, so we can take this out of the discussion area and move through something. But it would take, I think, a presidential executive order or something to light a fire under that process to have it happen. So,
but that's all possible.
It's all possible. And when I compare, where are we today compared to where we were in 2004 or whenever that other discussion took place, at that time there was a lot of stigma. There was no proof you kind of put your hands on. There was, in fact, purposely designed misinformation by the intelligence community. So-called Robertson panel went out of their way to say this is all nonsense. So that was something you're dealing with. So there you realize, well, I come forward and say there's really something to this. I'm really blasting through quite a brick wall. But in the intermediate decades, I think we've gotten to a point where the reasons we had to not do it then are no longer applicable. But some of the concerns we had discussed then are still applicable and we have to pay attention to them. So I think For example, this film that you saw and its premiere at South by Southwest that Dan Farrell put out. And
Right. I'm gonna call you. Pick up my call, please. I'm calling you. Hey, Audie, can you hear me? Yeah, you can't send me that kind of stuff in Discord. Discord's very strict and they root through all your messages, so you can't send that stuff in Discord. That's why if you're gonna send an email, send it in Playboy. Do you understand? You know, Stephen is calling me. No, that's all. Yo, I'm gonna put a call. I'll call you back. There you go. And did you ever see you can't see anything better than what you say? What you say? Hello? So don't send bad messages in Discord. You can send it in Playboy, but don't send it in Discord, okay? You understand? Don't send me bad messages in Discord. I don't want to lose my account. And it's very easy to lose your Discord account. So don't send me like bad words, okay? Do you understand? Okay, show me that thing. That thing you were showing me with the number 15. I can see that. That well, don't worry. That thing with the number 15. That thing with the number 15 on it. Okay, what is that thing with the 15 on it? Okay, that's what it looks like. So what is it? Oh, so I don't know what's going on. Did you say you kept on? Okay, so you used to be an okay, so you used to be an alcoholic. Right. So you kept you like that. Yo, you wild.
Upcoming book coming out by Jay Stratton, who was in charge of the UAP task force. These kinds of things are going to accelerate that option. And so I think it's only a matter, I mean, I would find it difficult to believe that within a decade we're not going to figure out how to do this, and there will be what you and I would call disclosure, but in a responsible way where we're not providing the enemy the information they need. I mean, I recall when the DOD.
You still there? You don't communicate well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? You can hear me. I'm going to leave the call. Yes, you can. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going to. Okay, there is something that are you talking with me? Okay. Go back to little Alice, but keep the call on. But this is real high from the line. I'm not messing with it. So we're good. Can you see the message? Yes. No, then they play that.
Thank
you back to me. We'll listen to you first. It's what we do best. Oh, here's your review. Oh, fuck. What in the fuck is this shit?
The program was set up out of DIA. They said, well, we need to investigate this to find out whose craft there are, how do they run, and whatever. And then the second reason was, what if our potential adversaries get access or figure this out from their data collection before we do, and they leap ahead of us? So it turned out that whole program is not based on one. You couldn't care less where these things are coming from, but they're really worried about the possibility of an adversary getting ahead of us. So that was the course program. Well, now all these reviews go on, and there is an obvious super breakthrough by adversaries. I think now is the time we could have a kind of reconciliation process. Make sure we don't put everybody in jail that had anything to do with covering this up. Provide proper lanes to bring various aspects of information forward. And so that's what I and colleagues that I interact with are trying to do today.
I would also think that if I was looking at civilization, particularly the United States civilization, and thinking what kind of an impact would things have in 2004 with disclosure, and what kind of an impact would they have in 2025, I think that this gradual acceptance and this understanding that this is probably a real phenomenon is much more widespread today. So the concept of it wouldn't be as shocking as it would have been 2 decades ago. 2 decades ago, by the way, is when the TikTok vehicle was observed, which is
2004.
which is really kind of crazy to think about the technology that was required to do something, and then imagine that technology being ours in 2004 seems preposterous. It seems almost outside of the realm of even whatever top secret programs could have been running, some black programs could have been running. That seems too much.
It is too much.
It seems too crazy. So, I think a big breakthrough, I think you probably agree with the New York Times, that 2017 report in the New York Times was huge because here it is in the most prestigious newspaper in the United States, in the world, right? And it's saying, look, there are real things happening here. There's real people who are at a very high level who are talking about these things, whether it's Commander Fravor or Ryan Graves or all these different fighter pilots that have encountered these things that are just doing something that is beyond explanation. This is more in the zeitgeist now.
Yes.
Seriously. And the more you have people like James Fox and Jeremy Corbell and these documentaries that get out, more and more of an understanding and appreciation of the fact that these aren't kooks. These are real people, and we need to take into consideration the very obvious possibility that we are not unique. And there's too many planets, there's too many solar systems, there's too many galaxies, and then dimensions, and then just the potential of what do we look like in a million years? What do we look like in a million years? And if we, existed in this form for hundreds of thousands of years, it's not inconceivable that a species like us could keep going with its innovative trajectory and achieve some state a million years from now that is just beyond our imagination currently, and that we might be experiencing that.
Right. I think you have laid out an exact map of the real situation and what the future probably holds for us, and the fact that now's the time, sooner rather than later, to begin to have this become part of our total philosophical fabric, to face into this and to accept the reality of non-human intelligences, for example, and recognize that our own technical development is moving so fast that the kind of things that we find to be so mysterious are pretty much likely in our not that far off future.
Or just when we see the leaps that quantum computing is able to achieve equations that would take standard computing billions of years to do it for us.
Exactly.
Just like you hear that and you don't believe it, say.
That's right. My son this morning brought up that article, and it's just kind of unbelievable. So
it's unbelievable when it's real.
Unbelievable when it's real.
That's happening right now, and then just imagine taking that 50 years.
Yes.
50 years ago, that was science fiction. Complete
right.
Science fiction.
I mean, I love my example of, in fact, I got it up at the New York Times article. Suppose you gave Leonardo da Vinci a garage door opener. What could he do? Well,
Right.
First of all, plastic. You don't know what plastic is. Secondly, when it opens it up, it's just all these little tiny things. He'd never heard of electromagnetism. I mean, there's no way that even, or give Einstein an iPhone back in 1945 or something.
Right.
What can he do with it? So that's sort of the position that we kind of have been in to see these craft that we get access to either through crashes or quote donations. And it's really mysterious, but nonetheless, we should do our best. And these days, because of the development of quantum technologies and so on, we have better tools. We have AI on our side to move fast through some calculations and stuff. So I think this is the time where disclosure is going to happen relatively soon.
Well, if it does happen, it's thanks to people like you that stuck their neck out for many, many years. I'm sure you experienced a lot of ridicule and side eyes.
Sure did. In fact, I remember when I was involved in the remote viewing program, one of my sons was attending a grammar school, and one day another father's kid came over to play with him, and with the other professor actually came over and said, I brought my kid over to play with you, but his last name is Putoff. Are you associated with that Putoff at SRI and the remote viewing? I said, yeah, I am associated. My son's not going to come over.
Oh, boy.
So they run into that. But I don't know, some people.
Why would you want to talk to me? If that was my kid, I'd be like, let's hang out.
Yeah,
really. Al, what the heck are you doing?
So anyway, that's what we used to run into. Close-mindedness. But that shows how things have changed.
Right.
In general, we talk about the remote viewing aspects. People just say, okay, I accept that. Now, how can we apply it? And we talk about technologies associated with crash retrievals. Okay, fine, but what can we learn from that? How can we apply it? So, I mean, it's a different world right now. I'm really excited about it, and I'm not going to stop.
Well, I'm very happy you're out there. I really, really appreciate you, and I really appreciate your time. So thank you for coming in here and talking to us.
Certainly welcome. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to be pursuing these frontier areas and bringing it to a large audience. That's a real gift.
Well, it feels like a gift for me. It's so fascinating. I've been obsessed with it my whole life. As I think a lot of people are who look into it at all and realize there's something themselves these days. Well, thank you, Al. Thank you. It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
experience. Starting my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Yes. Good to see you.
You too.
We were just talking about boomers, about parents that you don't want to believe anything other than what they're getting from the news.
It's been a challenge. My dad is an absolute lost cause. My mom is now open to the conversation, and she'll send me a bunch of different articles, and then she'll allow me to disseminate from my perspective. But it's been a rough ride.
Yeah, I've got them on peptides now, which is nice.
See?
And I've got my stepdad on testosterone replacement, which is nice. And he's seeing benefits of those things. So it's like they're slowly starting to incorporate some of these things. But their whole life, they've been told that the doctor knows everything and that the news is always correct, that anything contrary to the news is bullshit.
But arguably, when our parents were our age, it was reliable.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I think it's always been compromised. I just think there was no alternatives.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's what I think.
My mom is a psychoanalyst, PhD. This is a very educated, thoughtful woman. And
Sometimes that's the worst.
no, I would argue against it in this case. I do appreciate people who see flaws in psychoanalysis, but I've learned a huge amount from my mom in this area. And she also, she majored in journalism before changing careers to psychoanalysis. And so for her to even wrap her head around the fact that journalism can be compromised is almost inconceivable.
Right. I didn't mean psychoanalysis. It's that. What I meant is that a lot of times educated people defer to undereducated people. Like they're an expert in their field, so they assume that all the other experts in their field are also correct. And any heretic is just a fool.
I would happen to agree with that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we were talking about Fauci on the way in. Both of my parents could arguably canonize the guy. You know, or now I think I've broken through with my mom, but it has taken me since your episode with Weinstein in March of 2020. I've been working on it. We're getting there though. We're there. Like we are there. It's been 5 years.
Isn't it crazy that was 5 years ago?
It was like yesterday. I'll never forget it.
5 years ago. And I remember when that episode came out, people were freaking out, like, what are you doing? What is Brett doing? This is bullshit. You're going to get us all killed.
It made perfect sense to me.
Well, he was right, clearly. And yet still, no apologies, no corrections, except the government website. The COVID-19 website is now up, and this has to be because of Bob Kennedy.
I mean, the New York Times is like, oh, looks like this came from a lab. You really?
Well, the best part about it was they're like, you were misled. Yeah, you were misled by you fuckers. You did it.
Listen,
You did it.
it's disgusting, and there are zero apologies,
No.
zero course corrections, and they unveil this information as though they are the purveyors of truth.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, you got a headline.
You're a little late. You're a half a decade late.
That's right.
You know what's really interesting? We've been talking about this a lot lately. That imagine if the roles were
Julian
reversed
Michaels.
and podcasters were the ones yelling at everybody to go out and take these experimental shots. And then they were experiencing all these complications and all these side effects. Mainstream news would be chatting.
I mean,
That's
totally
kind of
agree.
nuts. Like, how dare you
Great.
give people the advice to go out and do that? You're responsible for
I've
these
had
people
work.
having all these side effects and all
Yeah,
these
but I'm a
unnecessary
sexy beast,
deaths and all
baby.
these people that would have had no problem with
Look at
COVID.
his
You
body.
encourage them to take this vaccine.
Oh,
And
shit,
they
dog.
had strokes. They had this. They had that. They'd be going for us to get shut down.
She could totally get it. She and her lesbian lover could have a three-way with the rabbi. Oh,
Yeah, come on the show. I didn't know the vaccine was gene therapy. I had no idea. So I knew it came from a lab. That made it to me. And I was like, oh, well, this is very clear. It's not from a wet market. But someone reached out to a producer of mine. And said, I've got this person who's a scientist who worked on vaccine and wants to educate people. I thought I was doing this major public service. I had to apologize for that podcast and left
What was the side effects?
She was actually young, and the reason I remember she was in her 30s is because she told me, oh, this text was going for 30 years. And I thought, really? You're only 35. No, we've been following this technology for 30 years, and You see all of these trials for safety. It's just bureaucracy. I didn't understand what it meant to push something through the emergency use all the time. I didn't understand the difference of, this is a dead pathogen and this is a live pathogen. Don't worry about adjuvants. But this year, this is gene therapy. I came to comprehend what that was, what it meant, what the fact that we could find something that was experimental and the scariest part. Talking to the woman who was injured during the AstraZeneca COVID-19 trial, and they extended all of the people that had been injured during the vaccine trials as they rolled out. It is infuriating because every component from a seasoned shoulder is out of the body in 24 hours. Until you find out, no, it's coated in lipid nanoparticles and it can cross the blood-brain barrier.
Find out that people can still produce spike protein because the injections are over 700 days.
And then shed
Yeah, and give it to your partner. Yeah, it's crazy.
great. And now I'm certainly not an expert in mRNA tech, but we're fast tracking other vaccines that utilize the same technology. And I know for one, I don't think I'll take an mRNA vaccine ever. It scares the crap out of me.
Well, you've heard Brett Weinstein talk about the flaws of just the technology itself. The fact that when it gets into your body, if it gets, especially, the thing is, nobody asked for it, right? They didn't inject people with full vaccination out of the blood vessel. They just plunged it in, including when they did it live with Biden on television, which I don't think that was right. I said this day, people are like, you're a white conspiracy theorist. Yeah, I think, I'll tell you right now, I think it's a conspiracy. I don't think they would take a chance injecting a fucking 80-year-old man when you know that you have to stay there at the clinic for 20 minutes because you drop dead. Yeah.
My wife's friend, son actually had the vaccine on the same day. He did supposedly stay for 15 minutes. He got in the car, passed out, had a seizure, he turned and died. He had a crazy reaction to it. I'm not trying to promote this anti-vax position, but
that's not a vaccine.
this is exactly
Calling it a vaccine is fucking
that's exactly it.
It was a totally experimental gene therapy, and what Brett was saying about it is if you don't aspirate, you're shooting it right into a blood vessel. If you're shooting it right into a blood vessel, it can go to all sorts of areas of the body where the body's going to attack it like it's a disease, particularly the heart. And it's like, this is why you get myocarditis, because the heart doesn't heal. It's like heart cancer. Your heart just scars over. So people have these inflamed, enlarged hearts, and then diminished cardiovascular function. And he was talking about this way earlier than anybody else. And they were, blood on his hands, he's killing grandmas. The vaccines get millions of lives. People say that all the time. They say millions of lives. Like, how? And people still got COVID. Not only that, they got more COVID than people that didn't get vaccinated.
I'm still having this exact it's there. And you actually try to Google that information. You can make these what will come up on Google. It's millions of lives.
But it's only based on the idea that those people would have died if they didn't have COVID. And the problem is you're going to get COVID anyway. So that data's bullshit. Not only that, even when people got COVID, 99.07 of those fuckers live.
I just pulled that up because I was trying to illustrate that point. I didn't realize that I think the percentage of mortality is 1%. And when you look at it, it's 0.03 all the way up till you're about 80 years old. And then it's like, well, 1% or so, 1.5 maybe an 80-year-old or more obese or severely autoimmune compromised.
330 million people in this country. And then, you look at that 0.3%, that starts looking like a lot of people. But those are just people that are on death's door. That's the reality. Metabolically unhealthy, obese, diabetes, all sorts of problems, cancer, leukemia, on chemotherapy. Those are the people that die.
was talking about how it was people who there's a study that came out of CDC and other groups that don't remember the exact percentage, but it's upwards of 80% of the people who died of had severe cases of these horrible things. And this is when we held the signs that PSYOP was in full effect.
That must have drove you crazy.
Oh, it was, I was completely on the roll out. People were asking me what happened. You're a good liberal.
You're still if you go back to the old definition,
I haven't changed. I don't issue with my friends. And I'm like, you show me I've shifted my position on any issue outside of Trump. I used to think he was hilarious. He was going to run up all the gays. It was all fun, and none of that happened. I thought Russia's real. So as new events came to light, and I managed to survive his first term intact, along with my gay relationships, I somehow started to feel that maybe a lot of that was bullshit propaganda. But outside of that, positions has changed. Not one, and I find that arguably the right is more welcoming, more tolerant. I can sit down and have a conversation without all the shit and debate gay marriage in civil fashion. I ended up, again, like I remember up Bill because I work with Bill in some capacity on his podcast network, and I was having to defend him in Piers Morgan because he was sitting down with Trump, and they called him a bigot and a racist and anti-science because that's what he said. Like, well, where's the outrage he sits down with me? Somebody hate that guy's way more. I'm like, so he was without
yes.
it's just exhausting.
Here's the show is more published. I know it's a better version, more published.
And I love it though. And I love when I get to do it because you're allowed to you still have to make your points, but it is theatrical. But sometimes I think when you are able to be so theatrical, it goes viral, and the point that you're trying to make is arguably seen by more, unless it's a platform, of course, like yours. But
He does a good job of that. I just don't think it's a good way to discuss ideas, but it's really good as far as like going viral. It's great.
I still find it fun though. Once you hold in for all those civil conversations where you're just biting your tongue, trying to communicate calmly and articulately, here you can just your hypocrisy is disgusting. It's everything I swallow in every conversation with all my friends from California, and you can just let it rip and freaking tear into people because they started it.
Yeah.
They started it.
I don't like that. I don't like doing that, so I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that kind of conflict. I don't want to talk to people like that. I don't want to.
You are like a very gentle soul. I watch you sometimes and you're so, not sometimes, I watch you often and you're very gentle soul. And sometimes I think, God, toxic masculinity, like you said, that whole notion, all of the men in your space tend to be far kinder, softer, really receptive. I happen to love, I love Megyn Kelly. I mean, she's brilliant, but goddamn, I never want to be on the wrong side of her. I'll rip her head off and like eat her heart. I'm not fuck with that woman, you know. So anyway, I think that some of the women in the space are genuinely more racist than men.
Well, do you think that's because they have to get respect? Like, why do you think that is?
No, I don't think so. And I find that it's more respectful when you speak in the fashion that you do. And I've tried to really curtail that behavior throughout every other aspect of my life. Personally and professionally, like fighting with a contractor on my ass. I try to lower the octaves of my voice, or I'm trying to win somebody over in a debate. But I think, honestly, I think this is entertaining.
Yeah.
And it's a competitive space.
Yeah.
I really think that's it. And it seems to work. So,
Sort of, but why am I number one then? Because I don't do it. Because that's like the counter argument.
fair. It would be my answer. Because if you can make everything French, and what I mean by that is, I seriously, I'm not kidding.
I've never heard that
We can talk about anything and everything, and it's fascinating. And people tune in for it. They don't come here because they want to hear about politics. They don't want to hear about health. Or they want to hear about fucking aliens. They come here because they want all of it, and they want to hear about all of it. So it's not really interesting. There's some because they're not there to see what that individual thinks about the subject matter. So when I turn into Megan Kelly, it's like, it's because I want to. No, I'm not. Fuck no, she's a lovely person, and she's been nothing but lovely with me. But I'm sure, as mentioned, I'm not interested in being on her bad side. However, when I tune in, it's not because I want to see her reaction or opinion on something. It's because I want to learn what is the counter argument to supporting this guy, Mauro Bueno Garcia. Okay, steel man that argument for me, and then tune into something else, try to disseminate what the truth is, and she's a constitutional attorney. So I feel like I'm getting great information. With you, you're just learning about something. But you're also curious what you think about it. If you're going to go, wow, bullshit, or if you're going to, wow. Whatever you want to say what you think about it.
Yeah, I just think we could all do with a little less yelling at each other.
You're right.
I don't think it's good for anybody. So every time I've engaged in, I feel bad for the rest of the day. Even if I win, I don't feel good. I just feel like, ugh, I don't like that. I don't like it. I think it should be nice until it's time to not be nice. And generally, that's like extreme violence. That's fine. That's fine. You know, like, it's pretty nice up until you're literally trying to incapacitate a person.
I feel like
I don't think we have to do that. And I think the only time you have to do that is when someone's completely psychotic. 99.999% of the time, you're better off serving you and that person better by just being nice.
and calm. I think that point is just touching. You're absolutely right.
How big is marriage to your ideas? Also, you know, not like taking an opposition to your ideas as an opposition to you as a being. You know, these are just ideas. If someone thinks that you're incorrect, if someone thinks I'm incorrect, I'm like, well, tell me why. What do you think? Why do you think that? Where did you come to this conclusion? What was the tipping point for you? What is it? Like, tell me what it is.
Rare though. I was just actually talking to my girl about that. Or we hold on so custody is the 2-hour dogma. And it honestly doesn't feel every time somebody say, I told you so. I will do me a call, but I have a million times. But it's certainly rare. How often do you see a walk back or a course correct? Not often. And I know that people wag their finger at me. Are you happy? This is what you voted for. You want to defend things that arguably you may agree with them on. And I don't do it. Just do you see their point? Acknowledge you see their point. And then I still feel the need to play the lesser evil game. Even though you're right, they're still wrong. Because when I weigh out the choices I have, even though you're right on this issue, you're right about the right choice ultimately because more things went the way I wanted them to than the way I did. It takes a lot of ego strength to admit where you're wrong. I just don't think a lot of people have that. And there is everything, whether it's workout trends, diets, for God's sake. I've seen this guy talk about in health and wellness for years. It's no fun to say you're wrong, and in some cases it can have professional repercussions for people.
Sure. Did you experience any professional repercussions when you were pushing back against this healthy eating massage stuff? Because that's
How much time do you got on that one?
well, let's go in it. Because that to me was so fascinating that the concept of fat shaming, which like I don't think you should hurt anybody's feelings, but I think at a certain point in time, sometimes hurting someone's feelings causes actions, and hurting someone's feelings with the truth. And you can give the truth to someone lovingly. You know, you can say they're very care about you. Just want to tell you you're a fat fuck. Like, you really are. You're disgusting, and you need to lose weight. You're fully addicted to food, and you don't understand what it's doing to your body. You're being lied to by all these other people and these fat doctors. Like some lady in the UK, some fat doctors. they're just overwhelmed with information. I can just see it looking at you. It's just crazy that you're giving this advice out. You can't walk up the hill. There's no way. You're so unhealthy. And this idea that shaming people is worse than telling them the truth. It's going to make them feel bad, maybe temporarily, if you feel kindness. And then that person can make choices. And then you encourage them, like, I'm so glad you changed your diet. I'm so glad you cut out this, cut out that, and now you're doing well. You decided to walk 10,000 steps a day. You decided to start exercising a little bit. You know,
you give me a lot to tackle here. So let's start with the psyop component of health data and science. This is a big narrative. This is proven. Even the friggin'
explain big food narrative.
okay. So Big Food, put simply, hired a bunch of registered dietitians to co-opt this concept of intuitive eating. And I'm dead ass serious with hashtags like derail the shame, and they paid them, and they had all of these posts and went to all of these conventions and promoted the narrative that could be healthy and sex, and it's just flat out lie, and flat earth conversation, and pseudoscience at its best. There's no truth behind that. There's a robust amount of data that show us being obese is associated with like 170 comorbidities. This is a non-factor. It's been debunked. We know this for a fact. So when that happens, what they're doing is essentially plaguing feels. Now I can attack what's going on or address rather. What's going on is that size and it is largely psychological. Once you are past the point of dad mom, you know what I mean? Like, earthly jobs, life beat me down. It's a food desert, and I'm 40 pounds overweight, and I let myself go. And this is a different animal. When you're dealing with somebody who is 50 plus pounds overweight, there is a psychological component. So the first thing we need to do is make them understand that there is a problem, without question. But you can do it without shame, giving them facts. This is unhealthy. And because you are such a valuable individual, I want you to understand this, because only from a place of feeling trustworthy are you able to facilitate to work out because in your body, work out to love it. So it doesn't need to be a shaming. There's no shame there, to be honest, Joe. I know that people claim there because you pointed out this vulnerability, this flaw in the person. We all have flaws and vulnerabilities. People who are overweight, right? So by educating them first, and then without question, I like to give people, or when I was able to be more hands-on, that rock bottom moment. Because they are overweight because it's providing for them extraordinarily significant. And I can give you examples to need them, but I promise you that one time or another, into addiction because simply the most obvious example would be a person who was incested, molested, raped, puts on weight to desexualize. That's just one example of many. It's easy to illustrate the point. Whatever this thing is providing is the part that's so hard to let go of. Because unconsciously it's terrifying. And you gotta first show them this is why we need to change. And then you gotta give them that path towards change, and you gotta make it harder. You gotta make it feel the pain. It could be physically, it could be psychologically, it doesn't have to be shameful of the way they've been living. So that the work and the sacrifice associated with change is less painful than continuing the negative and destructive habits. I don't that seems like it is.
Well, the whole term fat shaming is pretty crazy, right?
Yes, very. And let's get right back to when I was just asked me what I lost.
And the idea that this is what same people that used to be in charge of tobacco. This is what's really crazy. R.J. Reynolds, his tobacco companies, bought all these fast food, processed food companies, and they use the same tactics that they use with that terrible things.
Well, they literally have a team of multidisciplinary scientists that work around the clock to figure out how to get people to not just one. They put it in the commercial. Like, literally in broad daylight. They like to be yes, one. You know, but what they're doing is they are exploiting somebody's psychology and they're hijacking their power without question. And this is why you've seen rates of obesity skyrocket from 70s, it was 5% of the adult population was overweight or obese, to 74%. Wrong. Quantum leap in genetics, that's a big pharma psyop. Like, no. This is all genetic. You're genetically obese. What happened? I've never seen such a quantum leap in genetics. How come we were genetically obese in the 70s? Like, what was that tipping point, if you will? They created the cascade of obesity over the last 5 decades. Of course, it's exactly what you're talking about. Yes. And that is engineering environment. You can't escape it. Remember the days bookstore? And now every freaking bookstore has a cafe. There's 600 calorie on surrounded. There's nowhere you can go right now where food is not omnipresent. It's crappy. And they generally do it through government contracts. School, hospital, anywhere you go, you'll find this garbage food. So even that willpower, which is arguably leading movement to bravado, if you're constantly surrounded by it, will give in. Managing the environment is a large part of helping someone be successful. It's a band-aid, right? If you're dealing with sexual, for example, but controlling the environment is definitely a component in helping. You can't control the environment. You can't control the narrative. You can't control the food. And it's all not just the crap in it's how they control the narrative around it, and how they engineer this environment, and how they systematically shut down the people that have as factions. For example, racists. It's another big one.
Yeah, it's a big one. Or transphobic, or fill in the blank. But it's fascinating to me that hospitals follow this. A friend of mine was visiting his friend who has prostate cancer. And this guy is in the hospital being treated for cancer, and then he went to look at what they're feeding him in the hospital, and they're feeding him applesauce, loaded with high fructose corn syrup, apple juice or orange juice, which is not even juice, it's concentrate, it's all bullshit, and then some kind of a fucking sandwich, which is made out of this processed wheat bread.
It's I probably has in that meal alone 100 chemicals. I think I've been conservative at a hospital.
It's so crazy in hospitals, their diets in hospitals.
I can't eat with my kids. I know you're watching this, so I love you guys. It's okay. But and I'm like, guys, why are we not packing our lunches anymore? And I would watch all the crap that I would buy go bad in the pantry. And my son ratted my dog. Sure, cereal. What are you talking about? Even my kids know better.
But it's not a rebellion against mom, though, which kids definitely do. Like my youngest daughter, she jokes around about seed oils. She loves seed oils. She'll have salad dressing with seed oil, and she like mocks me. I'm like, okay, you eat whatever you want, just know what it is.
I honestly think the kids know what it is, and I try to give them enough freedom out of these ages, 13 to 15, to make some of their own decisions. So not everything is a pushback, but I truly think there's a distinct. Oh, for sure. And she just becomes so good at home. I don't mean to associate good, but I eat well at home, let's put it that way. I'm just at school. I'm just going to do this at school. And the problem, obviously, is when she goes off to college, I won't. Okay, hold on. There's forgive me. There's a 20-year-old influencer named Bad Baby, I think. Joe, she saw this. Okay, she saw this girl
That's
on.
the lady from Dr. Phil. Catch me outside.
Catch me outside. So she saw this girl. She was like 9, and has followed Bad Baby. Bad Baby now has cancer. What? I believe so. And according to my daughter, that's exactly the point. So now I can say to my kids, this isn't just mom's generation, which, how come there's something else to look at? My mom is 76. None of the public figures in her generation got cancer. You didn't see Susan Sarandon or Scott Weaver or Meryl Streep. None of them got cancer. But in my generation, Maria Menounos, Tina Applegate, something's going on with Angelina Jolie, Kate Middleton. In my generation, the canary is dead in the coal mine. It's not even a question of the negative impact. If we're not looking at statistics, if we're just looking from an observational perspective, it's in the news every single day. Someone's dealing with cancer. Olivia Munn. Almost all of now, you're seeing 20-year-olds. And I was able to point to that to my daughters. This is the shit that I am talking about. She's 5 years old.
What does that lady have?
They doubt her.
She's a little bit kooky, right?
They still can't point to the fact. Even if it's not Bad Baby, maybe lying.
I'm not sure you used that name, Bad Baby.
I said Bad Bunny the other day, and my kids are like, no, that's the rapper.
She says she insists she'd be cleared for surgery. She has no regrets about her cosmetic tweaks. What is a cosmetic tweak I'm doing with leukemia? They're not going to perform plastic surgery on a cancer patient. What? She's getting plastic surgery? What's this article about?
The myeloid leukemia piece, because that's the part I know about it.
Ray Styles claims she lied about having cancer after being slammed for vaping.
Oh, God. Did she lie about it?
I was just go back up. It says, go back up. 21 is currently battling chronic, how do you say that? Myeloid leukemia. Criticizes getting cosmetic surgery while battling disease, which is pretty crazy. Is that really true? She underwent plastic surgery and challenged rival Alabama Barker to a physical fight all while battling leukemia.
Apparently, Alabama Barker did not show up for that fight because my daughter was very disappointed by her.
What they were going to eat somewhere in
Sweet and throw down.
Oh, the Calabasas throwdown. That's classic.
Of course.
It used to be an Old West shootout. Now it's a Calabasas throwdown.
That's a hair pulling all the time. What I can tell you with certainty is that the rate of early onset cancer diagnosis has gone up 79% in the past 2 years. So if in fact that baby is being untruthful and deceitful, those statistics.
Yes, those statistics are real, including big leaps since the COVID vaccine was rolled out.
I don't have any information on that.
There was a doctor that was on the Tucker Carlson show the other day that said he could see pancreatic cancer in kids for the first time ever in his career. That my entire career, I never saw pancreatic cancer in children.
Okay, I want to play devil's advocate to that argument and simply say the statistic that I just cited, I believe, came out in 2019.
Oh, I'm not doubting that diet and environmental factors. For sure, there's pesticides and herbicides. That's a major factor. And when you look at the fact that 90+% of people have Roundup in their blood, that's crazy.
Defense doesn't like chemical warfare. Like you said, it has a historical connection to Agent Orange.
Really?
Yeah. Google it. Didn't even check that, but yeah, it's on actually because
Glyphosate is everywhere. It's so spooky. And other countries won't allow its use. And we spray it on everything. Not only that, we have corn that's genetically engineered to be immune to glyphosate, so you can spray the heat out of it. And then you eat that corn, and you're getting glyphosate residue. You're just getting it. And it's in your blood. It's in everything. It's in rice. Yeah. It doesn't run off, so it gets in the fish. Most freshwater fish have toxic levels of lead or heavy metals in them. Most freshwater fish really probably shouldn't be eaten. Yes, to the ocean, but that's heavy metals from the ocean, which is also from us. But that's great. But there's toxic levels of heavy metals, pollutants, and forever chemicals that are in freshwater fish. Because all that shit that's in the ground gets into lakes. All that shit, all the runoff, all that stuff gets into streams, gets into creeks, gets into rivers. We watched a video when we had Will Harris from White Oak Pastures on the podcast, and he showed the difference between his regenerative farm that doesn't use any pesticides or herbicides and his neighbor's farm. And there's literally a dividing line in the river where you can see the runoff from his neighbor's farm turns the entire river brown. And it's legal. It's legal to pollute because it's industrial farming. And it's crazy. It's just all that industrial fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides are running off because the topsoil is dead. So all that stuff is running off as soon as it rains, and it runs right into the river. And you can see a dividing line, just like clear water on one side, and this disgusting brown, dirty water on the right side.
Have you seen the ones from river into the ocean? Dead zones.
Oh yeah, no oxygen. Yeah. Well, one of my old yogas from he's from Argentina, and he came to America. No one told him. He lives in LA. No one told him don't surf after it rains. So he was surfing, and he didn't understand that all the runoff, all the streets goes into the ocean. He got horribly sick. I have no idea. And he was bedridden. He was like, what the fuck is going on with the ocean?
Having grown up in California and spending a lot of time in water, I lived for years, and now I can't imagine my way in California to in the ocean. Considering fires. That's a great irony. That's my favorite. Oh, we're not doing any forestry mitigation because of the environment, and yet these fires have rolled back all of those protections. Like 20 years. Is it just
that ground's ruined forever?
Destroyed. And it pours into the ocean.
Twice the size of Manhattan. Ruined ground. All those people that have electric cars, those cars, those batteries, all that shit is all plastics, fiberglass, and carbon fiber, all that stuff, the tires, all that stuff is now in the soil. You're gonna, good luck having a garden. Good luck. You want to try to grow plants? Good luck.
I was talking to, I don't know if you've ever seen this gentleman, he's really great. He wrote a book called Disease. And Dr. William Reed called me after a fire because I was out there visiting my mom. Where are you? Are you in California? I was like, I am. And in fact, I'm right here by Palisades. And he said, Jill, do you remember 9/11 dust? That whole thing, all that. Of course, send me a bunch of articles. Get mom out of there. He said he gets in your kids' clothes and they're really fun. People, we're going to be talking about this as of the toxins in this fire and how they've affected people's health.
No doubt.
That's twice a year.
Yeah.
At least.
Oh, I was
in fact, I lost 2 homes. One that I opened in 2018 and one that I sold in 2021 just actually.
It's crazy. And nothing. I mean, what they did during the fire was just so insane. The fact that the reservoir was empty. Oh, we need to make a lid for it. We need to get around to it.
There were so many things wrong there that I was like, yes! I'm just like showing you to talk about this. That will make the blood boil. I love him. He's like, we knew about this for 7 days with the winds, and we could have borrowed firefighters from all the different states and this and that and have a free position. Knowing between Blake Schoenberger and Corolla, ripping me into a frenzy about this, I literally think I'm like popped 10 blood vessels because so much of this could have been complicated and wasn't. And in fact, Gavin Newsom, my favorite politician.
He's my favorite podcaster. I wish we'd get back to him. He stopped. I don't know why he stopped.
I didn't know that.
Show was horrible. Everybody was mocking him. It was so bad for him. he had this idea of reaching across the aisle. So he reached across the aisle and gets guys like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, and they eat his lunch. People at his party like, what the fuck are you doing? You're making us look horrible. So he fails on his podcast. What's his last episode?
I didn't realize he failed.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah, no, we weren't going to get that lucky. I don't think so.
Oh, Rahm Emanuel. Okay, that's cool. Now he's with his own side. Scott Galloway, pretty much his own side.
Yeah.
Anthony Scaramucci hates Trump. That's a good move.
Yep.
Ezra Klein. Okay, that makes sense. And so it's not that it's gone away. It's just that it's so horrible that it's watching it. And no one's even talking about it anymore. This is Gavin Newsom. But it was so funny because that was the response after the election. They said, well, podcast influenced the election, so we'll start our own podcast. Your podcast is going to make people even more inclined to not vote for you.
So my favorite was we our own version of Joe Rogan. I you love burning. I like the guy. I had to. Joe was on your side. And this is stupid. That's the one thing with the left is they purge people from the party.
Because it's a cult. It really is. Like leftism, not being an actual progressive. Like an actual progressive is a person who's kind, who wants people to just exist. Be yourself, live amongst us. We should all have social safety net and laws that like are kind and compassionate. We should look at the fact that we are an incredible first world nation, and we should like roll out the red carpet to all the people that live here and try to make it a better place for everybody. That's real progressive. And then morph into this like let perverts get into the women's room, let men compete in women's sports. Like ignore the fact that some people are fucking psychotic and give them a blank check. They'll honestly just say they're a woman. Like, oh, you're a woman. Go ahead. Let's watch. Get in. And not only that, but treat them better than you treat them themselves. They're actually more oppressed than women. So it's the oppression hierarchy.
Right.
So they get the gold medal in the oppression Olympics. It's like, it's bananas.
I came across the stuff where if you look and you say,
Yeah.
if you are libertarian and for personal freedoms and homes, if you want to change your gender as an adult, that's absolutely up to you, and I fight for the right to do that and for dignity. But when personal choices impact the rights and freedoms of others, this is a far more nuanced conversation. And it's like, whoa!
Especially when you're dealing with kids.
Oh, that's a whole different
This is where it gets really crazy.
That's evil.
There's this hilarious conversation between this woman who's like, she looks like she's probably in her 70s. And this person's asking her if you had a grandmother, would you support them in taking puberty blockers? She's like, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's insane to try to force a girl to go through puberty if she's really a boy and this stuff. Would you allow them to get a tattoo? I think that's permanent. No irony. Seconds later, no recognition of what you say. Like tattoos can be removed, lady. Yeah, they do those off.
Have you noticed that? They really don't understand.
No.
And I got in a conversation with Jessica Toro about this, and she's like, oh, the kids go through extensive therapy. It's not the concept that it's reversible. People believe this. Exactly.
Not only is it not true, but puberty blockers do the exact same thing they give to sex criminals. When you have a sexual molester that is forced to be on sterilization drugs, that's exactly what they give to young boys.
It sterilizes.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It takes away sexual function. If you interrupt puberty in the stage 10 or 2. And the reason I bring this up is because they'll tell you it's reversible. And here's the thing. Someone actually went through this exercise with somebody who was like, sure, that's good. And they went on the shot. Yes, this is reversible. And the argument is that you shouldn't have a child that turns puberty at 7 and you use puberty blockers. It's very rare, it can happen, and they do it strategically to slow that down for a child and help them develop at a normal pace. It doesn't sterilize them and make them capable of having an orgasm. So the distinction that's key is when you block puberty at the stage of 10 or 2, which is arguably the appropriate age that puberty is meant to begin, then you've got affects bone development, it affects brain development. Terrible. Their freaking children, their body is not developed properly. Nobody understands that. They don't, when they make that argument, they're told the party line. If you make them go through this, they'll kill themselves. And it turns out that the data doesn't bear out to prove that either. But they
Not only
have
that, it goes the other way. The data goes the other way. There's 25% more likely to commit suicide, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety, all those things creep up once they've transitioned. Because they realize like they've made a horrible mistake and they've been influenced by these crazy people who want to use them as like virtue flags. Want to use children as virtue flags. It's fucking insane. They also shouldn't be allowed to call them a different thing than when they call them. They call them chemical castration drugs for sex offenders. They call them chemical drugs. Gender affirming. Yeah, it's fucking barbaric and bananas. And we're going to look back at it the same way we looked at lobotomies. You know, we performed lobotomies for, I think, roughly around 50 or 60 years more. I think they stopped it in 1967. I think that's when they stopped the last lobotomies. And then they realized, like, oh my God, this is a terrible thing to do. But they did it for so fucking long. And this is the same thing that's going to happen with this whole gender affirming care thing for minors. It's crazy. Kids don't know what's going on. You know, it's like they go through phases and cycles, they become tomboys, and boys play with dolls, like who cares? A lot, by the way, a lot of those boys that want to transition, it turns out they're just gay. And if you just leave them and let them be gay, and a lot of my gay friends fucking hate it. Because they're like, you're trying to erase gay people. You're trying to say that all these gay people are really in the wrong gender.
never thought of it from that angle. I actually entered the financial.
Oh, that's a big problem. That's where it's
and when you look at who's funding this stuff, I used to go to the friggin' human rights campaign dinners and donate. You know, when you're fighting for angry at marriage, then good liberal. And now, when you go to their page, if there's a score where they rate different medical institutions on how they provide gender affirming care. If they get a bad score, it impacts how much grant money they can get. There's a page for this, and there's an HRC on our website. Look at the funds it. That's not at all surprising. One drug is almost $1 billion business. I previously said I looked into this, but I'm in the zone for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's just the money is so scary. It's when money gets attached to it, and all ethics and tools go out the window and just try to make as much money from this as humanly possible. And they've always done that across the board with virtually everything, and we're surprised when it happens with children.
You and I are surprised.
Most people aren't aware at all, and it doesn't affect them personally. They feel like it's important to espouse these beliefs because these beliefs show that you're a good progressive.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it's like people's minds have been go off. Like, I don't necessarily believe in demons and angels. I don't believe that. But if you were the devil, like, wouldn't money be your most valuable tool to get people to do absolutely atrocious evil things that are going to ruin their lives? Money is like the devil's playground. It's like where the devil can convince good people to do things, and they can use words like gender affirming care, and you can kind of like change the narrative, but the end result is really just you're profiting off of people's confusion. And you're doing so in a way where you're sacrificing. It's literal child sacrifice. Those children that wind up committing suicide because they went through this gender-affirming care and are horribly depressed. They don't have breasts anymore. They're so confused. They can't have children. And they just wind up killing themselves. This is sacrifice. This is like a form of child sacrifice for financial gain. You're not sacrificing them to the God. And it's really wild that we can't see that. We can't like look at all the data and see and understand like the complex interaction of human beings and people around them that influence them. And you know, then they get encouragement and then they get positive feedback and then they show up at school wearing lipstick and everyone's like, you're amazing. You're amazing now, Bobby. Now that you're Roberta, like now you're amazing. You used to be some guy that got stuffed into a locker, and now your girl is incredible. And you're giving them this positive feedback. It's money. It's the people profiting off it. It's fucking insane. And it's so wild to watch it all play out and realize like we are so vulnerable to influence. Human beings are so. I mean, this is why cults exist. This is why people are willing to be religious martyrs and blow themselves up. And, which, by the way, why do they do that? Why do they get kids to wear suicide vests? Because you can't convince a 55-year-old guy to do it. 55 guy with a job and a family and a lot of interests and good friends. Tough to get him to wear that suicide vest. You know, like, what? What am I doing? I'm going to a ball? What the fuck? No, why am I doing that? I'm going to heaven and I'm going to get 72 virgins. Can you show me these virgins? Like, is there fucking. What happened to them? How did these poor virgins wind up in heaven getting raped by this 55-year-old guy who blew himself up? This is fucking insane. We can't get adults to believe that. We can get children to believe that. So we don't want to like take that same ability to influence and then just transfer it over to children.
I'm not really sure why the human being is so fragile. I've asked myself that so many times. This is going to sound totally off-piece here. We brought up demons and what have you. And I just watched the Taik book, so forgive me, but I watched the documentary on Netflix.
Okay, I read the book.
Okay, are you not completely? I cannot wrap my head around how this got seemingly normal to commit this kind of murder. And when you listen to these women talk about it, like, I stabbed her 15 times and I felt the knife go into her hip bone, and she looked at me and said, I'm dead. And then, what did you do to this man's mind? I can't say she's an outlier, because he is able to convince the group of people. I cannot understand this kind of.
Well, that's what
is it not?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's Jolly West. Jolly West was a CIA operative who visited Manson in jail. He's also the guy that visited Jack Ruby after he shot Kennedy. And then Jack Ruby starts saying, "I'm seeing demons, and the Jews are on fire." You know, Jack Ruby didn't have a history of mental illness like that, like complete psychotic breakdowns. He did after Jolly West visited in jail. Yeah, it was like there's like real documentation of his experience. One of them is Operation Midnight Climax. So the CIA was operating brothels, and they were operating brothels where they would have two-way mirrors, and they would be behind the mirrors, and these prostitutes who were working for the CIA would give the Johns LSD, and they would observe it. It's all documented.
I knew a little bit about kale drug, obviously, and that they were using LSD influence people and trying to get LSD. Here's my question: I find so fascinating. Do you think that the LSD accelerated that mental vulnerability or someone's mind? Because when you tell people now you're going to perform a sex change on a child, they think that's a good idea. And I'll tie it back to one thing that also is clearly unrelated, but everyone's outraged about ROTHSCHILD. He's not a doctor. Oh my God, he's trying to deny autism, and he's misguided about it. Where was your outrage when Xavier Becerra is not a doctor? He wanted to remove all age limits for sex changes on kids, whether surgery or not, the medicalization part that we talked about. Like, that to me is a psychosis. I wonder, like, to get an adult to, where's your outrage and your concern about this? Because this is batshit crazy. And nobody said a word, nobody cared. It was completely under the radar. And I'm just wondering if the ability to to capture someone's mind in the way that they did in CIA studies. Did LSD simply accelerate a vulnerability that's already been existing, and you're watching the brainwashing of people go on over the course of decades? Because if you said this to a person, arguably in Obama's first term, when he ran on gay marriage, that we're on sex changes on children in the year 2024, people would have lost their brainwashing. It's just a complete, it must have been brainwashing.
It is brainwashing. And cults, we all know the cults are real, right?
Yes.
We all know about the Manson family, we all know about Jim Jones, we all know about cults. And we know that human beings are very vulnerable to group influence. Now, when you have someone that's actually being trained by people that are psychologists, understand influence, and then also trained in using implementation of LSD on these people, one of the things that Manson would do is he would pretend to take LSD, and then he would give it to them, and then influence them while they were under the influence and he was sober. And this was all learned through the Harvard LSD studies, which, by the way, is greatly Kaczynski was part of the Harvard LSD studies.
How do we not know this? I know he was a genius.
Yeah,
But, you know,
well, there's a bunch of things wrong. First of all, when he was a baby, he was severely ill, and they put him in some sort of an infirmary, and he didn't have any human touch for months. Like when he cried, he's in his crib, they left him there. His brother talked about it. There's a documentary on Netflix about him, and his brother talked about even before the Harvard LSD studies, they would, he was like really fucked up, complete lack of empathy. Like, and just, complete sociopath as a young man. And it would express itself when he would experience rejection from women. He would have like violent reactions to that rejection, write them horrific letters, and torture them and yell at them. Yeah. And then he goes through the Harvard LSD studies, which a part of his particular studies was humiliation. So he would be under the influence, and they would humiliate him, and they would abuse him, and try to get him to a certain state of mind. So then this guy goes off to Berkeley and becomes a professor, and his whole idea is just make enough money so that he can implement this program. Here's what's crazy about his ideas. He's kind of right. So he's kind of right when he thinks that technology is going to replace human beings. Like, he sees this through all of his acid trips, that human beings are going to be replaced. We probably are. We probably are going to be replaced by AI. We probably are going to be replaced by synthetic life that we create in order to facilitate that with our reliance on technology. So he decides he's going to live off the grid in a cabin and kill all the people that are involved with technology. A very twisted, distorted reaction to this thing that we're recognizing as being real in 2025, that we are experiencing AI on our phones now. We're constantly being monitored, we're constantly being surveilled. Your rights are getting very murky because all your data is being given away. Everybody knows everything about you. It's easy to influence people with algorithms and also with bots. It's being used for political discourse. It's being used for so many different things. Essentially, we don't want to think that cults can be half the country, but for sure to be half the country, to be the whole country, you live under Sharia law. It's the whole country. The whole country believes that women have to cover every part of their body except their eyeballs. This kind of thinking, we're very vulnerable to groupthink, and especially groupthink that's being intentionally manipulated also, and then being done with psychedelic drugs. Now, they did it during the Manson era because they were trying to stop the anti-war movement. So they were trying to, the hippies and all these people, they were like, hey, make love, not war. We have to change the association. The general public has to change. Too many people are joining up with them. And so what they did was, they got the Manson family, and they go to commit these horrific crimes. Every time Charles Manson would get arrested, he would get let out of jail. He was violating the law left and right, and the cops that arrested him were all being told when they were interviewed. They would say, this is above my pay grade. They're telling people that I have to let it go. So they would be contacted by someone from the State Department or wherever saying, let him go.
somewhat of a detail in the documentary. I'm like, wow, one guy, I watched this, never mind. Bottom line is they generally attack the book. There wasn't that kind of in-depth takeaway.
Yeah, unfortunately, the documentary is only like 90 minutes.
It's very short,
Yeah,
and it draws a connection, but it doesn't talk about its points. And I couldn't quite understand who's the proof of it until it's explained.
Tom O'Neill, the guy who wrote that book, is he's been on the podcast before. He was my friend Greg Simmons' neighbor in New York, and he was writing this 20 plus years. So Greg was his friend when it's happening, like when he started. So what he was doing is he was writing an article. I think it was for Vanity Herald, right? But the article was on the anniversary of the massacre. And so it was supposed to be just like, hey, this is the anniversary, just write an article about the facts. So he starts going into the facts of the case. It's like, and so he starts investigating, and he can't investigate enough. And then he gets in trouble because, like, the deadline's passed, and then he gets a book deal, and the deadline passes on that. He's just completely obsessed with getting to the bottom, just absorbing more and more information and documenting it all. He got enough for many books, and I believe he's writing another book right now. Yeah.
The huge irony is that these drugs, as we both know, these drugs can save lives.
Yeah.
And I was just talking to Callie and Brigham and team who are involved in the Texas Highway Initiative. And it's so fascinating.
It's a very different drug.
Okay, but what about psilocybin? Like when I talk to
LSD is very good. No, not with that, but perhaps you could if you did it correctly, if you knew how to manipulate it. Like John West was well versed in manipulation. I mean, this was the whole part of the CIA's program. And by the way, it's not just the CIA, it's other intelligence agencies. MI5 was doing it. The UK studies on psychedelics. You can see the videos of British troops on acid. They dosed up these British troops from the 1950s. Do you know that video? You know the video we played before. But these guys are, just laughing, leaning up against trees, laughing. They came from LSD.
to what end?
Well, they want to find out what it does. They thought it was a true serum. Turns out it's not. Like, well, what can it do? And then, so they're accusing people to try to figure out what you've done with it. So this is 25 minutes. Put your headphones on. When you first test the drug, it came in here. 25 minutes later.
It's 2:50 a night. That's for Thanks to Holly. Question. In your show, you Africans do locations that are supposedly or allegedly affected. During the book about people who did a hell of a lot of things. And over yeah, that's the enormous thing to do. Statue at the home statue at the airport. Things with red eyes like it is. So speaking of being problem, our stories so we're going to talk about Mary We're going to describe her legend and we'll take a quick break, see about who's the father. It swears that what is really interesting is
yeah, so this is one of the first experiments they did with LSD and
Would you be trying to spray the air over the opposition? I mean, otherwise, what?
well, you can supply, affect their water
So
supply.
using it against
Yeah.
your enemy.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. I mean, there was also some experiments that they ran. I think it was in St. Louis, where they were using a fan and they were spraying these air aerosol spray to see what kind of effect it would have on people. Like our government, if you give them the license, right? I don't want to say our government. Let's just stop saying that. Let's just say human beings with unchecked power. Human beings with unchecked power that are, they have inherited. What are they trying to do? They're trying to figure out what this stuff does and what's the best way to do it. You tried it out on soldiers. Like they've always done that with vaccines and a bunch of different experimental antigens. They dose them up with steroids and all sorts of different things to increase aggression. Methamphetamine was used during the war to get kamikazes to fly their planes in the boats. The Nazis did it. Oh yeah.
I've seen that footage.
Yes, 1936. Oh, good. Yes, rocket.
Did not have it propped him up on that to the degree that he was able to subsequently convince Mussolini to jump in.
Yeah. Have you ever read Blitz?
No.
Do you have here still? Norman Ohler wrote this insane book on the ubiquitous of drugs during the Third Reich and how it caused them to go through Poland in 3 days, and they stayed up for 3 fucking days on meth. They gave them most meth to people that were driving tanks because they were at the front. So it was like they gave different doses depending on what the job was, and they just methed up, ran through Poland. They caught these people just like in France, like their soldiers were given wine, so these people were like drunk, and then the Nazis came through, they messed up, and just fucking killed everybody.
I've heard that, I don't know if this is true or not, so I heard that some Nazis were given, forgive me for throwing this out there, total bullshit, but to Hamas on the October 7th to be able to commit those kinds of atrocities.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. I've heard it through friends who are Israeli accused of bullshit. But I would wonder if you have to commit those kinds of violence against another human being. I imagine you have to be altered in some capacity. I can't fathom being able to. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it.
Atrocities without kind
Wow.
Yeah, they do it. I mean, look at Vietnam. Look at the things that people did during Vietnam. I don't think they dosed them up in Vietnam. And in Vietnam, people were taking heroin and smoking weed. They're still doing that. It's people have an evil capacity to other people. Like decide. You see it politically, in this country. Like people on the left demonize people on the right, people on the right demonize people on the left. It's just like it's a tribal thing that it's an echo of our past, because essentially when we were small tribes of 150 people and then you got invaded by a neighboring tribe, you had to be able to commit extreme violence against the other. And you had to be able to think of them as not you, that's not the person, that's them. You have to go after them.
I can understand that. Okay, right there.
Yeah, I get it.
My visceral empathy is that I don't bring the bog down. But it's one thing to kill another human being, and I have to. This is how I survive, whatever it is. We're fighting Nazis and but just that kind of stuff.
Torture.
I often ask, this is going to a very unplanned place, but I ask myself what I'm capable of if somebody hurt me. What would I do?
I bet you could get
I think that, question, God, I would be capable of it. I can't stand blood. I'm like, God, something would make me sick and horrify me. So like, how would I? This is the shit that tortures me in the middle of the night and I can't sleep. Like, how far removed am I from this mentality? Am I just a few catastrophes away from losing my mind and becoming a lunatic?
Well, that's the ability.
Right.
Yes, right. Inconsequential. Real problem.
Yes, that's so true. And I could do a hell of a lot of horrendous things, but some of the torture methods, I don't have the stomach for it.
Well, let's look at what they did during the Inquisition. You can't say that was drugs. These were people decided they were going to torture people. And they had, they decided they other people. This is a really evil aspect of human nature.
Who defended it? If we all had it, what is the antidote to that?
Yeah, that's true. You have people that can defend you against people that want to do that. They have to have a strong ethical and moral foundation with it. They have to be good guys. They have to think that they're the good guys and have a very strong ethical and moral foundation that doesn't allow them to compromise that.
It's definitely because when people fight dirty, it's such a massive disadvantage.
Right.
But then you think, well, if I don't make this sacrifice in how I'm behaving, how I'm tackling this.
Well, we like to think we're good guys, but the biggest thing that's ever been done to human beings that's horrific is the rip-off. Like indiscriminate killing of civilians, hundreds of thousands of people in one shot.
And the argument being that you drop it when the war ends. So it's the lesser of evils. Sacrifice how many hundreds of thousands of people moment, but you can save millions down the road and justify the behavior utilizing that logic. Well, I committed this atrocity, but I saved more lives. And that's the slippery slope that I think about often. You were just talking about this the other day. Be careful you don't become a monster when you're fighting monsters. And sometimes it's that fire fighting fire conversation. You want to use water. Sometimes, obviously, Joe, I hate to say it, sometimes.
If you want to defeat evil, you have to be a monster. Because if you don't defeat evil, you have to commemorate things and horrific people. You have to kill them, right? Like, if someone's invading and they're shooting guns at people and they're showing you, they pull up the boats and they start gunning people down, you have to do the same stuff. You can't, bring out things in the skies. I make you these pop brownies. It's like,
I was crossing younger said this too, and she's like, listen, if you aren't willing to talk to the worst enemy, you have to fight them. It's when you're talking. And you see that all the time. You see, I see it in my own personal life. And in all of my best intentions, my calm demeanor, my most empathetic approaches of it fails because you're just not doing somebody who is rational and well-intentioned. And if you broaden that out,
well, then imagine what language is. We have no idea what they're saying. And then the culture, there's a real cultural beliefs that they die, that they're going to go to heaven. And then there's the wonder. So they're willing to do that. They're excited to die and to kill their victim. Because they believe that the real prize is not in this life. It's in the next life. We're very vulnerable. We're very vulnerable to this kind of thing. And I don't know why we're designed this way. It's a distortion, probably, of tribal survival, primate instincts. You see it when you watch Chimp Nation.
no, I was actually going to say animals don't have it, but then they were really. I mean, I know lions will kill another territorial, but the capacity for torture, I've never seen that in animals. That kind of yeah, that's not.
Yeah, they torture us. They hold on to them. Oh, Jesus, and then they torture them and want to keep playing with them. Yeah, they have zero empathy. Cats are worse. They have zero empathy, especially house cats, because they're well fed, right? So they're not doing it. They're just doing it because they have instincts to kill. Like, these instincts are being, they're being distorted, right? Because, the real instinct that they have to kill is so they can survive. But when they're fully fed, they don't turn those instincts off. Now they just have this kill drive that's never satiated. And, cats are the perfect killer. They move so fast, they're so stealthy. They have it from the time they're kittens. You see them crawl up to each other very slowly, very silently.
I'm thinking about our cat. I took some talking. We lived in Miami. His dogs are
Well, yeah.
this big.
Yeah.
And wife was like, honey, fucking iguana on the house. It was shit. And yes, kill it.
No, they're not trying to kill it.
Yeah, he's having fun now that I
These are little murderers they live with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bastard, but yes.
that's what cats are, and that's part of their essence. They are the cleanup crew. They're there to make sure the populations don't get out of control.
Did you bring up such a great point?
Cost the numbers on cats, like domestic cats, what they kill every year.
Birds, I know they kill like crazy.
Billions of birds.
Cat now, or whatever you know.
Let's look at the numbers. Because people, we brought it up before, but it's kind of crazy. So it sort of illustrates this point. So this is like, yes, like multiple. Oh, it does. They don't have to. They go hide. Each cat, feral cats are ruthless. House cats, feral cats, wild cats, any cat that's outside. Yeah, they instantly kill. Okay, here it is. Domestic cats are leading cause of bird deaths in the United States. Estimated to kill 1.3 and 4 million birds annually. This includes both pet cats, cats that roam outdoors, and feral cats. American Bird Conservancy estimates that free range cats kill approximately 2.4 million. It's hard to know what the real numbers are. But imagine how many birds are against cats. Like, who's gonna kill them? Like, they fucking, the sky would be filled with birds. You go outside, there's shit everywhere.
And they started killing all the cats because they were associated with breaches. And that's when the plague was kind of more rampant because the cats were keeping that rat population down. Some rats.
Well, that's the coyote problem in California, right? When people are like, oh, I hate coyotes. Right. You hate coyotes more than you hate rats because coyotes are the reason why rats aren't everywhere. You know, like where I used to live, like I deal with a lot of coyotes, but I don't see very many rats. That's the reason why. Like the wolves, which is what coyotes is, small wolves. They're rat killers and rabbit killers and everything else.
I mean, it's obvious that they're playing a role in this control. Yeah, exactly. Because everyone in California just thinks they ate my farmer. I don't see it going. And they probably did. I mean, as a child, I had my daughters.
Yeah. They but a mountain lion ate one of my dogs when I went to Colorado. Yeah, it's like cats are motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Predators, like at least predators.
Well, let's say you don't hold it against. As a child, I lost a dog to a coyote. Today, I don't have it. Like, coyotes. The dog was in the yard, and the coyote comes to the yard, and off was the fucking coyote from the yard.
Yeah, really, coyotes in the yard. I had a coyote kill a chicken in my yard. And had a 6-foot tall wrought iron fence
With the rollers on it.
Yeah, we had the rollers. The coyote with the chicken in its mouth leaped to the top like a ballerina. Like it was so elegant the way I was really impressed with its athleticism. You know, as a person who like admires physical feats, I was like, that's very impressive. The chicken in its mouth leaped up to the top of the fence, got it, and I was like, went over just so gracefully and so adept. It's really impressive.
Okay, fair. This is, like, I guess animals do have a propensity for cats in particular, but I did not think of it that way. That makes me feel a little better.
It's fucked up. But it's like that thing inside of them has been, it's there. You can't satisfy it with just food. They literally are the cleanup for nature. That's what they are in Africa. When you see them, they're looking for food and antelopes. They're looking for anybody who's old. They're looking for anybody who just can't run fast enough. And that's what they do. That's how they keep the populations down. You know, this is the reason why they reintroduced wolves in Colorado. That's the reason why they reintroduced wolves in Montana. The elk population is decreasing because the elk population is right. Wolves like dramatically drop the population down. And they even do surplus killing, where they'll kill a bunch of things where they can't eat, but just that they can't help themselves. They have the opportunity to kill, and so they do.
So what is the because I see the necessity for survival, but it can make quite yes, you get it. It can make you a bit nihilistic. And fighting for the hope of the good is so. My mom says that to me all the time. Because when I try to show some of the things that I talked about, and don't you see? And this is rigged. And who's really pulling the strings? And these are bad guys. And she's like, I'm 76. I want to. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, she's like, I want to see the good in people. Try to see Mr. Rogers, look at the helpers. You can fall into really becoming nihilistic about humanity when you witness these things and have these conversations. I try so hard not to go head. It's hard not to.
Well, we're primitive evolving species, and we're still trapped in these primate bodies. We're territorial primates with weapons, and we're still trapped. The same instincts that got us to the dance, the same instincts that caused us to create walled cities, which allowed us to survive, and agriculture, which allowed us to develop surpluses, and then people wanted those surpluses, nomads, and they came in, roving barbarians, Mongolian hordes. This is like all part of our history, and this is the battle of good versus evil, and the battle of good versus evil. I think this duality has to exist. I think you have to have good to combat evil. You have to have evil to keep good in general, like to enhance good, to force people to really to rise and to innovate and figure out how to defeat evil. Without evil, without the idea of these evil forces, we never would have developed cities. We never developed cities. We never would have gone through the Industrial Revolution. We wouldn't develop cities if we were just roving, peaceful, nomadic, hunter-gatherers. Just we'd be insane.
It serves its purpose. I read all my colonial dramas. Like, the deeper your pain, the more empathy you have for empathy. And I get all of it. And I guess
it's always like that. That's what causes people to strive to do better.
Before Mary Ross died.
So I think it was.
You're definitely one of those guys, which is why, bringing it back to the very beginning, I think that you're number one, but I also think
not too far.
And one.
What are the flips called?
Quite a few.
Well, you have to have principles that you live your life by. Right? And be aware of evil, that you do your best to be good.
Yeah, and you see the fight.
Without evil, like you have no desire to do it. Like why be so beautiful? Why be wonderful? Why be kind? Why there's no contrast? There's nothing you're fighting against. This is unfortunately what motivates.
What makes you choose though? Okay, so another thing that I thought about is that evil never stops. Have you ever heard that good has to decide when it gets out of bed in the morning? You're on the freeway and someone's is broken down on the side of the freeway. It's like, are you late for something? Are you worried? There are a million things that will influence whether or not I stop that day. But a bad guy will always see an opportunity to go after that person. Evil works tirelessly, and good requires a sacrifice. You sacrifice yourself.
So the very next night, she rose from her bed, saying that she could not sleep, and every time she tried to sleep, voices called Nancy to her. So mom, wanted to make her feel
You're starting the conversation. It's like, that's it. No more this dark kids.
Is it back now? Oh, yeah.
Green tea had been
Okay,
This is so
evil's trying to stop me. All I'm saying is more good there is evil.
the mic does, guys.
Yeah, I think unfortunately even co-op people, because good people become evil when they experience so much evil they have to become a monster.
Yeah, I'm seeing it even in the health space. Sometimes I'm dealing with the FDA stuff right now. He's talking this morning. He's talking about trying to compound peptides, and there's a war on peptides, and there's a war on stem cells. And of course, it's the cutting edge of medicine. He's describing what they're going up against in disease, and it's evil. Why would you want to prevent these life-saving treatments?
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's money. And if money is the devil, that's a perfect example because the pharmaceutical and
That's my
you though, the problem is corporations. I'm sure you see this one. Corporations behave like a psychopath, right? Because corporations don't have humanity. And when you have a corporation, which I don't know how we get away from not having corporations, what's the solution there? But corporations have obligations to shareholders.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to do fucked up things in order to make more money. That's when you're in the business of drugs. Like that's like if you're in the business of making movies, what fucked up things can you do to make more movies and make movies that more people can see? Really nothing. But it's like you just have to make them resonate with people. But if you're selling drugs more and more, you can influence people. You can lie about studies. You can have your scientists perform studies and then throw out all the studies that don't jive with whatever you're trying to sell. And then you can compromise all these politicians and get them to repeat their narratives.
That should be illegal.
Oh, yeah.
That should be illegal. You should be able to get rid of
Obviously not. So I should down.
You gotta reform campaign finance. Do you remember many moons ago? I believe it was John Edwards who was running on movies many moons ago. But as a kid, I didn't fully understand what that meant. As an adult, no one's ever brought that kind of
Here's number one. You gotta say that you can advertise. That's number one. Because not only is it not advertising is not really the problem, that's part of the problem. The real problem is when they advertise and how it needs to start making this expensive. Now the media will criticize that. They're responsible for an enormous percentage of their
70% the issue. I had this conversation recently, and the issue is going to be freedom of speech.
But that's not a person. You can still do it on social media. You can still like make your own podcast advisor.
That's the angle they're going to take. I am sure of it.
Right, but you can't advertise for cigarettes on television. Why? Because you're inside
Kids,
cigarettes.
I think it's kids. I've heard this conversation, and I'm trying to remember who one of the researchers was. But Callie was there, Mark Hyman was there, and they were having this exact conversation, and were the people on the other side suggesting that they've already gamed this out, and that's the way that they're going.
Yeah, well, ironically, this is self-sabotage for the media itself. Because no one takes them seriously anymore because they don't do that. Because they don't criticize pharmaceutical drug companies. They don't talk about vaccine side effects. They don't talk about pharmaceutical drug side effects. They don't.
They make me look like it's insane when I do. I was on CNN talking about Ozempic one time, and they said, suggested that. Oh, the drugs, yeah. I was like, whoa. But then when we give people statins, and we give people blood pressure medication, and we
Get the fucking data on stats, by the way.
I was initiating that conversation, and I was called anti-science. And express that on showing with it, never again invited on CNN.
Because they're compromised. It's not really news. It's only the news that they feel compelled to talk about. Their financial interests. But the problem is, like, look at the ratings on CNN. They're fucking collapsing. And they're in a spiral. Why? Because no one trusts them. Because the public trust is eroded because of their own desire to make more money.
There's an opportunity where a network wanted me to compete against drugs. And everyone loves the idea, but the top concern is 1 billion people leave that. And then it would be a catastrophe. So the ad sales department is like, I don't know what we can do it. We can't call it Jillian versus, we can't call it that. What are we going to call it? I don't know how we're going to position it. And fashion. Let me just do my job and see what happens. They're even throwing God forbid one. I was able to do it naturally.
Do you think there's an argument for GLP-1 drugs, though, for people who are more obese? I kind of do.
Okay, so here's where I've gotten to on all medications, largely. It's a cost-benefit analysis. So if you brought an individual who was morbidly obese, or had atherosclerosis, and type 2 diabetes, and chronic kidney disease, and you said, try everything, they're at death's door, And this is arguably the last step. Well, in that case, the downside or far less than not trying. So in this instance, twist my arm for sure. But if it gave me my way, I would prefer to look at other medications like ibogaine or psilocybin to do the psychological component, the addictive component, one treatment. It doesn't go on forever. And then this diet exercise and do the work. What's stopping them from engaging in those habits consistently is all the stuff we talked about at the beginning, the psychological component, the physical addiction. So no one's ever tried it though. So there's no way to actually know, and you can't. It's almost impossible to do research on it, which is again why the Texas Advocating Initiative is so important. Because if you begin this kind of research, although it isn't better than picture and so on, but with that the first step, and when I've asked the people in the space, like Matt Shepard, for example, who is at Shepard Pratt, and one of the guys, foremost experts on psilocybin and treating addiction, he's like, yeah, theoretically, we're great. Theoretically. So for me, it's not all the way to this place, and I have a choice. It's like saying, Jill, if someone had stage 4 cancer, you should do chemo. I mean, I guess so. But I'd like to, if there was an alternative way forward, or we could prevent it to begin with, that would be ideal. So if you twist my arm to that point, I think there's something to be said for, again, what Brigham is doing at least well, which is why being able to compound the GLP-1 drugs as a titrate dose. So when people argue with me on this matter, they'll suggest that a titrated dose, a lesser amount of these drugs can be effective with significantly less side effects. And they're trying to block that and explore it.
It's all weird because I think the problem also is competition, right? If ibogaine becomes ubiquitous, these clinics become everywhere. The real issue becomes how much does that compete with the pharmaceutical drug market's value? How much does that decrease their ability to profit? It's probably significant.
I mean, it impacts antidepressants alone. That's significant. If one treatment could have the impact on obesity that it does on opioid addiction, I do want to most profitable drug.
But here's the thing: if they do allow the use of ibogaine and then also allow the use of psilocybin, more people start taking it. More people are not going to buy whatever the pharmaceutical drug companies are selling, and they'll just naturally sort of deteriorate. You're always going to have people who just want to, what do I pay? I'll try to keep it. There's always going to be people like that. You know, those people are there to give you a lesson without you having to fall prey to the folly that they have fallen prey to. I think that's the same with a lot of addictions. Particularly gambling addiction. You know, I'm in gigs all the time. I don't gamble. But I play blackjack for fun. But it's like here. I don't get it. But I see it. I see that craze look in them. I think gambling addiction is one of the weird ones. I mean, I've been around it a good portion of my life. And it's the sweaty fucking faces, this need to gamble is nuts. And that's another part of the human reward system that's been hijacked.
Reward.
It's great.
Study ever seen it? When you push the button, food comes out. So the ones that get the intermittent food reward will sit there and push that damn button until they collapse in exhaustion. The ones that push for a little while get nothing, give up. The ones that push until they get food every time, get falling.
Logic is the same thing.
And intermittent. We're exceptionally powerful.
We're weird creatures. And it's all our survival instincts. Get hijacked.
But you gave them an alternative path when they are ready or when the horse is ready to drink. An alternative method that we're seeing.
Yes. That's the thing. The freedom of the use of these alternative methods. So I think naturally those would overcome. They would succeed. I think you'd still probably have gambling addicts. You should probably have people that want to take all the pharmaceutical drugs, like whatever the doctor wants to prescribe. But it would be less and less. And they don't want that, which is why you're seeing the pushback. You have peptides pesticides and all these different things is because they're concerned that if you give people a bunch of things that are going to make them healthy, they're not going to take as many pharmaceutical drugs.
Oh, but I mean, which is why there's no model for prevention in healthcare. It's not profitable at all. But it's ridiculous. There's a peptide called cerebralizing that they give to stroke patients in other parts of the developed world that can have a massive impact as well on cognitive function. It can be neuroprotective. You can buy it there. Literally, I had to find it in Austria, ship it into the country, and recommend it. And Dr. Rexford, I was like, now what do I do with this? He's like, recommend to walk me through how to use it on fucking FaceTime. I was like, it's ridiculous. It is insane. And
By the way, there's a new stroke drug that I actually just sent my friend Rich. It's our friend Keith Robinson. I don't have the number, but he suffered from a stroke. And there's some new drug that I'll send this to Jamie. These UCLA scientists have developed. Oh, you got it right. They developed first drug rehabilitation to repair brain damage. The drug replicated the recovery of glucose control produced by rehab mice. Yeah, so this is March 18th. New study by UCLA helped discovered what researchers say is the first drug to fully reproduce the effects of physical stroke rehabilitation in model mice following from human studies. Yeah, so which is wonderful. So, this is the benefit of pharmaceutical drugs. There are some pharmaceutical drugs that are wonderful. The goal is to have medicine that stroke patients can take that reduces the effects of rehabilitation. Dr. S. Thomas Carmichael, the study's lead author, professor, and chair of UCLA Neurology, rehabilitation after stroke is limited in its actual effects because most patients cannot sustain the rehab intensity needed for stroke recovery. Further, stroke recovery is not like most other fields of medicine where drugs are available to treat the disease, such as cardiology, infectious disease, or cancer. Carmichael said rehabilitation is the physical medicine approach which has been around for decades and being used to improve rehabilitation is the era of molecular medicine. So this is why you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
always like that. Every horse is in shape.
Yeah, there's drugs that pharmaceutical drug companies make that help people and heal them and fix them and save their lives. You know,
It's like,
but you have to continue that. Just like you have to, keep your kids from eating all the sugar. Yeah.
I just got a whooping cough. And Joe, I literally thought I was going to die. I ended up at week 7. I called my internist and I was like, I need to check you in the hospital. This is insane. I think I'm going to die. And they hit me with the horns. And the long story short is I'm vaccinated for, but I guess my vaccination or my booster is old. I don't even remember the last time I got it. I was vaccinated. Kids are vaccinated for it. My mom is vaccinated for it. Everybody in my circle is vaccinated. No one got it. I strongly recommend getting your DTaP vaccine. Whooping cough. It was 100 days. So for example, my point being, I don't want the COVID I don't want the COVID vaccine, and I don't want it. But I, in every wish for me personally, I would, if I would have known I was behind on that booster, everything has a cost-benefit analysis. Everything is dose is what makes the poison. Everything is measuring curve and approaching it nuance is really the only intelligent way forward to make the best decisions for yourself. You need the right information to do that.
We need to have actual access to data, and this is a real problem that we have in the last few decades because we've evolved more between the FDA and pharmaceutical drug companies. So we were doing the head, I think it's like 7 out of 8 heads of the FDA went on to work for pharmaceutical drug companies. 100%. So you develop these relationships with these pharmaceutical drug companies where you're like, they're funding the studies, they're funding all, and then you leave, and then you go to work for them, and you get a nice cushy job. So you kind of like,
I can make it sideways. I can make it worse. When I was at the Senate testimony, I can't remember how much that was. But Calvin's had us meeting with different senators and they came up to clear, of course, not that happens so much worse than that. And I was like, elaborate, what is so much worse than that? He said essentially they developed the drug, have stock in the thing, go to work at the FDA, approve the drug. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is another step. Illegal.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a conflict of interest. It's the biggest conflict ever, and you're dealing with millions of profits.
I was working on a book, or have been working on a book, where it looks at each and every one into place paid intentions and where the hell is paid for the intentions and how each and every one was co-opted through big pharma to wreck completely habits of destruction. And that's what she says.
That's what you say, and you're going to keep saying that. Nothing has changed. That's what's encouraging about this administration. So the thing that I was most excited about was Bobby Kennedy. When Bobby Kennedy united with Trump, I was like, okay, I'm in. Because like if he can get in there, you can see real change that's going to affect the way our lives are forever. It's going to change things. It's going to give people a real understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, why you've been lied to, why all these drugs are everywhere, why you're seeing poor health outcomes, why we're the richest nation in the world, but also the sickest. You know, why, and across the board, the education, we're the richest nation in the world, we have terrible education scores. Like, why? Why, since we developed the Department of Education, have our scores plummeted? Like, what is that? And again, road to hell, and attention.
100%. I was speaking to Kelly, and don't pull punches because you want to be diplomatic, but I'm finding myself defending Kennedy. By the way, I don't work for this administration. I have no personal affiliation. It's just right and wrong. There's a huge problem that needs to be addressed, and this administration wants to address it. And we are seeing resistance, opposition, flooded this area. 24/7, and it's crazy. It's constantly taking people off these. I actually did an interview on News Nation where the host was like, "Well, he promised results on autism by September, and that's unrealistic." And I was like, "Who gives a fuck if it's unrealistic? Aren't you glad we're looking at it? It's genetic. Do you really believe that?"
Why would anybody say that without doing decades of research themselves?
I cannot. Do you?
Do you know California it's now some state number like 1 in 12 boys?
It's higher in California, obviously, than anywhere else in the country, and the ways in particular over girls. But the reality is that we don't know.
But they also think that one of the reasons why it's boys over girls is like in girls it's like less obvious. It's less diagnosed.
That's
I've seen that. I'm not sure if that's true either. Because that's the argument also. It's like, oh, autism is always it just hasn't been diagnosed correctly.
That was debunked by the Mind Institute at UC Davis. Was like, no, bullshit. It was one in
Yeah, people don't want to admit that to their kids, so they will defend it to the death. Just like people who turn their kids trans don't want to admit that these are chemical castration drugs. They don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit that they possibly contributed to mental disease, to mental health disease, to anxiety and depression and suicide. No. Would you rather have a lying boy or a dead girl?
right, exactly. But it's a closed system, and what I mean by that is even if I did think, oh, you're right, autism is genetic. What about the rise in early onset cancer diagnosis, the rise in obesity, the steady increase of infertility year after year after year? We went from adult onset diabetes to type 2 diabetes. Children have type 2 diabetes now. It's come on. California bullshit. People are not stupid. They're not. You can capture them to a point. But when the evidence is overwhelming, and the resistance is mind-blowing to this guy every day. Oh, well, now he fired the guy that's tracking gonorrhea. Oh, and wear a fucking condom. For God's sake. Maybe you're not worried. Hopefully, that guy will get his job back. But at the end of the day, He's also tackling the grass rule and trying to get to the bottom of autism and getting poison out of baby formula and removing soda from snacks. It's just like, where is the perspective for the general public to read through the media bullshit?
Well, the problem is it's not driving. And when you have us versus them thing going on, which is what we do here in this country. You know, like I keep seeing like people online saying in these dark times, like, these times are dark. Like, what is happening? But, you know, it's dark. Yeah, if you're living in Gaza, it's fucking dark. If you're living in Ukraine, it's pretty dark. But like here, things gone dark. Like they're called this totalitarian regime. Like, okay, what's totalitarian? That they're cutting fraud and waste. Like, have you paid attention to the fraud and waste? Have you paid attention to the fact they spent $250 million on transgender animal studies? Like, where's your fucking money going? You're not concerned with this unchecked spending that this government has been able to do for decade upon decade and millions of NGOs. Do you know there's an NGO in India for every 600 people?
That's not. I haven't heard of the CIA stuff. I've watched that episode with my friends. It was kind of
3 million NGOs in India. There's an NGO in India for every 600 people.
You see in a lot of those.
And this is why we're $36 trillion in debt. Those numbers are nuts.
Can I read? Yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, we definitely should do that.
You know what?
If you can prove that this is also the problem with charities. This is the dark truth of charities. Is that most charities, the money goes to bureaucracy. A huge percentage goes to overhead. And in fact, most charities, the vast majority of the money never gets to the charities.
Where's the money? And always worse. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was spent on.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably fraud and waste.
It's both.
And it's also, well, my friend Colby Noir brought this up, and I was never aware of it. He said he went to San Francisco and he saw the rampant, and he's a lawyer, so he went to San Francisco and he saw all this homelessness. It's like, what's the problem? So I'm not funding. And a guy over there goes, no, you don't understand. It's the opposite. There's a business. So these people that are working in the homeless, whatever the organization, they're making $250 million a year.
I haven't seen Annie talk about this, but she can elaborate on this subject at the point that you literally want to forcibly remove gatherings. It is staggering. It's
They do a great job. Just imagine if they work there.
I know. You see the entire well, I just had this conversation actually. I was talking to Cole, and I was telling him that Gabby Newsom had told him that the face of homelessness was not addiction, and mental illness was women and children. And there's a loophole. A friend of mine who's a reporter in the New York Times looked into it. Because she's like, why did you push back on that? Because he's right. And she was, no, I looked into it. It's one of my children. And she ended up getting to the bottom of the loophole. And the way that he was able to forward that narrative is that homeless is a person without a stable address, and that's not only children, but unsheltered, is what we consider homeless. People in the streets, tent camps, and arguably that is very close.
So what's the definition?
Okay, so Newsom said to Corolla, you're so insensitive. The face of the children don't own homes. You're saying that women owns 2 jobs. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we don't need to tackle addiction and we don't need to tackle mental illness because this is about the underprivileged individual, single mom, kids. This is the face of homelessness. This is bad. It is addict. It's a mental illness. And I ended up in a debate with this journalist who's lovely, Molly, and she's like, well, the statistics say that homelessness is a fact in children. I challenged her and sent her to San Francisco, where we go back and forth. And she ended up coming back to me after doing homework, and there is a distinction between homeless and unsheltered. So homeless are people with unstable presence, and that is with children. But that's how in temporary, I couldn't quite extrapolate what I guess it's like in temporary housing or in an apartment somewhere with unsheltered people on the street. If you and I would go homeless, in a tent camp outside on the sidewalk with unsheltered. That's what he's doing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes. I'm sorry. I cannot stand it.
Well, you see these tense communities, you see clearly they're dealing with drug addiction.
Don't believe what you see with your own eyes. That's the game across the board. Don't believe your common sense. Common sense would dictate all the things we talked about. Autism isn't crazy. You shouldn't give sex to you. You shouldn't sterilize 12-year-olds. But don't believe any of that. Don't believe that people who are homeless need help psychologically. Some way to treat the addiction. Obviously, there are more intelligent people like Schellenberger that have a plan for this, despite the fact that he didn't get into the governor's office. Which is a shame, because he would have done far better at what California is dealing with now. It's constant and manipulation of facts all the time. And this is where, if I can have one thing, it's teaching people how to throw back. It's crazy.
Common sense is not uncommon, right?
No.
It's also people are tired because they have a poor diet and they're not eating well. And so they don't have the time to think about this stuff. They don't have the mental energy to like research these things, and they're overwhelmed with debt and maybe like relationship problems. There's so many problems that people have already to get them to look at external issues that maybe don't affect them personally on a day-to-day basis. It's very difficult to get people to focus on that. So then they vote with what they think is like their virtue. No matter who, vote Democrat, no matter what. That's not helping. And then when you abandon it and leave, you're called a traitor. You're a traitor to the party. You must do that a lot.
But then when you finally decide it doesn't matter anymore, you become weak. So it's interesting. Back in the day when my friend used to refer to me in this capacity, and she'd say, you're like, that person's Jesus. This is the worst. Jillian Michaels doesn't judge me, and she's open arms, and she's trying to help him. The very same person, the very same belief system, the very same strategies of dealing with the problem. It's science. And it just goes to show you how the shift. It's tough to call me a transphobe because I fall under that acronym umbrella, despite the fact that gay is different, very different than trans. I've never really understood the acronym either. It completely.
Yeah.
But you can't say, go ahead. I'm a homophobe. Like, come on me, bro. Like, it's tough to think you can try. I haven't been hit with a racist word, although I'm waiting for it. I don't know, maybe because my kid is Asian, and she gives me a pass. I have no idea. But you can get certain protections simply because you're a card-carrying member of the club. But I got hit with everything outside of that. You're a transphobe, not ish, fat shamer, and anti-science, and ableist, and privileged, and all that stuff.
Yeah, but all that stuff is the problem is you keep calling people racist. You call everyone a racist. Like, doesn't mean you're trying to wolf so many times, people don't listen anymore. Like, a real racist is horrific. You run into a real racist, like, oh my god, that's horrific. But if you just call everyone a racist and you go math is racist, like, okay, math is racist? But peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are racist. I've seen that. Okay. And exercise is racist.
I can see that. All right. Yes.
What?
All right. MSNBC. What? All right. I like that. I like that one a lot. I will tell you though, I don't think that it has much power as I had hoped. And I reference Elon Musk and his lives. I know a lot of people that think he's an anti-Semite.
Well, then he's a Nazi.
Right.
More than just an
Right.
Semite. He's like an
And,
actual
and
Nazi.
these are
Yeah, and here's the irony. He's on the spectrum. So this thing,
Where
you don't realize what he's doing.
the heart gesture.
My heart goes out to you.
But Joe, what about the video, the montage of all the liberals, including AOC, engaging in the same sing hail
Yes. It's like a thing that we just have to stop doing.
But that's
You gotta do it like this. You gotta have two hands, touch your heart, and then.
I'm not doing it.
You know, when I was getting in trouble on CNN during the vaccine days, the COVID days, they would use a photograph of me from the UFC weigh-ins. Because when I go to the UFC weigh-ins, I say, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." So they have this photo of me from the side. That's the one that you keep all the time.
People buy that shit and they are still buying it, and that scares me. And in an argument on this morning, this is raised my voice a little bit. I was like, well, I don't know. I don't think he's anti-Semitic. Number one, he's friends with Jews. Number two, he hires Jews. And number three, he doesn't kill any Jews. And they were also
necklace on his neck he's given to one of the mothers of hostages.
I remember him going throughout 27 and talking about the videos we'd seen, but the guy was like, well, that's your benchmark. He doesn't kill Jews. And I was like, no, that's yours. You're the one comparing it to Hitler, who killed 6 million Jews. If you're going to draw that comparison, 0, 6 million, so shut the fuck up. Like,
It's all dumb. But it's all a trick, because what they're really doing is going after him because he's trying to go after USA. And so
I see
that's
that.
much fun.
What can I tell you? I cannot.
I have friends that I have to argue about it with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's when I tell you, I don't know that it's actually losing.
It is. It's just not losing its power with really fucking dumb people. And you're going to have a certain percentage of really fucking dumb people. And they're either going to have to catch up, or we're going to have to overwhelm them with a lot of logic. And that takes time. And it takes a lot of these kind of conversations. They get out there, they get clipped. And maybe you and I said something here that will be taken out of context and used against you, which is always good. That's my favorite. You just take a snippet of it. See, told you. She's a that. She's a that. I think this is reductionist thing where they try to define you by a string of words. Forget about your whole life.
That's a candle sentence.
Yes.
Oh, she's disgusting anti-Semitic. So I listened to her. I listened to her answer all that stuff. And then I listened to her Rabbi. And everything she said, I checked it all and watched it in context. And then I actually sat with her and I was like, all right, I own it.
I like Candace a lot, but Candace says a lot of wild shit.
She does.
Not accurate. Like when she thinks things, so she says.
I get it. I get it.
It's like self-inflicted. That's a self-inflicted wound.
But do you think that she, are you a Holocaust denier? No, I'm not a Holocaust denier. And it's still she's a Holocaust denier.
Well, that's from Daryl who's on my podcast, because he said hyperbolically that Winston Churchill was one of the main villains of World War II because he started blockades, forced Hitler into action, starved the German people. It's like what he said was really unfortunate, the way he said it, but he's trying to say that Winston Churchill did some things that if he hadn't done them, World War II would have gone the way it went. But the problem is when you say that, it gets taken out of context. People say, oh, he's a Holocaust denier and Nazi sympathizer. But then you listen to his podcast, he's got this, it's 30 hours called Fear of Loathing in Jerusalem. And it's the most gut-wrenching tale of persecution of Jews in Eastern Europe. Just the beginning of it. I tell everyone, just listen to the first 40 minutes of it. It's so heartbreaking. That's not words of a homophobe, or excuse me, of an anti-Semite.
I have an reductionist. He would be my argument. If you're inclined to believe, let's say that was his argument, and that Hitler wasn't bad, he was Churchill. Then there's no hope for you. This gatekeeping of information.
He's not an asshole. or an idiot, and he's being called an asshole and an idiot by people who don't consume his work.
Of course, I'm saying worst case scenario. Because I see this information, and God forbid we don't fact check everybody on everything, which has been something that I've gotten rid of. I said, you nodded your head and you said, I see your point. Sometimes I see their point, and sometimes I don't know. And I can't fact check everything. And I'll talk to somebody else who has a different opinion, but people can think for themselves as well.
There's a lot of bad faith actors out there, and there's a lot of people that do that. That's taking people out of context and trying to use this reductionist perspective and label people with these pejoratives that are incapable. Like to take the racist, homophobe, anti-Semite, all those are inescapable. The ones you get hit with those, that's your fucking sticker for the rest of your life. And that's what they're trying to do to you, because they're trying to silence you, and because they want to win. This is the real problem with human beings when it comes to ideas. Is that, like, if I believe something and you believe something differently, I don't want to listen to you. I want to beat you, right? I want to overwhelm you with talk. I want to pierce one in you into submission. I want to yell at you, not just here's the human with the show. You want to yell at them, and you want to win. You want to dunk on them. And this is why I don't engage with people on social media. I just think it's the worst way to communicate. And when I see people doing it, I genuinely feel bad for them, because I think they're mentally ill. People are dunking on people constantly on social media. Like, well, that's a sign of mental illness. Like, there's something wrong with you. You don't realize that yet? Like, this shit's been around for 20 years now. And you're still engaging in that kind of behavior on social media. It's just stupid.
It's seriously.
I think the problem is I get enough attention, so I don't need to, like, reach out and try to do more, which is like, well, by the way, that's what you're supposed to do when you get a lot of attention. You're supposed to rise above, with great power, great responsibility. You're supposed to try to be nice to them. That's like one of my core tenets of life, to be as nice as possible. And here's a shocker, I find people are nice to me almost entirely. Like, very rarely are people not nice to me, because I'm nice to everybody. So if you're nice to everybody, guess what? People are nice to you. And even people I disagree with, fundamentally.
That's exactly what you're trying to say. Like one of the conversations that I've referred to a couple times is the one I had with Matt Walsh. I don't think there's no universe we're going to change Matt Walsh. I'm about gay marriage. But at least I want to understand them. And I also know that some people who are in the middle of this argument could be influenced, might go one way. And there was, I cannot remember if this was a TED Talk or where this information or this story was put out in the world, but it was the story of a black man who ended up befriending a friend whose name was Taik. And ended up, is that the story? Oh my god, the story! Oh my god! And the guy's like, Godfather, the guy's kids?
Not just one. No, he's got more than 100 of these KKK guys to give him their robes. Yeah, and convert and change them over just by the just with love.
That's around the world.
Yeah.
In those conversations, that's what.
Yeah, well, that Daryl's a really amazing person, very shining example of what's possible when you just show people. Like, he's like, man, you're different than all the others. Like, actually, I'm just a human. I just have more melody in my skin. And you are, unfortunately, you have been trapped by an ideology. You other people simply by their looks. And you haven't learned this lesson that was supposed to be taught by Dr. King in the 1960s. Judging man by the content of his hair.
It must have been your show. It's like we recorded it.
Yeah.
I think it changed the way that I approach 99% conversations. Because I thought,
way too much of a show about the flat.
if I listen with an intent to hear and an intent to understand, and I can expose people to the things they're uncomfortable with in a way where we find common ground. I may not change their mind, but at least you're, it's a mental at least you're humble.
But it takes so much time. It's like Indiana Jones, where the guy starts to roll up, just pulls the gun out, just shoots him. It's like, I just want to shut the fuck up. And that's what a lot of people like, especially today. It's like, everybody wants to take Ozempic. You want a quick fix? You don't want to work out for fucking 6 years to lose 50 pounds. No, I just lose 50 pounds in a month. You know, and this is the quick fix thing of today's society. And when you're offered this pill that makes you smarter instead of reading books, like, yeah, I'll take that pill. You know, like this is the argument that I've said to people when they always talk about, you know, I don't have time for exercise. Like, I'm not interested in my body. Like, even this now, but this. Just give you a pill, and that pill make you fit, healthy, and muscular. You wouldn't take that pill? So why would you not want a body that works way better?
Improve your sex life would get better, all of these things.
Of course you take it.
It's a defense mechanism, though.
Right.
It's a fear that they would be incapable of following through on what you require. So they defend against it. It's the same shit with people that are overweight. Like, I don't care. Or they make fun of their weight and they get these funny fat guy. It's
Oh, I have a lot of friends like that. A lot of people listen to their entire act. So big part of it. Yeah.
this guy, I went to Gil's about last night. I was in Canadian. That's the first. And he was 412 pounds. And the guys married, they obviously do. But there was a part of that was so weird.
Of course.
He was dying inside.
Boy, the road to becoming healthy is hundreds of pounds a day. That is so daunting. Especially when you have a full addiction. And then intuitively.
Oh my God, this is impossible, by the way. Because the food is designed to override. Why?
If I eat tonight, like only pizza. Coca-Cola,
the ultra processed foods is designed to override your body's signaling of satiety. It's fucking impossible. And then you prove that with the psychological vulnerabilities, and it's a powder keg.
You sound like an Afro-Zen.
Exactly what I have. Oh my God, I'm really trying to get that tattoo. Afro-Zen dragon believer. Oh, I got the sticker, by the way. And my suitcase.
It's weird, but the only way out is through conversation. The only way out is to educate people or enlighten people or expose people to other ideas. Like, you're not really going to educate them, but you'll expose them to other ideas. And I think over time, good ideas will fit. It's just, it's been so many years of bad ideas, and it's so indoctrinated, and it's so difficult. And also, it's your identity. Your identity is whatever it is, whether you're Matt Walsh or whether you're a 420-pound trans person. Like, your identity is like embedded in whatever you think of yourself as being. It's very difficult to take wisdom from someone that you think of as the enemy.
And breaking that identity, in particular when it works against someone. So one of the things that and so one of the ways that I used to do last fitness was to give them an experience that they didn't think they could. So all of a sudden, that big funny fat guy just ran that mile without stopping, or just didn't push up on the hammer feet, or just did 10 pull-ups in a row, or even 12. But once they look at their achievements, I didn't know I was capable of this, and then you shatter that prison of living industry on the possibility.
You also have to find a tribe. You have to surround yourself with other people who try to prove themselves. So if other people around you are trying to prove themselves, then it will encourage you to be part of that group. You all do it together, and then help each other if you fall off the wagon, and pick each other up, and like reinforce positive behavior.
You see, back in the day, I get so caught up in fights about diets and fat workouts. And as I've matured, or like matured, I don't even engage in that shit anymore. It really doesn't matter what workout you're doing. If you're doing it with a qualified professional, or if people are showing up for CrossFit because they love CrossFit, they love training, because they're showing up for Pilates kids that love the community and are showing up for great. As long as they're showing up for something. And if the person who's teaching a great CrossFit coach, matters. There's a big difference between you herniating 3 discs and getting into the best shape of your life. So I would simply say, look for a qualified expert. But, you know, I'm beyond the what's the best diet and what's the best. As long as you're in a positive environment that's going to show up for it day after day after day, something's better than nothing. It matters. Yes.
That's what people love about CrossFit. The whole community.
Absolutely.
They're all working out together. I see that about my yoga class. You know, a bunch of people, I see them all the time. You know, but you don't talk until after it's over. Right. You're really discouraged talking before, but like, you're all sweating together. Like, you're going through it together. There's no other way. And then you get out the other day, you're like, wow, I wouldn't have done that by myself. I would have quit at like 40 minutes. And I did the whole 90 minutes. Now I feel better. And then the rest of the day is easy.
That's why the community is such an integral part of training addiction. Because you have that support of you have to show up part of something and see it work for you or against you.
Yeah. It's also an integral part of your unfortunately. He doesn't believe that you have to.
Tip things over
to make your side kinder and more empathetic and also more admirable.
Yes, you're right. The rewards have to be there and admirable as you want.
Yeah, you have to like wish you had those characteristics. But why don't I? Maybe I can. You know, and just also realize you're not losing it. Okay, if you were a fat alcoholic gambling addict, you don't have to stay that way forever. Just you don't have to. You're not that. You're a human being. You are trapped with behavior and ideas that were not self-serving. You're not good for people around you. Probably stole things to feed your addictions. You feel terrible self-worth, terrible self-image, but that's not you. That's who you have been. You are who you are right now. So you choose right now to be positive from here on out. And you're going to have some mistakes and fuck up along the way and find a group. This is why Alcoholics Anonymous is so important. You get around these people and you all agree. They're all like, you have sponsors, each other, like, this is the whole idea. We are not solitary individuals. We're just not. We are a collective organism experiencing itself in individual ways.
I sometimes going out more often.
Well, because that's what's in the news, and that's also what's in your album. You know, that's why yeah, I feel so much better. I've been off social media like almost entirely for like a few really weaned off about 2 weeks ago. I really followed my wife's footsteps because like, she just got off, and she's like, I feel so much better. That's crazy. And so I'm like, let me try it. So I tried it for a day. It's like, wow, I feel so much better after this day. And then I tried a couple of days, and then I'm like, oh, it's real. Like, there's, you know, Sean O'Malley, UFC champion, he said, because I get a low-level anxiety when I'm scrolling through social media. I'm like, right, what is that? Like, what is that? That shit's real. It's also, you realize, like, it's distracting yourself from stupidity. But when you don't do that, your mind feels better. It really does feel better. So I will occasionally, like on the toilet, I'll like scroll through Twitter, find out what's ever in that app, and then I'll put it away. You know, and then sometimes I'll go days without looking at it at all. And then sometimes like, hey, like I got a text the other day, like, hey man, you okay? Like, oh what? They're like, oh, people are mad at you on Twitter. I'm like, oh, that's not the real world, bro. You know what they're mad at. Like, don't. Like, a friend of mine sent me something, and people, I go, don't send me that shit. I'm not looking at it. I don't care.
What are they going to say to you at this point that you're even going to care about?
This is not me. It's them. They think that I'm upset at this thing. They would be upset at this thing because they don't get attacked. Right? So, like, my sister used to say, like, don't say that shit. I don't care.
My wife used to do that for a while because she worried and wanted me to like temper my behavior. And this is where we stay in the pocket here on your fitness stuff. But I found that the more we lean into that, it didn't matter how many attacks would come my way because it resonated with the people that got it. And that ended up working better for me personally and professionally. But you're right, is their concern about the big deal. If people call them those things or came for them with the pitchforks.
And by the way, the worst thing you do is like the worst thing you do is like interact with people.
Of course.
But that's everyone's instinct. Everyone's instinct is to go all tell you what I think about.
It's ridiculous. The only time I find myself doing that these days, and I'm going to stop it, is when my son will challenge me on something, and then my mother is like, "We're debating something." She's like, "Hey, you're eating this one with our team." Yeah, okay. And I think about me. Instead of
Well, you do, but also you can't control people.
right. It's not
The only thing you do is be able to control.
That is so well said.
That's all you have. And so what happens with haters is they challenge you to become more undeniable. So that's good. That's what your job is.
I think they keep stealing
All
that
the
narrative.
users of the world, they challenge you to become a
They really do. I've learned how, especially in the health space, when I would be active in a conversation about nutrition, what have you, you learn how to avoid yourself in that conversation.
Right.
You leave it open.
Fight so hard to keep their bad habits.
It is insane.
Yeah.
And there's also so much training in every industry, which bums me out. And that's when I'm just
That's an attention thing, right? They're upset that you're getting the attention that they think that they deserve. Like, she doesn't even know what she's talking about. Like, you see a lot of that in the health space.
you do, and I hate it. And it's super disappointing because we can share ideas and we can, as you said, admit when we're wrong and learn and grow and what have you. But the real enemy is another freaking doctor or another PhD. And we've seen who the real enemy is. And it's big pharma when it's got bad intentions, or big food with bad intentions, or big ag. It's not going to be the guy who has a different opinion on cholesterol. I'm saying
It's not even that. It's just that that guy with the cholesterol is getting a lot of attention. And then these people come back and they're comparing themselves to that person. Why don't I get this attention? And the way to get the attention is to dump that person, saying awful things.
yeah.
But then people don't go to you. And now your life is not okay. Good job.
When they do, I like to sit down and see if there's truth there, like you said. You know, I've not been immune to some landlord assaults. And you know what? I sat down and I was listening. Like, things are going on. I want to be honored, not from me. From this PhD, that PhD, this PhD, and the American Medical Association. And had him on my podcast, and by the time we were done, he won me over. I was like, I believe you. I think you're right. I'm changing my position on this. Sometimes you're right. It's because someone is getting attention or there's envy there. And I was simply saying you can intuit when a criticism is. And when you're seeing it over and over and over again, and it's a similar thing, there's something to look at there. But outside of that, bullshit.
There's also the problem with bots.
Oh,
The vast majority of Twitter might be bots. An FBI analyst that used to analyze big data sets. He said, looked at Twitter, he said it might be about 80% bots. Yeah.
I was blown away. She's having a cute no, and she's showing stuff, bot farms, and all on the wall. And then you're just engaging. It's crazy.
Most states, different people use it. I'm sure, like, there's publicity firms that use it. I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. But you could use it with AI. You know, you could easily have one computer that would run many accounts. and you could program it to have variations of the theme. But you see it sometimes with, like, there's a lot of social media influencers that get co-opted, and one of the things you see is a very similar message, and they use very similar phrasing. Sharp as a tack was one of them, and you saw that over and over again with Biden, like sharp as a tack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they were getting influenced, and they were getting paid.
Yes. Did you see that? I'm sure you would, of course you would have, but I remember when I was talking to Senator Johnson, and he was we did the trusted news initiative, and this is the whole like newscasters that have these scripts and the exact same thing, and in broad daylight. There's guys. We have clips of all of you saying the exact same thing. It's so clear, it's a narrative. And when he told me, this was my mind. He went pre-COVID to talking about this event at the Health Institute where Fauci and I think it's right. Forgive me if it's maybe wrong, but this is people that Fauci were talking about. What are you going to take payments and get a global vaccine program? Just is probably going to take a pandemic. This is like anywhere you saw 5 months before COVID. Just to put my tin hat on and pull myself to tin foil and jump all the way down the road. But then April Haynes said, well, what are you going to do about this information at this event that you put on shortly after that? He said that's what came up with the trusted usage right in time.
Not only that, they came up with a new term, so that term is malnutrition. Malnutrition is true information that might be wrong. So, misinformation got balance. Malnutrition is something that we talk about during malnutrition. It's essentially the truth.
I do believe we've got to reconsider the First Amendment. I've seen all those clips. That is some scary shit. Senator Barry, Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, and to criminalize people for those misinformation.
Did you ever see the CEO of NPR doing a TED Talk saying that sometimes the truth gets in the way of getting things done?
Oh God, no! But I've heard them all say that. I say that. Oh my God!
It's infantilization of the public because they're too stupid. They know the truth. They're dumber than you. You're the purveyor of information, and you need to give them the information that gets things done. And sometimes you have to lie to them. Vaccines are safe and effective.
It was the cover of the New Yorker that said something about doing away with the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And I number 14, by the way, or number 5. Number 1, the First Amendment. That to me, when you're having this debate about Kamala versus Trump, how do you guys have this selective outrage about flipping your shit? I want due process for Kilmore, Frank Garcia. Probably beats his wife. I get it. I want to do. Yeah, come on, and it's a deportation order. Just saying, so you can't.
Photographs that his wife puts out where she covers his knuckles and every picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hilarious.
I mean,
So I was saying, oh my God, they deported a Maryland man and his father, because that's what I was reading the news. And then you get into it, and you're like, oh, wait, hold on. And then they released the dash cam footage, the police footage of when they arrested him. Not dash cam, whatever the cops call it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing.
It's crazy, but it's just like you can't just go on narratives, because these narratives are just designed to make the Trump administration look like monsters.
I was reading this whole New York Times. I just, don't you see this? I was like, I do see it, I don't understand it, and I wish it would be different. But I vote for this, and I was like, I don't agree with my previous position based on the current information available to me now.
But then
I know. And what I have learned so far is I've really been trying to thought for that one because I don't understand why the left isn't leaning on that one. The other guy, like, this wife, suspected trafficker, like, what the outrage? Like, this guy is a gay hairdresser. I guess he committed a certificate and immigration fraud. So, listen, that guy's a tough one. Now, okay, hold on. Here would be the argument there. I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that if somebody can be deported, but they are held because of asylum, correct me if I'm wrong here, because they weren't going back to their home country is dangerous or deadly, like Kilmer, Greg, or Garcia. Because he's not a gang member, he's afraid of being killed by other gangs that aren't MS-13. Got that one, right? It's like, I can't go home because the other gangs will kill me, but I'm not a gang member. Nevertheless, there's a deportation order on him, so I believe that they can just send him to a third country, and that's not legal. That's something I heard.
Okay.
So, yeah, you could not be more right about that. Tell me that that is the one that's not the poster child, that guy. Yeah.
That's not close.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've talked to him.
The two
Guy was a gang expert.
two separate courts agree.
I talked to a guy
Because
who's
of
a
that
gang expert. Explain it to me. He's like, yeah, that's how it works.
There's also an informant who confirmed.
There's different versions of MS-13, but that's what it means. Like marijuana, smiley face, Jesus, and then the skull. I just think I look online.
How is this the poster child?
Okay, you can look online, but I mean, I talked to a gang expert who told me, he was explaining it to me. There's a bunch of different versions of
There's
gang
two courts that determined he was an MS-13 gang member. The cops had an informant. That was an extremely reliable source that said he is MS-13. The guy's wife was like, he beats me, and then pretty true, I guess, but he filed a report.
It's a protection order.
Yes, the cops pulled the guy over with 8 guys in the car, going like from Texas to Maryland, I think, or from Maryland to Texas. No luggage, no tools, and suspected him of trafficking. And again, I will simply say, if you didn't apply for asylum,
On this one, I'm not thinking.
I think that would
What
that
is the
be
latest?
your sacrificial lamb?
Glenn Greenwald talk about the gay hairdresser, and that one seems the most
I agree completely.
but there's no logic in this world.
That's all.
Like whatever gets traction, you know. Maybe it's because he's got kids. Oh, he's a father, Maryland father. You know, like that's what it is. Like I can't say wrongly deported Maryland father. Like, what's wrong? Why? Tell me why. What's wrong with
He had a deportation order 100%, and then said, "I am worried that the other gangs will kill me," and so that's when they held the deportation order. He can be deported to another country illegally. That's the part that, if he's not a gang member, why is he worried about being killed by other gangs? I would just, like, well, this is the common sense piece that we, I don't know, I hang my hat on the gay hairdresser guy. I agree with you.
it's also like America, inheritance is a problem. Like you've been open borders for 4 years, and they've let thousands and thousands of people listen here about millions. They've let millions of people. Who knows how many of these people are suspected terrorists? Just one, not zero. Okay, so what's the number? I don't know. How many of them are gang members? Is it zero? No, it's not zero. So they let in gang members. Okay. How many of them are in the cartel? It's not zero. Okay, what the fuck do you do? What do you do if you want to clean up this mess that has been en masse for 4 years? Just flooded, open borders, not just open borders, but like busting them in, flying them in, giving them debit cards, giving them phones.
Oh my God, interest-free loans in California. Loopholes, the Gavin Newsom was creating healthcare.
Millions of dollars.
35-year-old brother can't get a home loan and can't get healthcare. His tax dollars.
He needs to change his name in Mexico. One across the border.
I told him a couple times. I was like, great, where's the passport thing? This will work. You know? he's half black, he's my half brother, he can get away with it. He looks the part. It is bananas. And I
It's all because that's there's a reason why the vast majority of the swing states, like they're doing it on purpose. Yeah, and Elon has been talking about this. That's one of the other reasons why they call it out.
I've had this conversation with intelligent people that there's no evidence that they're voting. But if everybody gave this all the way out, if I was to if I understand, first of all, I think you can vote in some states in local elections.
Yes.
And Karen Bass becomes Kathy Newsom becomes God for the president of the United States. So there's a reason we've got this whole grassroots thing going on. I would imagine. And then I'm told that when they sign up for benefits, they potentially reach out to them about that could be conspiracy theory, though. Very much so. I've thought out of my ass. I don't know.
Right, but it's not a conspiracy that they're giving them Social Security. Yeah, because if you, there's a woman who was explaining when she was working for a Social Security office what they would have to do. So they would have them get permanent disability, and the way they get permanent disability is you just have to say you have a back problem. So if you have a back problem, then you have permanent disability. If you get permanent disability, then they start labeling them as a client. If you label them as a client, then they get money forever. And so then you have people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, and all these people saying we need to keep these people from road to citizenship. Okay. Well, then you potentially have millions and millions of people now. If the Democrats are in charge, they can change the rules and make it so these people have a road to citizenship. Then they can vote on elections. So now you've deported millions of people that are going to vote for sure for people who gave them money, not the people who hired Tom Holman to kick everybody out.
Why are you not requiring identification?
That's racist. Well, not only not requiring it, in California, you're not allowed to show it. It is illegal to show your identification for your phone. There's only one reason why you do that. It's because you want fraud.
Exactly. When I ask people who are on the other side, if they gave us out for me, steal them as urgent. What's the
See,
problem?
Kathy Holmes' logic about that?
No.
A lot of these black kids, they don't even know what a computer
Oh, I
is.
haven't seen the God, it's all black eyed making fun of
What is this?
God, which is the most racist thing that you could possibly say.
By the way, every fucking kid has a computer. They all have phones.
Did you see that video? I think it came out of a greater review where they were saying that they don't have access to ID and they can't figure out something.
Yeah.
It's so racist. It's crazy.
You tell me that. What about poor white people that live in West Virginia? Dirt poor. You know,
Staggering gross. It's crazy. Also, okay, how about this one? I've also told that the more people you have, in a sense, it doesn't matter if they're legal citizens or get more representation.
yeah, you want
Well, then eventually you can make a president a lame duck. Yeah.
exactly. That's why California's losing because people are escaping. Yeah, that is what it is. It's escaping.
I go on record as saying I am pro immigration.
Well, I'm the grandchild of immigrants. My whole family came from Italy and Ireland.
Unless you're Native American. And when you appreciate the ways in which legal immigration enriches the community, stimulates the economy, control the flow, as Sad likes to explain, they support those community when they're brought in illegally. When it's illegal, it overwhelms the infrastructure, and you bring in criminals who don't know who's here.
Suicide.
I know of many years now, and I absolutely you articulate it like no one else.
And he's, seeing the rise of anti-Semitism in Montreal right now.
I have to admit that
Guys escaped Lebanon for the same reasons.
I do tend to see it seems that after the show you I reached out to her I always Israel and I was my mom.
Don't become a monster.
No,
It's like, but the horrors that you're seeing in Gaza, it's like, okay, you're fighting Hamas. Hamas are monsters. That's right. Yeah.
I didn't even know that. Yeah.
It gets scary.
That's when I
It's really scary when someone's helping the enemy, so they become the enemy.
and it's not the Jews. I'll preface by saying my grandmother ran from the friggin' Nazis. According to my 23andMe, 37% Jewish. However, it's I don't necessarily a lot of the ways he's handled it. It doesn't mean I don't understand what happened and not appalled and not disgusted. I personally think that kid Khalil should get the fuck out of here. Personally, I'm sorry. Like the kid, I could get into that one too. I see all of that, and I'm more towards the Israel.
Well, I completely understand how they can look at things the way they are. They're surrounded.
Yes.
They're surrounded by Arab states. And, I think if you have been attacked relentlessly since the beginning of, whatever, 1948.
To the charter to kill all Jews. I mean, that's, I don't know,
So you see, like, trans people in Palestine, like, hey, you fucking know what they would do to you. Oh my God. It's complicated, right? The world is a very complicated thing.
it's a nuanced conversation as well. I don't know. I was really riveted by that debate. And both of them made excellent points. I learned a ton and it changed my mind on some things. Like, I freaking loved it. I thought they both, I'm sorry, at the end of the day, I thought they both made great points. I really did.
Yeah, for sure. I just wish that Douglas didn't misrepresent certain
I
people.
understand.
Like Daryl. Yeah, Daryl was great.
I actually never saw that show with him, so I wasn't able to fully comprehend the accusations. I simply thought, like, you can't gatekeep from community. If something's wrong, but if this was the truth, right? It was this 100% it was innocent, or not innocent, but the lesser evil, or the Churchill versus Hitler.
He definitely wasn't saying that. But what he was really saying, that apparently the historians also agree with that Hitler kind of hid his anti-Semitism early on, and that early on during his rise he would keep it confined, like the really rampant anti-Semitism, keep it confined to these like small regions, and that it's like
He said he's Jewish, isn't he? He's a Jew. What is he? Hitler's a Jew. What? Do you know? Check that.
Hitler was a Jew.
Hold on, I think so. I think he had some Jewish blood. Check it real quick, will you? I remember hearing
That
something.
sounds crazy.
I remember hearing something.
It's also an alien race, blonde hair, blue eyes, bro. That's not you.
That's not it. Hold on, I feel like there was. Hold on. Oh, is it bullshit?
No, it's not Jewish.
Oh, okay.
There's of suggesting a Jewish grandfather of Jewish ancestry. These claims are not supported by any historical evidence and are widely dismissed
No,
by
Jesus, sorry, I shit the bed on that one. I shit the bed on that one.
It's really fascinating because he is one of the worst figures in history. Like everybody, other than really complete psychopaths, the great
That's what I'm
worst
saying.
figures.
If you can't disseminate that bit of information, let's say, again, hypothetically, this gentleman Daryl was trying to make that point. You're an idiot. Like, if you can't determine, or there are skinheads and KKK that are going to tell you the same thing. If you can't determine that person's fucked up, you're an idiot.
That's not really the argument, though. It's like no one's really saying that.
No, I know. I'm suggesting that if the worst case scenario was that, but I do appreciate what you're saying. That wasn't his point, and I have not done any.
He tries to look at things from everybody's view. He tries, like, imagine you're this person, imagine you're a German citizen, and you've just gone through World War I, World History. Imagine, and then the drug thing is a big part of World War II. It's a giant part of it. Like, the fucking whole army was on meth. That is so crazy. That is so fucking crazy. Really, you should read the list. It's really fascinating. fascinating because they had like a over-the-counter meth. What's called
Oh yes, the candy thing.
Permitin.
Yes, I remember seeing that on the show. And it was like little candy.
Yeah, they were all into meth. Super productive. That's why they have such great engineers. They're like, wow, fucking dialed in. You know?
This is true. This is true. Yeah, okay. Oh, God damn. It's bright. I take it. There's a lot of dark spots here.
There's a lot of darkness in human history. A lot of people. A lot of horrible consequences. And a lot of lessons that we really learned but then unlearned. And that's what people are terrified of with this, like, Hitler apologist perspective. Like, don't unlearn this one huge fucking lesson. You know, look, a guy like Hitler can exist. They can rise to power and become monsters and destroy countless lives. Like, it is impossible to really quantify the amount of damage that guy did. Don't unlearn that. And I get that. But don't also label someone as someone who didn't learn that when they're talking about it, openly discussing. I mean, Daryl talks about what a fucking psychotic, drug-addled monster Hitler was all the time. It's part of his stuff, but you have to actually consume his work. And Douglas admittedly never listened to it. He was just taking this narrative, this like very reductionist narrative that's very incorrect, and just saying it over and over again, saying it on Bill Maher to applause. That's not what he's saying. He's stupid. It's okay, you know, but it's not, you know, it's not correct.
I do find myself to that sometimes. I see myself do it in conversations where you hear a narrative and I get deeper on it, and I've been guilty of it a couple of times.
I apologized to Bob Kennedy when he came here because I said I believe everything about you before I read your book. I thought you were this kook who doesn't believe in vaccines and he's an anti-science guy, conspiracy theorist. And then I read The Real Anthony Fauci. I was like, oh, that book's fucking nuts. And by the way, again, said it before, say it again. He would be sued if it wasn't true. And it is true. And what he did during what he did during the AIDS crisis. And I know that they get a blanket pardon from everything in 2014. Weird. Where did they choose that date? Where did they choose that date? Obama had decided to never gain function research. And this motherfucker was like outsourcing it.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Well, at least it's in the White House now. That page is very comprehensive. But it's already go to that page again. It's kind of hilarious. There's a Trump in the middle of it, like walking, like getting shit done. It's like that might be how they tricked him into putting this page out there.
That's the irony of it, didn't he? Obama put a moratorium on it. I think Trump lifted the friggin' moratorium.
I think it happened.
Oh my God.
He's like, I'm going to take care of this. It's like a serious look on my face. Why are they like the true origins of COVID-19, like COVID science? What is that? Why is this thing
like, Harold posted this, and he's like, any scientist telling me what on this page isn't true, and I kind of thought it was a joke. I thought it was
no, scroll.
Oh my God.
Is it just explaining the whole thing? The virus possesses biological characteristics that is not found in nature. In italics. Data shows that all COVID-19 cases stem from a single introduction into humans. This runs in contrast to previous pandemics where there were multiple spillover events. Wuhan is home to China's foremost SARS research lab, which has a history of conducting gain-of-function research, gene-altering and organism supercharging at inadequate biosafety levels. And this is where Barney Fauci, they could get him on perjury because he was, when he was being questioned, when he said famously to Rand Paul, "You do not know what you are talking about." Yeah, there's a photo of him in his hand with his foot.
You put the email on his team.
Yes.
It's like, yo, listen, this is how you
function research. And then after he communicated with them, they all changed their
for the sake of science and global harmony, let's not pursue this path. And then they changed that. And that's
so you can download the house oversight.
Crazy. That makes me look like my daughter would put together, by the way. But even more amazing is that each and every one of those points is exactly what Brett Weinstein laid out on your show.
Yeah.
And I remember
He's labeled grandma.
I folded the floor over and some people in the side
Yeah.
and that was my Neo moment in the Matrix. And that's it. I was forever good.
Well,
Right now,
I'm glad you took it.
it was over
Glad you're on the right side.
then. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed talking to you. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me.
Keep fighting the good fight.
I will, too.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Patreon. Big news this week. New Patreon member, John Mellon, $10.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
Train by day, show running podcast by night, all day.
Great to see you. Yeah. Good to see you. Started listening to the audio. It gets better, right? It takes a minute for the reader. Well, the relief is seeing you. Well, the relief is also, the story. So you can dive into the actual detailed narrative that sticks out. So what you're doing. So yeah, it's stuff like the music. Like, wow, my sister took a while to read, and it takes a minute. It took me a long time to get to it. It's just for me to do. Actual results, because you don't even walk through. Yeah, it's quite. There's some things are miraculous. Some things to be explained, something, and I tried to figure it out as I was writing the book. People ask questions, I ask myself questions. Some things were on my own will, some things were of some sort. But yeah, I'm supposed to walk because I'm finishing like Titanic, and then it's really not running. Almost don't know exactly.
Yeah, really.
I think it's. Will is a really special thing. And love and fuel to fuel your will. I have in spades. I feel like I'm pretty security if I set my mind to it. When it was my essential part of my life. It's a 24-hour-day job. Typically, I do many things, right? We all do in our lives, but all my focus, like you can, I'll do it. And so I do that. So I do that first. So that makes a central part of every thought, every fiber, any cell of my body geared towards a one well, things like that. So I just got that. I was brought back. And this service is not do all things I'm supposed to be doing. So just took a lot of effort and a lot of support. Helped me not die. At the end of the day, recovery, you get very it's own slow. It's only you. No matter how much help you have, the PT you have, if attendance go, whatever the heck happens, you still have to put in the work every day and endure the pain and manage the pain and mitigate it. It can be quite lonely, but I've always found that my daughter, family, I see their faces when I get better and stand up and say they're not in the job, any sort of milestone, I see their faces get a little bit less horrified, even quite joyful. So, how much damage did I do to my family and their hearts getting better and competing with that. So it was an easy boy road to recovery.
for 2 years. And families were sort of just coming up and celebrate the holidays and skiing. But we had a big kind of snow type snow event that shut down the mountain and on top of Lake Tahoe, about 8,000 feet elevation. We got these tons of snow. But it happens often, meaning that intense in the storm. So much so where we were cut off from anywhere else in the snow, then fine, I'm prepared for that stuff. 3 days without power, prepared for it, so I'm have fun. It's actually relief. All the cell phones go off, all the iPads go away, computers, and we're just playing card games and pen names on it. Survive. So we had a good time. You know, supply was still good, but it's New Year's Day, we give a break in the weather, so I decided to clear the roads and come out for air. And so that's what transpired. And it's not just more routine type of thing to have a half-mile long driveway. I have to maintain it myself, so there's no gap. There's a bunch of other stuff. But there's a bunch of vehicles, snowmobiles, even things that got stuck in the driveway because there was a lot of extra snow and some of it was very light. It got very icy hard, so sinking down like 3-4 feet into it. It was a hot mess. So I had to try to take all that stuff out, use the snow gap, pulling the stuff out. This thing, snow gap, describing the words is pretty difficult. It's like a tank. It's probably 12 feet wide, tracks inside, so it spins like a tank, skid steer. Yeah, that's a smaller, tiny first. But yeah, it's something kind of like a Star Wars. But this line of the metal tracks, more like that. Oh, yeah, that's it. Exactly that's the one. So it's not like 16,000 dollars. And it's very nimble on this. On this. Just to see it, put it back up, see it physically, and know that that's what you can do it by your whole body. Yeah. So you have to step on the tracks to get into the cab to operate. So stepping on the tracks is the only thing to do. You just don't do the right things. You're operating. You're driving. Go forward, reverse, and then neutral, and that's it. It's really easy to operate. But it just the accident happened because you have to get in and out off of those tracks. Get the threw me off and I went towards my nephew, so I jumped back on and tried to stop it, killing him. The push him between the truck and but
actually see where you're coming from.
My instinct was to jump back on and try to stop it.
The ritual piece went out.
And got ran over.
The lower fourth dimension, otherwise known
How much you brought in the entire
as
I was exactly. The tracks were here, jumped in the cab, leaving the up and over to try to pull on it. Took a whole leg to fit. It's kind of long. And so there's like a set of wheels that turn these tracks. And it's like 6 wheels. So it undulates. And I felt all the engine. The first one was reversed with the pressure, slow push, and all that stuff. And then it released as another undulation of the tire and the track. And you're away for that. You like with the 6 undulation. It's like, just kind of finish already. It's like, and then it's like, you know, really good drowning, being struck by lightning. All the things are all pressure. Every object to realize the peak of your journey is physical, and remember that there will always be your skull. Yeah. It's like, it's like, you know, it's everything. It's like study of those drones, eyeball out, and I know, right? And I mean, all the doctors are like, I don't know how your eyes, as though operators are working, but I think. So on ice, they didn't see it. I'm like, well, maybe you want to put this eye on ice. You can hold into it. I stopped my eye, right? And like, I remember because I'm on like icy asphalt driveways that's off my driveway, like the top of the road. So it wasn't great for impact. I wish I was on a snowpack. It'd be a little easier. He wasn't. So I just kind of rolled onto it, just like maybe I could come with the eye on ice until I could figure out how to breathe. I had to sort of laugh at it. It's weird to think about that.
reviews. Plus, they will argue of some of your one-star reviews.
So, yeah. Yeah, so you really love it. Spiral fracture, legs on my joints broken, all my
Well, they did help me, but yeah,
none
I
of my
also
spine.
lose now.
And
Want
I
me to
only got a
really want you.
laceration in my liver
Okay,
from one of
here
the
it goes.
ribs
This almost
breaking
not
and
asked me
spots
for
and went
my
down
week
and
again.
stabbed it.
I was about to give it
Mess
to
it up
him,
too
and then
bad.
I thought he was
That's
going
okay.
to use it on
The only
drugs or
organ,
alcohol.
my
But
brain,
then I thought, hey, that's
I don't
what I'm
think there's
going to
anything.
use it.
Yeah, I'll use that excuse.
I know what you're talking about. Okay,
Yeah, and my
here's
spine.
another.
That's the miracle.
Since
It's
we
like,
were
how
so
did I break
sensitive,
14 ribs?
you know how you can tell
And my
how your
practice,
white woman is?
every
You
arm
look at
finger,
her and you wonder how long they would
my
know
spine
that
is
she was missing.
and I'm like, well, that's what's scared my brain. So like, it's kind of almost no harm, no foul. Even though there's probably 20% titanium in my body.
Of
So,
course, I know
how
that.
many pieces
I'm not stupid. This is
Well,
all original
the
material.
guy that
Now
invented
go
this
introduce your
procedure
guests.
worked at the hospital in Reno.
To
There's
go
a
to
lot
a
of question
room
injuries
or
that happen.
something.
So skin sore to the body instead of being dirty. So I got really lucky to get this doctor. But it took 4 doctors to get this. So that's my family. I was out. And once they found this guy, I was on vacation. Later, he actually called me to come back and help my friend out. And so we rushed out, and he's like, this is what he does for a living. I can't wait to get this for this guy. So it relieved on my family. It was such a relief. They were like, he loses his eye with a caught his leg, and all this kind of tragic sort of prognosis. So this guy comes in, no, it's not going to get hammered this way, and we do this. Do his faceplate, do this, like this. And just looking at the orbital bone that broke, the cheekbone that broke. They only wanted to do that because my face is been after they want to shave my cheek off. But yeah, he fixed up all my ribs. They used like this mesh, this sort of weird way to kind of handle it. It's 1 or 2 ribs broken, the rest will kind of fall into place. So the body's pretty miraculous. It's in the middle direction, and it heals on itself from root to bone. So it's not as much titanium in my ribs as it is for all those breaks. So many. I did. And I say, you are. This is the aspect. Yes, somewhere. Yeah. I guess that's my sister. She's gonna show it. It's pretty meaningful. It looks like I had a hammer and a 2x4 and nails. It just looks like it's very like. Why is there a nail and 2 screws? It's carpentry 101. There's nothing. I think the guy that had the screws in his skull and my jaw got broken in his spot. And the guy took it out. It's something that he got from Home Depot. And then literally it's like he just took it out. I'm like, dude, it's squeaking like it's in wood. If you numb it or something. I almost knocked this guy out. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I was always kind of have the bad mentally. It takes so much mental just deal with like pain management. And it's emotionally exhausting to deal with so many different things in your body. So I'm always kind of half paying attention to things. I'm much sharper mentally now because I don't have to mitigate so much inflammation, pain. So I can hear and laugh. But back then, this guy was, I almost thought this guy was still working. But yeah, I was really happy to. It was a great milestone for me to get these students on the scope. That was worse than the overdose. Okay. In terms of pain, or just no, it wasn't worse than pain. It's the haunting images of feeling like gum wrap around this screw as he's pulling out. It's a lot longer than I thought it was. And then there's 3 more to go. And it was more the visual in my mind. kind of what makes it terrible. In addition to the visual die. So I don't think anything works needs to much physical way, but their visuals, you don't want to do it. And the sound, right? Oh, it's just taking it out. There's this is where work comes from. Right? This is like stars. Is that the only thing that I take out? Is the screws in the Yeah. It definitely goes in for the most part. It's why risk infection. But so all the rest of the stuff stays in until the screws go. At some point, they start backing out. Right? Yeah. And you think you put in a locking screw? Right? I've had friends that have broken arms and start to put them out. Yeah. So how much different things? I think I got a couple on my face. I didn't think about it as my cheek. For my elbow socket, and then for the cheekbone. Over there, hold that bone in place. Do you feel it? I feel the lack of feeling. It's still numb to this whole side because I think all these nerves basically in the mouth using the side of my face feels slightly and the rest of them. Do you feel how much do you feel in all these different bones and joints and all the different things out there? As long as you got tissue going through all the time. What's great is like it's not hitting one spot. It's like it moves around. Even if you're not usually just twist your big bar, it goes up in your hip, it's in your shoulder, it moves around your body, kind of moves it around. So you just kind of stay on top of it. It's always something to work through. This is I already have to do it anyway. I'm 54. I just have to take care of my health. I just have to be a central part of my life. And so helping you have full range of motion, full mobility, everything is back to normal. Yeah, I don't know what normal is. I'm going to be, I feel like I'm maybe 110% just spiritually and mentally. I'm so much better. I got so many gifts from doctors. I'm 150%. My body will always be, look, my body's aging, so I have to fight against age. Well, recovery is age reversal. It's the same stuff that people are doing just to reverse age. I just do it just because it's my recovery. I have to for the rest of my life. With that information, stuff to install and things like that. So when you have so many broken bones, so many broken joints, what is the health of your body? How do you get day by day? As soon as I got from the hospital, AT there, and working to just improve, keep things moving. Otherwise, you can lock up the seat and walk around today in the studio with no idea. You look totally normal. That's great. It takes a lot of work. It's still what I was having to stretch. I usually live quite big, so I don't lock up. After getting that sleep, it's like, it can be a little stiff in the morning. To do some stretches and things like that. But I think if I didn't get the accident in 54, I'd probably have to do dishes. So it feels good. How long with the force stretching. And so take just day by day. So initially, and how long does it take? I have no idea. It's pretty quick. Feeling with the push bone, all this broken shoulder, collarbone, all this stuff. That healed pretty quickly. But that doesn't require gravity force on your legs. Like your legs have to take breaks. So that took a little bit longer. The legs, broken ankles, right? Those were under trauma and plates in those. So all tight. Lower leg. So that took a little bit longer. But ironically, it was only painful for like a couple of weeks. I was plastic suitcases for my lungs and to bleed out stuff was going in and out. It was in that thing. But I had to carry those things around for a while. Once I got rid of those, it was a bit more. And I felt good with just saying that. But there's still, as you can imagine, so much trauma, so many places. But I think the longest was really getting out to stand up, to walk, all your choices to work properly again. You learn to walk, you learn to move, you kind of have to. But I had to think of these challenges that happens. But I was standing up, moving around. I got into a chair probably by the February after like 3 days. And the more I can move, the faster you heal, blood flow, the body will work better. Help with my attitude, will to get out and sit up. All the things, these things are like milestones. I'm just like, yeah, forward to the next thing. Set a goal for myself, even if it's just like to sit up and like, sure. And then set such to reach too far to get my confidence. And it's like keep reaching these goals and just going. I find myself, it's 24 hours a day. So what do I have to do today? I don't have to ask. I just get better. And, just keep going. Whatever thing, there's so many things to attack to get better. So I never got bored. I just had like bands and stuff. I was in a wheelchair, like this, and it's like a leg press. All these like interesting ways to try to strengthen my body better. Whatever was, like anything that would work, I would do. Saying no to nothing, saying yes to everything. Let's try it. Let's do it. Took in everything. They say that is one of the more difficult things with stroke is the will to do exercise, to force yourself to recover. Because so many people just, they've never done that before, they've never pushed themselves before, they don't, there's this tendency to just kind of go out. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I wrote the book. It's a lonely place where people struggling with recovery, and when it's a lifetime recovery too. I hope you can find something that you grab onto. Like this guy can be able to do this, I can put out my own way, and maybe not thinking differently. Everything we have control of that. So, what's my active using? Just go victimize and cry about it. I'm 2 years old, and it's not even part of the narrative. It's not even a conversation. It's like I'm getting better every day for the rest of my life. That's it. So, what we do? What's the alternative? Right here, this is the alternative. I keep saying that to you. I'm not going to stumble around. I don't need to run back in here just to suffer. That's not happening. I said, unplug the machine, I'm done, I'm out of here. It's way better being dead. You know what I mean? I'm not going to come back and just waddle and lick my way through life. It's not going to happen. What's crazy is you that problem. Correct. There have been a lot of other that never come back. Yeah, you have to push it, right? Anything that's in your life for excellence, you have to obsess at it. And risk everything for you. You have to work. It's not going to happen. Nobody's going to do it for you. But what else you can do? Yeah. Like I said, what's the alternative? Yeah, this sucks. So does a cold plunge. So does this. So does that. So does that. You got to test. You've got to test our bodies, our limits, to really have real growth, especially in recovery. You have to. What else are you going to do, man? You're going to take pills. That was one of the far things worse than the accident as well as getting off oxycontin. And I come out with really stuff. I'm glad you're here for the pain for me. Like, I want to get off as soon as possible. So it's highly unaddictive. And coming off that stuff, it's so hard. And you have a really strong will. Some people don't. I know. All people, it's crazy. It's ironically, I was listening to the movie about this happening. Yeah. But it was supposed to happen like literally that just that spring. Obviously, that got canceled because I had to take out some guns. Just trying to get behind. But then I didn't get on this stuff real quick. It was really interesting to see how people treated that drug as the one that could was monitoring, counting pills for half a day. This and that. Like, everyone was on it. Like, dude, what? You treat me like I'm some sort of drug addict. Don't give me this stuff. I don't want it. Jesus Christ, it's terrible. But it's powerful, powerful stuff. And I don't ever believe it's not a drug. I just think it's somehow maybe it's really used in the support school system. You know, I got away with a lot of stuff. Promote that stuff. Yeah. You see the thing on Netflix. You've seen that. It's docudrama. Oh, yeah. It's gnarly. Just important idea. Just be honest. You don't worry about it. It's not it's the knowing part. The double down against selling it. It's a moment. Yeah, thing that we can be on forever. Just insane. So you're on it, and how long did you just be on it for? My book is working to get off of it. And I think maybe it's around, if I got home on January 13th, right at 13th. And I think it was probably less than a month. Probably like the beginning of February, because I had all my boards that pushed in. My mouth's hot mess, my jaw's broken. But I had night terrors, as you would, being away to that truck. So, and I bit down into just these sort of spots, you can crack my molar. It goes down to the nerves. I'm like, oh, I feel that. I'm on all this oxycontin. I don't feel maybe I don't need to be on this. So I had to go get that emergency extraction. Supposed to do that more. And I said, well, I'm going to go take it one more time just for whatever. Just stuff. And culture off. Yeah, I didn't. You know how hard it is. Oh no! I would just go ahead and have it. I don't listen to the so I started crying for about 3.5 days. Even during my vacation, just like not that I used to have, but little crocodile tears, just tears. 24 hours a day, just going, couldn't stop crying, and I was shivering. I wasn't thinking that anything other than why am I crying? I didn't know it was control. Even because my mind's not there, my mind's in recovery and getting off this stuff, focusing on holding my body up. It takes just a lot of mental acuity to just exist, right? So I wasn't thinking that, yeah, of course, on the back of some short of heroin. So, yeah, and so I call myself, let's call these different doctors that we call with. And so I called them the pain doctors. I said, look, I told him, because we do get a tape off them, but these are 2 weeks at least. You can't just go check the gas right down. So what are you feeling all cold and all this stuff? Because it's all the good stuff. So I started feeling gravity, I started feeling temperature, I started feeling head on fire. Right? So, because I don't like the feeling of being confused. I don't like, I want to have my mind. I always use the computer to find my sobriety. If I can land a joke, it means I'm in the room and hitting the timing right, whatever it is, right? So I needed my mind, and I needed my will, to recover. I needed sleep, and I needed my brain. And the drugs kind of numb my brain, as they would, numb your whole body. So I just wanted off of it, and I don't like how I feel. I feel muddy, and I just didn't like the feeling. So, it came with a price, but I got the okay to take a little flight or Roxy to stay on if you needed to mitigate some pain. So I said, okay, maybe I'll do that if it happens. And I did it once or twice or 3 times after that. I got through it, and I got off it. But I got off it because I cracked that tooth, and that I felt the pain. That's not going to let me sleep at all. It's a heartbeat in my brain, my face is just like throbbing. Good for everybody. So I said, like, oh, then I don't need to take a payment. So like, that was my excuse to get off the waiting list. Right. Thankfully, yeah, I would have been on that shit much longer if I didn't have that too. So I wouldn't have a real reason to go, let's get off this stuff, right? But it took that, and like, okay, well, I had knee surgery. I don't think it was even purpose set up like it. I don't think I ordered it once, but I took it one time, and I felt so bad. I felt so stupid. I remember being in my apartment and I just feeling so dumb. Just thinking, I got to pay. Yeah. So one day, I took one day, and that's it. I'm done. And I sold it. I sold it. This guy Jeff at the pool hall. He's the guy that I used to hang out with at the pool hall. You know, bandana, long hair. He always sold drugs. And I sold it to him. He's like, I'll take you when you go. Yeah, where you go? Then I had surgery again. I've had different surgeries for jiu-jitsu injuries, partial. Yeah, second time I had surgery, I had a knee reconstruction again. I had a knee in 2003. I just like, I don't know. Just like it. It was okay. Yeah, but anti-inflammatory. Something that it's. I didn't even take that stuff because I don't think that's good for you. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's, you're gonna be no matter what. I'm just gonna dull it a little bit. I'd rather feel it all. I agree. 100%. Yeah. That was like back when I what is it? It's valve. I was like, it's not going to do shit. You know, that's pretty gnarly surgery, right? They give me like a coating or something. You know, I just kept on that. No way. What do you never take it. So, yeah, people party on it. Yeah, I do like it. It's just the opposite. I can't. It's just my body doesn't agree with it. And I'm bad. I have a friend that teaches musician.
What did he sign?
What else is you on like I took whatever it was that I took. I can't remember what it was. But I just felt like I had like 20% of my brain. Yeah. It was just this dull, like cotton stuff in my head. But I mean, I guess maybe it's just a different biology. Different people react to it different ways. It wasn't for me. So how long did it take for the withdrawal to subside? By the time I got to the thing that he said, like, well, don't do that, you should take off. Like, well, I'm already off it now. Like, you come off the crying train. Especially because he also made sense of it for me. It's like day 4 playtime at Tom Daniels. It just helped me make sense of like what I was feeling and what I was feeling. It felt like a step back. You know, and there were setbacks in recovery, but this felt like a real setback. I couldn't grab a fly into like my body, emotions, like everything, and I just couldn't grab flowers. But then, you know, I'm not the one really administering this stuff. My mom just gave me the pill and do peptide injections for me, you know, rebirthing me, you know, taking care of me. So oh man, if I look back, I don't know, I was getting three MLs just like those, and they're all mixed up, as you would. I'd probably say about the same ones that I'm on now, but I continue. I rotate in and out of different ones. BBC 157, Anderson, all those, AOD, C, and I feel a lot of blood work. Yeah, that was what it was. I didn't know cases crazy. Yeah. It's like blood dip, and it's just you have no energy. So then I started really working with my blood panels, big giant lights, just a vial blood panels. And that started to be my new course of recovery. Cellular and the blood weight. And that was my really starting strong. I was moving around, all the bones are healed by this time. It's been years gone by, but now I started working on cellular blood health. That's when I got to it. The skin started to degrade. Blood tells you how much you use it, not use it, right? So that was a great part of the barometer of where I was at, where I'm not, where my mitochondrial levels are at, anything. So it was really part of my recovery. That's what I was continuing, still continuing today. Boston, did you use hyperbaric? Oh, yeah. Yeah. What it did for me, it's not something, I don't think there's many things in my recovery that do that. It just doesn't make you feel shit.
It's like you built the mountain one layer.
Yeah. So, hyperbaric is great. It helps with lactic acid. It's all the oxygen but your body is great necessity. Again, they're one of those things that are introduced. They're also disease prevention. It's amazing. And I got one that was, you can sit in and do multiple things. I can't just sit there for an hour and a half in the chamber. I'll go crazy. It's great. And so I can eat it or whatever. It kind of continue to make it a part of your life. Yeah. And then I go into like a red light bed, a high powered red light before in bed. Then it moves all that oxygen through my body, wants to go, deeper into tissues. Yeah, those are key parts. Yeah, for tissue recovery. Oh, huge. That's a little bit. And
So a year later, walking around.
Yeah, I was walking by. My daughter's birthday was March 28th. So I guess a few months later, I was walking through very assisted walking cane or walker. Yeah. Then I was like, by the summertime, I stopped doing the intense 24-hour day. I would do like a 12-hour day and go walk in the sand in Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is freezing as lake, so I just go dip my legs in that lake, walk in the sand, great for stability, ankles, joints, hips, and I'm just do that kind of stuff. You ride a jet ski. I ride a jet ski in June. Wow. Yeah. Take it easy. I'm not going to do that. Just living life. How good that is for your mental, your spirit, your emotional body, all that stuff. So I was out in the sunshine, getting vitamin D, I was in nature, I was with friends, I could do life stuff. I'm back in life stuff. Now that's a great confidence builder. So I kept trying to do those things. And then of course I had to go back to all the recovery stuff. Yeah, the cold water that's not the issue. It's not cold weather. Like anybody, you sniffer, blood slows, all this stuff. So it doesn't help with any circulation in my joints. Tendons don't get a lot of blood flow. I really got to work at getting blood flow in these joints. Otherwise, they'll stiffen. And I'm just slower going. They just, those little robotic. And I think that's important to that for anybody, right? Also elevation, right? Elevation and Tahoe. So all those things aren't really kind of helping to my recovery, but my body will respond in those oxygen-depleted environments and all that stuff. So maybe it did help, maybe it didn't, I don't know. But I did most of my initial recovery in LA, and then when I could, I got up to Tahoe too, and I sort of had this nature. No, none of that. There's cracks in my ankles, my foot spun around a few times, I fractured my leg. So they hit a rod down the knee, and they had to screw it, plates and all that stuff. So I didn't try to move those things. So I don't know, if that wasn't full like reconstruction, like people get a new knee or you get it was just a lot of breaks. Broken 3 spots. You don't fix that. You even said you broke your asshole. I'm like, is that what you say as a doctor? Is that how you say it? Come on. I think there's another word for it. And then you were trying to make me laugh. And I did. And they were saying, so you broke everything, Jeremy. You even broke your ass. I'm like, all right.
So you've gone through 12 hours. Now you're in like this 12-hour day.
Yeah, so that's summertime. Yeah, so I gotta do like this life stuff. That was really my first shot at allowing myself to think that there's a future, and I'm not going to live a life of full-time recovery for the rest of my life. Like, I can actually go do some of the things that I enjoy doing with people in kind of a normal way. So I was without a cane, without anything by the time like June, summer came around. So I'm moving around. I'm moving around with inflammation and getting downstairs very slowly, but eventually, as long as you're patient, as I was, as aggressive I was with my recovery, I allowed the patients to also live with that kind of aggressive attack on each joint, inflammation, wherever it was. I did allow for patients. And because I allowed myself to push hard, body was just fuck off. I'm like, all right, we'll chill out for a second. And then, keep going. So, but I gotta live life, and that was so rewarding to my spirit and my confidence and that kind of dire times and keep going. And then, like I said, when we got to get back to work, because I got so ready. Maybe I'm down to like 4 hours a day of recovery by the end of that first year. Am I going to go back to work? I need to get back out into the world and use life as my recovery. And still only spend 4 hours a day on a chamber or red light, whatever the heck I can do to mix it all up. A lot of evaluation, complete stuff. That was really great for doing the nerve endings back in the knees, back in the ankles, that stuff. Use that stuff for what do you do? I used to have this thing.
It's the thing you stand on. It's like shaking.
Yeah. Slow it down. Just like that. Yeah, and that was great for numbing like the back of my knees that really still ache and back of my ankles. So it's not quite so it's good. I don't know if it floods the veins with blood or something. It moves it out. I can just sleep on it. Great. I used to have one of those awesome. I don't even know what it's called. It's just some machine with a bunch of different well, how can they make it work out? You can, yeah. This one was a little different. This one was just shaky. It had a bunch of different things. Stand on it, and it was supposed to just do a bunch of stuff for hormones and endocrine system. It's pretty sure. Yeah, that was interesting for sure. And we're doing sauna and stuff like that. Yeah. I usually use just the red light bag. You sweat it's shaped like a coffin head, like a tanning bed. Yeah, just effective. I think there's a sauna because it takes so long to heat out with it. Get that thing cooked. It's amazing. It's amazing. Love it. And then after a while, you start. Yeah. I started training as soon as I got wanted to start doing blood work. My hormone, my testosterone is too high. Wow, it's too. It's fun. Oh, and I'm going back to work. So I had to attack while I was falling asleep during the workouts that I'm trying to do. You only got to maybe 6 hours a day on set. Because I fall asleep in the middle of the scene. I'm like, fuck so I had to work on that. Once I got, I think it's really the testosterone. Once I got that level to like 700, 800 constantly, then I had more energy. And that allowed me more energy in the gym. Once I had that, I got more energy. So I started to really find myself. I was doing blood panels every week. And I just saw progress, and then I just started lifting, and I had so much energy, I felt better, the more I lifted, moved, stretched, and it just kept compiling. It's like most things in life, I think I did most things. With oxygen chamber, that's better to compile on it, same with lights stuff. One time anything's going to do anything, but if you do it often enough and make it a central part of your life, it's like, oh, I was on fire, it was great, I started running. You can run it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we're running to. I've never just this guy. I was a sprinter, right? I was a sprinter from high school and college.
On a summer day in
Yeah,
the late
so
70s, summer day in 1979,
it feels like
what happened, so higher price.
if you're if you have you know you've ever been in a car on the freeway and has this alignment, it's shaky. You know, you got the flat tire. It feels like I got 4 flat tires running. It looks great. It looks like, oh, this guy's no problem with this guy. It feels like the wheels are gonna fall off mentally or something. It just feels like because it's like it's a lot of pressure being put on all these choices, right? That I haven't sprinted really much in a while. I haven't really worked on that. I've been working on other things, but so it's what am I doing? What am I doing?
Media took a win.
54. For God's sakes, you know. Maybe like for he's just done some movies. Maybe support autism, or maybe not. Maybe it's don't you think? Yeah, well, maybe you can, bro. I mean, I think you can. I already have. I believe it. I said I want to make that a central part of, the action. Turn around. Go forward, go back to action. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's tough. Those get tough. Those in excellent shape. I don't know. Tax my body. Taxing your body or restricting? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. How many miles can you get on this? And then once that's in, forever. It's permanent. With everything you have, just reinforces the recovery of the bones, right? Yeah. And then you just have a plate there that keeps the bones in order. Yeah. I mean, all the sites in my body is it did its job. But so it just stays there. Is there an argument that the titanium hinders you at all? Well, I mean, it is foreign metal in your body. It's not rejecting it, but there's a point where just like allergies, there's some allergies sometimes for 40 years of your life, and also tells you what's it down. And if you reject it, who knows? You never know. I'll crush that for you. I'm worried about today. I'm worried about that shit. It's just so impressive. Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Because at any other time in history, any other time, 20 years ago, God, 20 years ago. Insane. That's crazy. Yeah. What a great listen to how all those people, even like the EMT, so much. Especially EMT, stuff and blood firefighter friends and all stuff. So it's just because you're just getting a little extra chips and love from these people. One of my best friends, the firefighter in that area, he's just retired. He got the phone call from his buddy, and he stabbed my chest. The pressure from the bomb, like on the ice. Like, he's one of just Jeremy's. He did the best trip to the hospital. Wow, and it's a killer like but they're like, I talked to them all day. I saw every nurse, this way, talking to everybody. The pilot this had to go to police and apologize for gas, wherever it was. It's that reminds me of just flying back and wait till you take my team's up. The beginning of yeah.
Much likely.
This is the most because you cross
actual cases, stories that capture the satanic panic and the lives of the
ripped away all the white executive credence. Bullshit. All the bullshit got gone. And now you just sadly, thing bothers me, people and capitalism and stuff. I just don't, I feel like all along. But I do. I just, there is a lot of times I feel that fit into scared. So how things work. I just don't do things that I don't give value to. I only do things that are valuable in my life. That's it. That is it. Nothing is so much time and energy people things that ultimately in life they're not valuable. They don't have. They occupy most of it. That's right. Or you retire away. They do a career. Right? And people do careers and they fucking hate it. Yeah. Whether marriage is fine, all this stuff is really it's time to know. Why? Is it fear? Is it fear to trap? You just get out. You know, they get too deep buried into some place that they get out of patient themselves in the corner. You know, quite sad. It is sad, but it's also amazing that you can shine the rest of the world that don't have to go through what you went through that most of what you're thinking about all day, especially if those people wrapped up in social media. Most of the things you're thinking about all day are just nonsense. Yeah, just total nonsense. It's just living your life. Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why I live in Brooklyn. I hope this thing's going to be that I received from passing through that into becoming jobs and roles that Robbie, people can identify suffering, struggle. Doesn't have to be a physical struggle, but there's a certain way to think, perspective that what you went through. It's a lonely place. And then there's some people about the narrative of the author to the reader, where you listen to audio, which is more intense because it's not one call it, kind of dramatic about it. It's like it's freaking and I think people can move the needle the more honest and vulnerable I am, sharing here, maybe where I have the chance of connecting with you from this food, you know, because the thing is about when you know the struggle, you trap, you feel it, and it's so difficult for people to trust the process or to trust that. And this is unfortunately why a lot of people end their lives. They do not make it to better. You hear from so many people that almost took their life or failed when they tried to take their life, and now realize, oh God, it's so wrong. It does get better. Everything's better. I just didn't see before. I didn't see the life that I saw. I thought that's just nothing but this thing that I couldn't do before. Actually, that hopelessness. Oh, that's the risk. It's stealing money like that. You can't give that. No. It's just like anybody can see that. It's just so hard for people that have never gone through something. If your life is easy, and then all of a sudden your task is one of the most difficult burdens ever, overcoming the fear, the feeling of wanting to end life. As if you're taking I was of children if they were made to suffer information similar to actual requirement for life is fiber and DNA real love, true love, perpetuity can't exist without suffering. So hustle, you know, you have to have suffering. Suffering doesn't have to be looked at as a negative thing. It has to be looked as a beautiful thing. It's where real love comes out of. You know, all my suffering, there was real love in there. Everyone around me just in this recovery, or in a loss I may have had from an uncle or a grandparent or whatever. You know, there's real love that comes in that stuff. Even though it could be a lonely experience. I mean, I look at it that way, and not as a negative thing, because it's just temporary. It's not, what's that? It's counter to it. We're in a negative term of it, right? Because we all have to suffer, right? I mean, it's part of the human experience, right? It's the Joe Rogan experience. I'm not suffering, I'm having a good time. But, you know, I don't think people welcome that or allow that to happen in your life and let it be okay. That suffering can be suffering. That the hard times are the building blocks to our to who we are. Yeah. Yeah.
There's one time that this is minor stuff, right? In comparison, but one time we went on this hunting trip on Prince of Wales Island, which rains like 350 days a year. And so we were up there for a week just getting drenched. And you know, you're camping, so you're in a tent, and you think, oh, well, I'll be dry in the tent. But you're not dry. There's no dry. There's no such thing as dry. I remember I turned my headlamp on in the tent once because I had to pee. And I was going to step out of the tent and go to the bathroom and rain. And when I pressed the headlamp inside my tent, all I saw inside the tent was water vapor. It was just filled. It was just water, like droplets, all flying around inside the tent. You're never going to be dry. There's no dry. And, you know, so just miserable, but fun. I was with friends and had a good time. Then I came back to LA. You know, a week later, and I remember I called my friend Steve now, and I called him because he's wanted to go on the trip. I said, dude, it's sunny out, and I would never appreciate the sunlight. I'm at a level of happiness I don't think I've ever felt before. Just sitting outside with my eyes closed, just taking this thing was wonderful. LA is always sunny. It's so used to it. It's like you're a trust fund kid. You know, like you can't appreciate money, right? Because you've always had it, it doesn't mean anything to you. But now all of a sudden going enjoying for 7 days, being in that stuff, like, and it made me realize, oh, you need to suffer. You need to suffer, you never get a chance, right? Either you voluntarily suffer, or you will suffer or just life, regular life,
That's not easy. As a human, right? So we just all suffer, right? That's sort of characteristics of. We always want to take the fastest route. Where it's just innate and a human nature to do that. So it doesn't. That leads to a life of complacency and mediocrity.
Well, if you look at life today, and if you look at society today, we have unprecedented levels of depression, unprecedented levels of anxiety and unhappiness. Yet, it's probably the safest time ever. And it's probably the easiest time ever. It's so easy that more people are fat. That's how easy it is. That's never been the case. All throughout history, poor people were starved, and poor people are fat now. Like, that's how easy it is just to exist. So, I mean, I'm not saying that being poor is easy. It's certainly not. It's certainly a struggle. But it's way easier than starving to death. It's like an unprecedented easy time. And because of that, and because there's this narrative that people have to constantly seek comfort, to seek vacation and relaxation and retirement and all that bullshit. And so that's in your head. And there's this softness to existence. And so everything that comes your way is overwhelming. Somebody said this once, it's like a great quote that I was like, the worst thing that's ever happened is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, regardless of how small it is. So if the worst thing that's ever happened to you is like, I remember my girlfriend broke up with me when I was in the couldn't believe that I talked to her forever. I was so sad. And then I think, oh, the best thing that ever happened. She was a nightmare. I was fucking nightmare. But back then, I thought like life was over, right? Yeah, but you have to get through that in order to appreciate life, to really appreciate life. But we have this bizarre narrative in our head that you shouldn't suffer. I know. And where does that come from? It can't come because it used to be so difficult to live. And so you would try to find a time where it wasn't difficult. And so then it became a thing that everybody focused on chill and relaxation. You know, and the people that I know don't take any chances, don't take any risks, don't exercise, and just seek comfort are the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people I know. So, yeah, that's counterintuitive, right? It's not that comfort is easy, it's nice, but it's only relaxing as well. You gotta get through something to appreciate just chilling on the couch. Yep.
That's why I always do. I have to fight my own behavior and to doing things I don't want to do all the time. If I don't want to do it, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do it. Don't even think about it. Because I know the lazy mind just wants to like, oh yeah, just get to the gym today, or maybe not TV today, or the heck it is. I don't want to get caught in it. Just do it. And if you don't want to do something, you probably should be doing almost like, yeah. And that's why I'm pretty much always do that. It gets me out of my way. Just like laziness, it doesn't exist because I do the opposite. And that's why I'm so full of joy. I'm so happy. I've never been happier. More connected to humans, more connected to my daughter, more connected to myself, more centered in my spirit. Where I am right now, where I'll go, where I'll be, where I always am and always have been. You too. Yeah, well, you gotta surround yourself with others too that can inspire you to. So that you do things as a team that you the workout is so much a lot easier than going to the gym by yourself, right? Because we are social creatures, so let's do things that, like I'm building a wall. We have a coverage center in my house. That opens to the public. It's a communal thing, so everyone has access to this stuff. And I'm still considering doing that, but just make it a place to be in, so everyone can do it. I'm not just me, right? Separating myself from people, whatever it might be in my life. I try to find ways to make it a communal thing. So it just makes it easier to continue this. That's another thing. You have to understand how important community is. It's like, yeah, I think it really is. Yeah, well, there's shared experience that comes with that. Negative or positive. In the tent with your friends. If you're alone and doing that, you have no one to share that misery with. But if these two didn't share that experience with somebody, like, dude, never thought I loved the sun so much cooler. Fucking eating ass, sitting on the rainwater in that tent. But it's that negative experience you can share. It's still quite beautiful. And it's a milestone for your life that actually is a barometer to change your, or appreciate the sun more, whatever it might be, right? So those shared experiences I think are valuable. The only thing I change in my life is that for people that ever want to start a fire when it's wet, Fritos. Fritos, yeah, those little motherfuckers are so toxic. You like those things. They're like little fire starters. No, man. Fritos are crazy flammable. They stay lit for a long ass time. It's just so oil. And whatever horrible fucking carrot oil, whatever fucking industrial lubricant those fucking things are made out of. But when you light them, they're essentially some sort of a corn byproduct. Right. And so if you light those fuckers on fire and then you get some semi-dry sticks and light those. We started one fire one day because one day it didn't rain. So one day it didn't rain. Me and my friends on the calendar went to Charlie and started a fire. And so we just found like the driest possible, nothing dry, but dry as possible sticks and twigs. Started it and dried some logs out. They were hissing and steam was coming off them as we were lighting them. Fritos. Yeah. Fritos are amazing. Kind of crazy. I used to think about eating those. Which brings me to another question. Like, how much did you alter your diet after? Because I would imagine like anything that causes inflammation then becomes an issue. Yeah, I didn't go down so much that route. It was pretty good. I didn't go into like things that I haven't gone into that even yet. Like, oh, what causes inflammation? What am I eating that does that? I haven't really gotten that far into it yet. I'm sure it's slow, but there was a doctor that was looking at stuff and cooked there's some certain things for me, but I don't tell you what. I mean, maybe red wine probably does a little bit, But I don't. I really am good at moderating all things. all things good and bad. So my body has a chance to sort of exist, and it's not forced too many supplements, too many peptides, too many anything. All good stuff I sort of moderate. So once I got my blood right, so I'm like 205 pounds. I've never been more than about 65. Just all this surgery weight, all this stuff was hard to get off. So your hemoglobin's 2. Energy. So all the other half of people. That and I get proteins too. Yeah, and also it's difficult to eat because my molars got pushed in, it's hard to chew. I look fine, but to chew it, this thing that stuff yeah, it'll be wherever again. If I start to lose those molars again, they'll probably fall out. Oh, wow. Yeah, I really can't. And just comfortable. So you just think I'm pushing. Yeah, this side, yeah, you usually sort of like this to your thing, so your leg just kind of arch and kind of straight back. So, yeah, I'll just kind of push it, like, hook the jaw, so, and then just breaking the jaw, you get the right, so mic down is quite, it's annoying, it's a little chaos in my mouth, but I don't think about it, I just don't understand what it is. So I have opportunity to have a smile. That's great. That's great. And walking through this, just I love enjoying my life. So who cares about what happens next? Right. Yeah. No, and they also really kind of amazing story. And it's just amazing how stories can be so inspirational for other people too, which is why I'm really glad to read the book. Because these stories, they're like autobiographies, especially people we admire and seen in these before. It's like those stories are so real. And when someone's going through something themselves, and they can turn to your book, it can give them a lot. It's a fuel for people. And for me as well. I mean, I'm resisted writing it. I still don't know how or why it can and will inspire people. Why people make assumptions and think it's so easy to the actual reader or person. So I can never sort of get how why it's important or not. But it is like there's an achievement for me to get through it by reading.
But there were also cases where it wasn't
it's in my body. I talk about it all the time. It's part of my narrative, part of my life. It's just recovery. It's just it's my life, and I love it. I enjoy it. I feel better. I look better. All that stuff. The book now is tangible. This is a great dialogue system as long as we want, but it's just a dialogue. But now it's a tangible object, a word. Words don't change. Stay there like a tablet. And something that you think about that is a milestone or a tangible thing that now exists. And psychologically, that says a lot to me. So like, even when I do die, that's still there. So maybe it can help somebody, even when I can't be there to talk to them. Whatever it may be, something that exists. Yeah, interesting. I do movies and things like that. Those are like the same things in conversation. Just sort of exist in the moment. Like, it's great when you're conscious, but then it's over, and then it's it. What happens? Well, I can tell you about your concert. But something about something existing beyond your life is something really interesting. What was the process like of writing? Did you physically sit down and write things? So initially, I had a ghostwriter who helped me. I've never written a book. I've written a lot, but I've never written a book. So I wanted to get a format. And so we would work through this format and just get an outline. And so we would just do interviews by each of the sections of this outline. And so then you just talk like this. So let's talk about this. So taking no blend on this. And they ask, all right, let's do that. We meet every day for like 2-3 hours, however long I can sustain going word by word on. And we record it all. And I would write on my own to kick up new memories. And start writing about the laws thing. Oh gosh, that came up. Then we get a little chapter in the book about breathing, research by words to breathing. Anyway, so we just kept going and writing. And I would do talks to companies, I would speak to kids at schools. I would always just part of the writing experience because you can ask me the same question, and then we're in this environment. And if I'm with my family and I answer the same question, it's a different. The same kind of answer is different. So I kept learning more and more. Got it. information that's stored in my brain, my heart, and my spirit, and had to unearth it, put it down into words, which I found it very pathetic. Because as we speak, like I'm doing now, it's free to speak whatever you want. You can write down the words. Oh wait, there's accountability to the words because they're written, and you can have more word choice. My brain isn't operating as fast as I'd like to for my vocabulary. If I drop weights from the F block instead of like really quick words that you know. So it was nice to be able to take the time. And it's been the agony to really kind of express word by word, in a real honest way. It's more like a diary, a counting diary, that it was trying to be fancy words and overcomplicate something that's really quite simple. What was the process like of going over the words and deciding what to keep and what to edit out and how to format everything and what you talk about things? The order always was working for me from the beginning, allowed flexibility for what would come up in conversations and the writing. Just allowed for fluidity. But there's a beginning, middle, and end. We already knew the end. Right in the beginning. And so it was the branches off of, I didn't know I was going to talk about loss in this book. Didn't know that was a huge milestone in my life. That got me to understand what conscious breathing was, mitigate pain. This was a whole thing about Lamaze. I was taken at 12 years old. My mom was pregnant with my sister. And she said, pretend these big things, and I'm not going to talk to you. She grabbed a pillow and look like it. So lost YMCA. And the stepdad was outside of a truck or something. So my mom, she also needed to be not to be alone. And she so she brought me to the office. And I laid there with a pillow between her legs, teaching her how to breathe, and short breast, and pulled out a screen. And they showed this midwife birth at home in the bathtub, squirting out water this whole thing. What's going on? I'm 12 years old. I'm mortified. What happened? Was it a whale breaching? What was going on? And so that came up in just sort of and my part of talking. I realized that's why the book's called My Next Breath. All about breathing. Breathing was such a part of my recovering myself, part of my not dying, and to get through each and every moment, the perspective of breath. And it's not a conscious thought. Right? It just reflects in our body. And when you make it conscious, when you invest into what you can do with your mind, with your breath, it opens up. And the more you breathe, the more you get oxygen in your body. And like yawn, people yawn. As an example, like, oh, you feel like you're tired. No, you're not tired. It's your body. Then you know they need to breathe, get more oxygen into yourself, right? So you're not tired. You just need more O2. That's what your body's making that happen. Isn't it fascinating that everybody breathes? So everybody thinks, oh, breathing was a big deal. Have you ever read James Nestor's Breath? It's actually pretty good. But it's an amazing book about breathing techniques and the history of breathing techniques and all the different things that people achieve breathing techniques, including holotropic breathing, achieve psychedelic states of consciousness, and all these different feats of incredible physical endurance that people achieve through breath work. It's a pretty amazing book, and I was a guest on the podcast a few years back. But I read this book and started really getting into it and really trying to practice different breathing exercises. Great, there's a bunch of breathing exercises you can use for anxiety, for overcoming very stressful situations. But when you say that to most people, oh, breathing is always one of those guys. Right, concentrating. What else are you concentrating? It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like you can minimalize it. You have reductions perspective where you don't think it's anything big, and especially if you've never practiced it. Yeah. Sexual organs, especially like your breathing, you can achieve bizarre states of relaxation and consciousness with breathing. Yeah. I always try whatever I can. I say like I don't how I do to. But it's like I did it for like December night when I was nervous for an audition. How do I get out of this situation? Like I'm not in my body. I'm going like this. I'm like I'm not. These lines. And you're like Sean in the room. I'm supposed to go there and be nervous. Guy in the car, freaking out, sweating. So I said, screw this. Leave the room. Go out of the building. Go out the street. Like Sunset Boulevard. I'm gonna find a tree. Do this in this damn tree. And my look ridiculous. I don't care. But the courage to go down on your knees, go by the be in this earth, just take some deep, 10 deep breaths. Just car honking at Sunset Boulevard. I don't give a shit. Back in my body, back on this earth. Here I am. Let's fucking go. Back up in that room, I smashed that audition. I don't remember. I got the role. It doesn't matter. I was back in my body. I was back on earth, right? I was back in the state of hysteria or nervous medicine, because I don't like that feeling. So I found a way to overcome that feeling. Some people might not live in that feeling all the time. So I don't know. I don't think they like it. Yeah, I think the problem is just get trapped in that feeling. At the moment something comes up that's very difficult, it causes you to spiral again.
June 3rd, 1983.
Draw. You're out of your head. And hey, it's one of the most difficult things about this whole audition process that actors go through is that, there's this golden carrot that's at the end of the stick. And if you do a good job, you might be a fucking movie star. You know what I mean? Which seems impossible, right? I mean, it must have seemed impossible before you pulled it off, right? Yeah. It was never like something I was ever needing. What were you looking for? Truth. And everything else. Yeah, honestly. How did you? If I don't believe it, how do I expect someone watching it? I have to ensure that everything I'm doing is truthful and honest and courageous and bold. All the things. So it was never to try to be a solution. I just wanted to work. Oh, right. I never wanted. How did you want them? I didn't know. I was clear about what I wanted. Moved down to LA. Moved to LA to be in a movie. Be in a movie that was big enough that was played in Modesto, California, where I'm from. They don't get on with it. And being a part in that movie with that, I wouldn't have to tell my family, I'm the guy in the red shirt waving in the background. I was big enough that you just know. So I got that, all those goals. And the first job I ever did on camera is National Recognition Trip. So I had to recalibrate new goals to also myself. I was working it up. So my goals were always to. Like I wanted to be the lead in a by the time I got like drama and rock noise and stuff. I was ready for that stuff. I was like 38 by that time. The new guy was 38. So yeah, I was just ready and make sure that's out there. And it was one of the most complex movies about a very bizarre psychological state that people require or fall into. A lot of this war. It's really interesting. I could spend, for about a year learning how to take bombs. Learning to be safe. That's sort of. Yeah. You gotta spend time with the guys that interesting. I love the whole experience. And then you gotta go shoot the movie. And that was on the Iraqi border, Jordan, during the war. It's 150 by 40 bombs. It's not even possible. So like, you let that go. It's on. It's kind of a spiritual sort of place you have to go in that kind of heat, right? And also you have to drink water. Like, how am I drinking all this water? Am I taking a leak? So dehydrated. That's it. Yeah, really interesting. Experience. All the conversations like talking to people who actually do that. Well, most of them look like school teachers. There's like one or two guys. One guy was like this guy blind. The rest of them were like, the guy I knew did 3 tours. Looks like he still had the shakes. He was bigger than his chest.
another factor.
These guys are tier 2. This guy's no joke. It's all mental.
That's where
It's all such a
stars
mental
really
game.
to pick up
You
on
have to be
information
in those
from
high
the
tech
website
situations that you're dealing
established
with. 155
fundraisers
explosives
and
and focus off the block.
So finally,
And
in 2000,
the level of intensity is really interesting. Like, they were so comfortable around C4 and all these things. It's all over. You got to be careful. These plastic caps don't shit that people have been injured all the time. They got really uncomfortable when I took them to a bar in LA. We're sitting in the bar and I asked, what's going on? He's a big guy. He's like, oh, like, you're sick. What do you mean? He's training like pounds and all. He's over the exercise. And I get to think about guys. I can sit like that as well. I don't like to have. I don't think it's a trust issue. It's like I have my back to somewhere I know it's in the back. I look for the most dangerous man in the room, the hottest girl in the room, like terminator checklist. And that was supported by how these guys stuff. It's that same kind of thing. They just notice that you do this data. Now you go right here and assess the room. We're in actual safe situation. Yes, so much awareness. I always had that, but like really doing the role in space. There's times that they torture amazing people. This is heightened that for me. I've always been quiet observer of these websites. I can tell you that the hinges at the nest, the fish, and the doorknobs just separate up the great ones. And yeah, well, it's also a home builder, designer, so I kind of pay attention to that kind of stuff anyway. But it sort of just helps me out. And so when you were preparing for her rock, was it your decision to spend years doing this? Well, no, it wasn't about the amount of time. I think it was maybe to go for maybe a few months. Catherine Bigelow, the director, just sort of introduced me, said, all right, saved her ready for you out, space, you want to go? So I went out, kind of did it all on my own, just waiting for the movie to kind of get up and see this go. Then it took a little bit longer than we wait for one of the actors. I was doing another job to finish and then we started. And then it was an easy independent film to kind of get up and get rolling. And once we did, we were rocking. But yeah, it didn't meant to be like a year and a half. She called me and said, are you ready to go? I'm like, yeah, like get employed. Like, yeah, let's go. And then I also didn't have a DOD sort of tack on the shoot. I had to be the first thing. And I had to call back. I don't know, this doesn't look right. These 155s, and it's electrical, it should be dead cord, all these things that I learned. And I wasn't an expert by any means. I just wanted to make it look authentic in the movie, so I had to call back. Call me back, and they took a picture. I don't think it's right. And yeah, so I was fortunate that you had so much experience. Yeah, it was great.
If there's anything out in that movie, especially for people that actually did that takes you out of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. We want to be very authentic to what we're doing. We're still in the movie, but it's in this world. The narrative is these characters are living this bizarre world in a very relevant time. The war never ended. And also the struggles of, soldier and civilian. And because they were civilians and now became soldiers, they were put in prison for life. And they do now. And then, that was a wonderful sort of outcome of the movie. How rich that sort of gap of struggles, PTSD coming back from this harrowing sort of existing war. I think coming back and like the serial, you had an example of people really working in the rain and the sun, and it's just such a polar opposite. Like, this is the existence, and it became such a really wonderful sort of starting point for like lives to deal with their lives that came back. And they can kind of understand a little bit of what they might have gone through, just in general, like the broad strokes of how hard it is. And then they come back and like change diverse. You know what I mean? Right. So that became such a powerful thing in that narrative that I found after we did it. We're showing it to all military bases. It's always a special experience in my life. I've always been connected to a lot of soldiers. Also, the way, well, there was a thing about that movie that made me think in a way, or maybe me think in a way that I don't think I ever thought before. Like, oh, I never considered what this
transition to civilian life is like after dealing with the unbelievable stress of being in a war zone, using bombs, and then but it made you understand. It made you understand. Like, oh my God! And it can take you into that psychology of the person that would be in that state, and make it make sense. And that was great. It was more than it was a story. It was like you're documenting a very real issue that through art you put words to these people's existence where they don't have anybody representing that. That's why I read a lot to them. They read a lot to them. That's the most special thing that fucking reading creates a dialogue for a lot of families, rated families better. Like you said, it's a great understanding of like that difference of social civilian life is very rich. Yeah, I remember I saw it and I said, it's a hurt loss and my family. And I was like, oh, wait, it's like that was documented. It's just like, oh my God, it just gives you anxiety. And it also just makes you reflect. And the requirement that you're putting on human beings to try to get them to transition from this insane chaos back into civilian life with no real guidance. So you figured this out. Now you're back to this serial island. Yeah. We're gonna Starbucks. How do you decide? Like what is this? So like you're at this sort of stage of life where you're so well known, just don't come to you with things, and then you have to decide whether or not this project is something that resonates. Well, now it's different. The central part of my life for so long was my career. Again, my daughter came, she's so then I would do a job that allowed me to be a father. So I'm not going to be a father, but my job takes me away from the time around us not doing that in far places. So I'm not running out of country. So my job was. So I had more access to my daughter. As fast as I had. I want that. And now, after the incident, it's even tightened up more and loosened up. Because my daughter is now 12. She doesn't need me as much. She wants her friends a little bit more. It's a little bit lower the totem pole. This is temporarily, I know. And then also, I can travel. Like I worked last summer with a job. 9 jobs. I got my whole family. Yeah, it's awesome. But I was able to make my entire family. 15 people came out to date. A lot of them not world travel. I got to see a lot of Europe. To my mom, my daughter, and kids. So you got to spend a couple weeks in Italy. So you can do that kind of stuff. So I did the job essentially just to have a summer vacation with them. So that's kind of how I decide. And also, I did the all that has to line in there too. I'm not just going to job for a job, but it just lined up. But my family has to be involved. My daughter has to be involved. Friends have to be involved. Otherwise, I'm not going to fool myself with all those cherry strips in my life. Just so I don't want to be that bad. So that's my opinion. That's not the most sensitive. Vintage real juice things that you're actually passionate about. Yeah, and work with people that inspire me. And I feel like stuff that do a job that you can't pay me. Maybe you put $1 trillion and look at it, so we need 2 weeks. It doesn't fit. You check all the boxes that feel that. But share experience, joy with my daughter, my family, and friends. Then it's just not what I don't need to go for to do a job. And that's to me what retirement is. I'm doing what I want to do, or what I want to do with it. It's always work all my life. Yeah,
But
it's not.
but in my but it is. Well, it is in my mind. I'm a busy guy, and I like to contribute. I'm very busy doing Renovation Foundation, which is a huge, big, central part of my life with my family. It's the charitable foundation in my community in the top of Wall Street. Giving them opportunities that they don't have. That's great. I love that. I love I get it's that retirement. It's going to keep me busy until I die.
It's weird that term like career or retirement. It's really just life and passion.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think a lot of people are doing what they want to do in life anyway. But yeah, I'll always work, always do the things I love to do, and I still continue to do the things I love to do, just on my own terms. Right, I wouldn't be able to start this foundation if I wasn't living life on my own terms. I'm satiated beyond satiated. I don't need anything. I require shared experience. That is it.
Besides yourself now since the accident.
Well, it's always been that. There's a lot of things in the way. Or things I allowed, or things I wasn't allowed. Yeah, I allowed to be there. And now I'm not. I refute it, push it away. I certainly clear when I put off when I get involved in that shit too. But so I'm just very, very, very clear that I keep my interests in life. Because life is just that simple. It's complicated. And you never know what's complicated life. It's just not as valuable. I didn't know. And the wonderful oversimplification has allowed me to, again, use more retirement in my mind. I'm just living a life that I want to live. Right? And I deserve to live. And not limited or rabbit hole or victimized by society or the country I'm living in or the neighborhood I'm living in or the job I have. It's not going to have any limitations because I'm making manifest everything that I have in my life. And it feels great. I'm the captain of the ship. So it might take a minute to turn this bitch around, right? I'm the captain of the ship of my life. I think everybody has the capacity. Well, that's really my example.
That's really what people want to do. They want to live a life where they feel like this is great. Like what I'm doing is what I want to do. Most people they don't live like that. Most people they have this dream future. One day I will be able to live the way I want to, but I'm not doing it right now.
Right. I think that's a tragedy. Doing it already.
I know, but there's so many narratives that people adhere to. There's so many narratives out there in culture. They'll tell you you should be doing this and you should be doing that. This is a concentrate on your 401k. This is right. Well, the liar investments. Fucking in the night.
It's any crazier. Social media and all that. That's right.
I've been off it lately for like the last few weeks, where I literally just check one different shit and that's it.
Yeah.
I look to see everything that's crazy going on in the world just so I know. I don't ever like argue with people or post things, and I just see people doing it, and I'm like, you're losing your fucking mind. I've had conversations with friends, and they're like, no, we don't fucking this and that and that and this. I'm like, why? Why are you paying attention? This is like, let's go outside.
Yeah.
You're alive in America in 2025. It's like a magical time of your life. You're concentrating on some shit that literally has no effect on your life, and you're making it your primary focus. That is the definition of madness. Yeah, you're freaking out about things that aren't even here.
Yeah, well, that's where you get no way.
But, it's just like perspective is a very difficult thing to have.
So it is. Right? How do we get it? Experience,
overcoming adversity, developing character, shared experiences. That's part of it. Like people you love, you really connect with, you surround yourself with. Yeah, that's the most the key to life. Yeah, like if you surround yourself with reading the great
How am I
people,
going
you're
to rebel
forced.
against my
Yeah, it's like
conservative
you have to
Christian
keep up with it. Yeah,
I'll show them.
this is the foundation. Tell me how you start with that. And initially started with a show that I produced and put on Disney Plus, which is called Renovation. It was 10 years. I didn't like to see a lot of vehicles go to waste, purpose-built vehicles, like a city bus, or a fire truck, and all these things. They're supposed to go a long, long, long ways, but they just replace them even though they're perfect vehicles. So I wanted to be purpose-built and help them, help the communities. So just taking, like I built one with a water truck, a box truck, a water treatment plant to get kids in villages with terrible water. And most osmosis for water, get drinking water. There's a city bus that turned it into like a dance studio, a local dance studio for these kids in Mexico. Just these creative sort of things, and I like to my life, valuable things, just take these cool purpose-built trucks and things that make it something really spectacular. Kids, all the kids, we give them what their needs are. And then it just went into like I didn't want to make it about just vehicles. When I wanted to start the foundation, I came up with one calling call. And then I started the foundation. My sister works for DCFS, which Child Protective Services in Los Angeles County. One of my best girlfriends in Reno, she also works for CPS, Child Protective Services there. So I've been working with foster kids for many, many years, privately. And now I just want to really get invested in the community. So I started small, and data, and it's my sister now running it. She was running it as well with me, and the families now got involved. It's been really wonderful to come back from the incident, have this be a central goal for us to celebrate our time together as a family and back to the kids. And it is a dream of mine that I wanted to do for a long time, and now publicly for a long time. And to really make a big splash and make a lot of movement for these kids. I think it's one of the reasons why I brought back outside of all the stuff I work in my favorite to come back outside to commit suicide if they're playing Dungeons & Dragons. And I think it is my two kids and my ability to have a great family. That's been a couple years now, and it's going to dragons for kids already. It's just like, I love this. This is important by fiber of my body. I'm the oldest of 7 in my family. I've been changing diapers and living as the oldest. It's sort of my birthright to be able to do mixing coolers that the Marvel superhero. So I have like a Legion access to these kids. And they listen to, right? They're like, oh, go listen to the kid with hot dogs. And they all show up as their stats, right? This is like all their valuables in their life. And they should read, right? And this is all their work. So you show up with 10%, all of them. So we give them roles, names on their passports, journal. I'm going to change the narrative. You're a traveler now. You're a world traveler. You're not carrying your trash around, bro. You're worth it. Your worth is much bigger than that. We're going to planting seeds like that. This kind of community that create opportunities, safe places. More educated and stuff. And we can put in reporters to touch all these instruments. You never have access to. Who knows what that does? I don't care. Let it never have access to. But you give these kids opportunities that they deserve. And it's the future of our fucking planet. Why aren't we giving more time and effort to that? It's the future of our world. If you read it, give them that. Just give them all the tools. We need another we need other super smart, amazing people. And we need that. We need other leaders. What are we giving our youth? Especially our foster. It's not a good look. They're going through a lot of struggles, man, and they're not going to struggle. Out of my time, out of my time. That's amazing. So it's easy for me to do. I love it's a great focus for me. That's outside of it's things I enjoy. I still do things I enjoy. I just get to do with these kids and how they teach me so much. I learned so much from being a really useful spirit. It's harrowing. I don't like to know. My sister knows all about it. Shana knows all about it. Physicians always have relationships with a lot of these kids. They know
dude. And I flip, you probably react like I would flip the table, hurt some people, you know, and so I prefer not to know how they're going to touch me. You know, this kind of stuff. I just try to focus on. Let's get these kids and plant some seeds of hope. And I'm good at this shit. And I love it. So we're on jet ski. It's about into this thing. So whatever the heck it is, new experiences, new joy, new friends, they're all crying at the end of this camp because they had such a good damn time. One of them was getting adopted and she was crying because like, I can't come back. So I'm not a foster kid anymore. I got adopted. Now you can come back. You did good when she didn't want to get adopted. Like, thanks for doing something like this. I want to continue doing it. And we're doing it not only just in camp, but we're doing like lots of programs throughout the year to keep the community of the foster kids community together. A lot of these kids go to systems that never get to teach them because they're separate homes, separate cities. One's in Vegas, one's in Rio. Like, that's good. You can't do that. You can't do that. So we're doing our best to unite communities, right? Unite community. We need each other. These kids need each other. It's beyond they don't need me. They need to access information to be together. So it's helping the foster parents, it's helping kids. Whatever we can do, we're going to start building youth centers as well. We're building homes as well in the future with foundations. We're starting step by step, breath at a time, brick by brick, and building camps and activities and education programs. I love it. You can see how much I love it. I can't talk about this for days. Yeah. Here in June and July, so I can't wait to finish this job and go. That's incredible. Yeah, it's kind of shocking that it takes individuals to be inspired to do something like this because society doesn't put any emphasis on that. Well, it's like, look, there's foster kids have foster programs, right? But there's gaps in the system, and it's like kids are forgotten, and some are, it's tragic. But put a spotlight on something, put energy into something. And I got a loud voice and a big heart and very actual what I do, and that's why the foundation's growing and making ways for these kids. So I'll keep doing it. It's easy. How long is this? Probably only a couple of years. Just started out. So then the same feeling about office. Man, it's like people out and asking for money. So I don't do that. I'll go do like different jobs and put money in that account for. I hate asking for money for foundation stuff. I'll let someone else know. Rather than I stay in my lane. I work with the kids, I work with the IDs and programs. I have a sister and those guys who more of a culture. We have money and all those kind of things. So unfortunately, it's very nonprofit. Well, that's what it is, and that's why we operate at 8%. 8%, it's the opposite of the other. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so even if you got to, because no one takes anything except basic operating costs. So if you're operating at 8% to 13%, it's like all the money is going to kids. All of it. So I'm trying to get to bank account full to be operating off the interest. Once we're there, then yeah, it'll grow. Again, I think it'd be effective for me to stay in the home area or just thinking about it at least. Not going too far, so I'm very, very hands-on, and it's important for me to be the voice for the foundation for these kids and advocate for them. And so I think Nevada is kind of a goal for these kids in the next 5 years, for sure. There's still a ton of kids that I not teach. So I focus on that. That's amazing. Yeah. Then there's like getting them to actually use that age out. They're getting back into the counselors back in the camp. There's great things to do in art. They get a free ride at the university. A lot of them are going back into sociology and psychology and want to help kids in foster. Like, this is so great. So I want to give them opportunities to come back and help the youth and maybe give them guidance. It's awesome. Self-healing, arguments, whatever we can do. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. It's amazing. You light up when you talk about that like nothing else we've talked about. It's everything. It's again. I'm focusing my energy on all the positive stuff. You know, and psychiatrists tend to do with the hardships that they go through. So this be a guy you like for him, someone to laugh on, like my t-shirt, whatever they want. I'm the playground. I love it. Again, I think it's right back to yeah. And that's just, if you could find something like that, yeah. You just think of it as more positive energy, put out there for that. That's exponential. And also, yeah. Saying, very good to put out in the world and get back. So I see it it's exponential, especially now. It's just such a private experience. I woke up, there's a chicken. I didn't feel out. People see me as an end. I'm another guy that sings an era. It's a thing here. You know, so that's the ripple effect. Like you said, like the foundation, and I see it and feel it. Well, I work for the I mean, it's interesting. You have this perspective. I'm always curious how did you get to this point? Yeah, well, actually, yeah, life for the years, right? I think hard work. And it's also been in the 70s, small town where as a bachelor, right? And I had free reign. I was 7 years old. In the house. They had to come up to the street lights. I mean, shots, little shit, light up a cigarette butt, my mom, all this stuff. My mom sometimes, and so I recommend myself. Myself. I was very honest kid. You know, I had a Christmas. I bicycle and I was a fighter. That's what I did. Like, oh, I was freedom. Physical, like fighting. Went on. I wouldn't have to. It would never let my daughter walk across the street. Where was it? Well, I think it was 7 to 11. So 11, 13, oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah. What did you think about that? The bad thing is, I never really developed. I had to learn before my own opinions because I couldn't count on the opinions of all the people around me. I didn't have like more friends, so I just had to like sort of see the world for what it was. And I think I was initially out there. Sounds crazy. Which is probably why I get it. So it's extreme. I was very socially anxious mostly. Right. But eventually overcame all that stuff. And,
martial arts, traveling around all throughout the year. From the time I was 15 I was 22. So I did was ski travel. So I represented a lot of life that I didn't have like the normal high school life, partying, hanging out, like that's very life. So, you know, I still wasn't extrovert. Like I didn't really learn how to talk until I started teaching. If I started teaching martial arts, and then that's not really public speak, but I was publicly speaking about something that so it was like and sort of attention, just by because I would demonstrate instead of doing that, and demonstrate makes sense that I was talking. That's like, it's like I was really good at it. So show them. I'm going to demonstrate something. I'm going to show you. Listen to me. I taught him most and when I'm 19, and it was really say, show up and try. If you can't show up, call me. Tell me you can't make it. If you fuck off, I'm going to fail you. But if you just try, and then you come towards the GPS, it's like a legit thing. And all I want you to do is like, this turns out good life. And I'm not even going to go fight and compete, but I can teach you something here. And it gets difficult as you get better at it. You get better at it. Yeah. So that's like how I got into comedy. Honestly, I talked to people. I always felt like a loser, weirdo, and I always felt like I was good at it. So I learned how to talk, and that's how they really, but all that traveling around is really so hard. And this sense of who I was as a person. It's something that you have that from that experience that you want to, it's just impossible. No. I went to a story here about these two tried to high school. But I was in some town. And we were around a lot. Maybe in the town. Horse and I was so I had to, engage with people. All around with people. It's friendly. It's really great. And then, you're going to like, I was more shy. And like, the areas where I look forward to where I just watch. So you have choices. That's when it came into with that. I like that story. I mean, actually, I'm still more inspired by it. Yeah, I mean, the two black guys who we have to use us out. It was hard, but I was just wanting to get in the way because I think it made me different. And I think there's unfortunately people are in like a small town and they're just all in the town whole year. Yeah, and I remember a lot. And I think that is very uncomfortable. I hated it when I was a kid. Moving again to another state. This is great, but that made me it made me form my own opinions instead of adopting a conglomeration of things that everybody around me. I went from kind of progressive San Francisco 1970s to Florida, where it was completely the opposite. Kind of retarded and just being one of it's crazy. It's so strange to me to have this like this transition of being cultural learning. But it also made me realize like wow, there's a lot of different ways to think. There's a lot of different ways to engage with life. Well, is it don't we like especially growing up, right? You just at age 13, working all this year, to our friends and groups, really kind of help develop ourselves, right? Reflection upon ourselves. If you don't have it, you have other things. You turn to. But it could, like you said, it could have been
terrible thing is the same place. And you have the same 4 dudes, and how limited your life would have been just staying in San Fran or so like you said, a real good positive thing to take from. You remove from the elite, remove from, right? That's all you're deciding to do. You don't want to take it perspective. Positive perspective, to be on, like you said, I like all that thing. Drove into all the things you probably like about yourself today. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, and it also, like, I got picked on a lot. That's Boston and martial arts.
Yeah, Austin was
Scared of me. Just drove me nuts. I didn't have friends, so like the group of guys would walk with me, and I didn't have to do it. So I became obsessed with martial arts. And then once I started doing that, the first thing that I did was like, I don't think I can do it. I just think I never figured out how to do something. And now that I'm really good at this one thing, the opposite of user, then I became obsessed with it. And then that was like my life until I was like, the transition of things, but that period of time, it wouldn't have happened if I lived in a comfortable environment where I wasn't, where I didn't get it. I wouldn't have that desire to do something that was completely terrible. Because I was scared of physical confrontation. So what do? I spend my whole life getting involved in like voluntary physical confrontation with trained fighters, right? Which is way more terrifying, right? The most terrifying. But that.
But what's the alternative? Oh, just scared and growing.
That's why I decided, change.
It will be featured from
It's very bizarre turns that life takes. Look back, what if that hadn't happened? What if I had done this? What if I had that? What if I had turned left?
Right, and I'm already in control of that. We're not making shit from that point. Right? So much of this, whatever it is.
What we face kind of assumed once an outcome has been achieved. Oh, it was fake.
Yeah, in hindsight. Really, in hindsight. Yeah, I'm not sure. I see that in the moment.
Certain power to follow this, which I've always had for whatever reason. There's a pull that you have towards a certain direction. You feel like massively uncomfortable. Sometimes there's realization, let's go. This is what I'm supposed to do. And that is very hard to do. But once you do it a few times, you start to think, there's a little voice in your head like, that motherfucker's never let me down. I'm going to keep serving that voice. Whatever that voice is, I'm going to keep listening. Even though people are not going to do I think seeing a lot of people accomplish great things. I don't think anybody listens to the advice of everyone around them every step along. I don't think you ever really try and get crazy. Because most people aren't going to want to support you when you're trying something that seems insane. Whether it's trying to be a movie star or whatever it is, trying to be a martial artist or a rock star. It's hard to do. Most people that tell you don't do it, especially people that are conservative, and conservative in the sense of like, to do something that's going to give you a good chance of success. Because the more fun things we have a lot of success. What are the indicators that people become successful actors? I think it's like a 10th of a percent. It's probably less than that. If you could like get a chart, like how many people move to Los Angeles to try to make it in show business, and how many make it? It's got to be astronomical. Those numbers would have to be insane. But my thought was, somebody told me, like, why can't I do it? I was like, you know what these eyes are thinking? Well, why am I thinking about that? It can be done. People have done it. Like, you have to be willing to just really fucking throw yourself into something. And know that, especially in the beginning, there's no time to fuck off. If you really want to do something that's really hard to do, like, you gotta be all in. Because there's some people that are all in. You're competing with them. You're not competing against like half steppers, just people that are kind of dipping in and dipping out. They're there as an example for you to dominate your life. Yeah. But isn't there like kind of a selective hearing that has to happen in anything, right? You have to listen, you really listen to engage, you really listen to learn and grow. Yeah. But then you have to select listening to like how many times I was told go, or told I was told it was crazy. So she's until like, your mind like, I don't know what to try. Because that's the word that would feel for person. Those are words uttered from someone who's scared and not courageous. A lot of stuff said that way. I'm on the right track. Not just that. There are those people that try to sabotage you because they don't want you to be successful because they haven't taken a chance in their life. So they don't want anybody who does, who's courageous. They want you. There's people out there that want people that are courageous to fall apart because it makes them feel better. It's okay. They gotta feel that. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that those things just like need the rain to appreciate the sun. Yeah. We struggle to appreciate love. Just otherwise it doesn't exist. It's like a truth and a lie. They both have to exist, otherwise everything just wasn't true. Right. So they have to coexist together. That's the hardest part of life to truly understand. Why is it evil? Right. And love. Good. Why can't everything be love? Well, it can't. Evil people appreciate love. There really has to be kind people for you to appreciate. Oh, okay. Life's not so cruelty. But you have to know that cruelty exists and appreciate kindness. Weird. Yeah. It's a weird dance. I'm assuming this is fake. Yeah. Like, God is real. It's one of the straight games. You kind of blend it all works out. It's true. That's true. The life is not just utopia. It's a strange mix of good and evil. And love and hate. And all these things that are in the way. Yeah, there's a test, man. They suck. All the tests that normalize everybody else, everybody. There's nobody that's exempt from it. There's money, all suffering. Great test, great suffering. It's how well you overcome that suffering. It will determine how well you love that, deeply you love your life. And also the people that have overcome the most are the most fascinating and interesting and complex, aren't they? If you're a man, don't you? Yeah, she's that woman that was accused of murder in Italy. Yeah. She spent years and she is so fascinating. Yeah, she's so strong and so interesting. And I asked her about this and you are this really unusual person with this like fucking cast iron integrity and character. Would you be this person if you haven't been wronging kids and spent years in prison and publicly persecuted and then eventually absolved? I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But yet, it's just so incredible. It's like, life is very, very hard. There's choices that she could have made, right? And that, she could have been like resentful, right? How she is, I don't know. She's not at all. Yeah, but like, and she could have been valid and any kind of feeling she has about things. That's all. Sounds pretty shit, you know. But you know what? What's the alternative? You should want to hold on to resentment. That's the life you want to live. It's your choice. How I live. That's going to be the first thing to talk about. And is it a choice for her? Like, yeah. Did you feel like her dad made who she is? She's content with that, or I mean, she's certainly designed to what it is, but she's very happy now, right? But that's a complex, compassionate, charitable thinker.
What's the conversation if she's still on this joint? She's still in the clinic. I'm still hoping for getting out. Yeah. Terrible choice to make. It's also the guilt of seeing there. The terrible choices these people make. Like what happened to them young? Why did you become a person who worked with husband? Why did you become a person? We're also paying what we bought. Such your video game. This is something that I really changed when being a parent. Really changed my perspective of human beings. Very profound way. Many profound ways. But one of the biggest ones is I stopped looking at I stopped looking at Jeremy 54. That's how I know. Now I look at everybody like, you know what I mean? I love my daughters. They're very extraordinary people. It's very fascinating to watch them as they become these complex. Have conversations with them, talk to them, see how they engage with life. Then I get all fucked up. Angry, painful. What are the things? How do you get out of this?
Approach the topics that we talk about on this show as they prevail. We don't know.
There's so many trials and tribulations.
Skepticism,
One voice
and we kind of
all
come to
share.
conclusions at the end.
And I think we learn a lot.
We are approaching this one,
Not just
we know,
but other people.
Yeah,
For sure. Well, that's
So it goes
But I think